Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and for perhaps the last time, the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. Now will you please join me in standing as a video plays of the national anthem and then remain standing and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And if anybody out there wants to sing the national anthem, we're open for auditions. Okay, so now is the time for our moment of solemn expression. We're very happy tonight to be joined by Pastor Phil Eiskens from the Lighthouse Church. Pastor Phil, you have the floor.
It's really good to be here. And anytime I say the pledge or hear the national anthem, I get moved because it's so special to all of us. And I got to say, Mayor Stevens, Lori Ann Farrell Harrison, I know so many familiar faces here over the years because we've partnered and worked together as a church and a government. But I just have to say I'm looking at that In God We Trust up there, and it's more acceptable than not. I've prayed at Newport Beach City Council. They don't have it over their chambers. Makes me a little nervous, you know. And then I was in Buena Park once, and they have it over their chambers. But I read an article a while back that kind of gives us insight into how appropriate that is. And it was written by Dr. James Kennedy, the late pastor of the Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church in Florida. He said this: in reading over the constitutions of all 50 of our states, I discovered there is in all 50, without exception, an appeal or a prayer to the Almighty God of the universe. Through all 50 state constitutions, without exception, there runs this same appeal and reference to God, who is the creator of our liberties and the preserver of our freedoms. If we could pray. Heavenly Father, we consider what we have just read and we invoke your presence here tonight. We appeal for wisdom that comes only from above. Godly wisdom that gives all of us a very keen sense of what is right and what is wrong. We pray for the mayor. We pray for the city manager. We pray for each member of the Costa Mesa City Council, that you would bestow upon them, Lord, the ability to make sound decisions, decisions that truly are in the best interests of all the citizens of this great city of Costa Mesa, rich and poor alike. For your word is clear. God does not show favoritism, but accepts all who reverence him and do what is right. Father, we appreciate the nobility of Costa Mesa for allowing this moment of solemn expression. Bless and protect each member of law enforcement as they risk their lives to protect each one of us. Bless and protect our fire department personnel as well. And bless and protect the great city of Costa Mesa. And we say all of these things in Jesus' name, and we say amen.
Thank you, Pastor Phil. We appreciate you being here and all the stuff you do for the community. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, let the record reflect that all city council is present.
It will so reflect. And Madam City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening. Direction was given to staff.
Thank you. So this evening we have two presentations. And what we're going to do is we're going to give both presentations, then we're going to the council's going to come down and take photographs with both of the representatives for each of the presentations. The first one is the 2024 Black History Month. And tonight we proclaim February as Black History Month in the city of Costa Mesa. During Black History Month, we celebrate the contributions of Black Americans to our country and community. We recognize that Black history is American history, and that Black culture, stories, and triumphs are at the core of who we are as a nation and community. At Orange Coast College, Black students make up only 1.56% of the student population, notably lower than the statewide community college average of 5.59%. To empower and foster unity within this underrepresented community, the Black Student Union was founded in 2021. The BSU prioritizes unity and inclusion. And by the way, inclusion is one of the core values that we established in the city of Costa Mesa, this council. Extending its embrace to non-Black allies as well. Every OCC student is warmly welcomed with a focus on mutual learning and embracing the richness of diversity. Joining us tonight is the Orange Coast College Black Student Union. I invite Jamal Tatum of Orange Coast College Employee Relations Manager to come up to the podium. You can go to either one, whichever you're more comfortable, and introduce the Orange Coast College Black Student Union President, Aaliyah Willis, and other members, and to give some remarks.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Hold on one second. Before you do that, I messed this up. I'm supposed to read from the proclamation before you give your remark.
Gotcha.
I hardly ever get this, but I was just excited to have you come up there. Okay, this is from the proclamation. Black History Month started in 1926 when distinguished Black author and founder of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, launched Negro History Week to celebrate and showcase the historical contributions of Black Americans. Dr. Carter G. Woodson selected the second week of February because it included the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, which have been notable dates for the Black community since the start of the 20th century. 20th century. Sounds right, I guess. In 1976, it evolved into a month-long celebration when President Gerald Ford officially recognized February as Black History Month. The Black History Month theme for 2024, African Americans and the Arts, explores the key influence of African Americans have had in the fields of visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other forms of cultural expression. Black History Month is a time for all Americans to reflect on the history and teachings of Black Americans and to focus on the progress, richness, and diversity of Black American achievements. The city of Costa Mesa is proud to honor the history and contribution of Black Americans in our community throughout our state and our nation. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as Black History Month in the city of Costa Mesa, and I encourage all residents to join me and the council in celebrating the diversity and character of our community and to continue to work towards the ideals of equality, freedom, and justice. And now, Mr. Tatum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, for reading the proclamation and extending the welcome to our club. Before I introduce our club president and vice president up here, I just want to introduce the rest of our Black Student Union board members who tirelessly work to provide a good educational environment for all our students, especially our Black students on campus across the street. First is our club secretary, Donovan Rawls, who's studying UX design. And then we have Kendall, who's our public relations manager and officer, and she's studying aviation science to be a pilot. And next is our vice president, Darius Gray, who's studying economics, and our club president, Aaliyah Willis, and she is studying political science. And our special guest here is a serviceman in the Marine Corps, and I just learned he's about to do his second tour. Jermaine is also here in attendance with us as well, so thank you for being here. And next, I'd like to call up our club officers, Aaliyah Willis and Darius Gray, to share a little bit more about our club and future events. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaliyah Willis, and I stand here today with immense pride and gratitude as the president of Orange Coast College's Black Student Union. It is an honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of our vibrant and dynamic community. Black History Month is the time for celebration, reflection, and education. It serves as a powerful reminder of the contributions and struggles of Black individuals throughout history. With that being said, this proclamation symbolizes the recognition of our journey and the importance of preserving and sharing our rich heritage. As we accept this proclamation, we acknowledge that Black History Month is not only for the Black community, but for our entire society. This is a time to amplify Black voices, showcase Black excellence, and foster understanding and unity among all races and ethnicities. Our Black Student Union is committed to promoting awareness, inclusivity, and cultural appreciation on our campus. We know that Black history is American history, and by embracing and acknowledging our past, we pave the way for a more just and equitable future. With that being said, Mayor Steffens, I'd extend my deepest gratitude towards you and the council for recognizing the importance of Black History Month. Let us continue to use this month to inspire, uplift, and motivate one another. Together, we can make a lasting impact and contribute to a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to start off by thanking our first responders and our police that are here. Thank you very much for all that you do. And God bless all of the council members and the mayor that are here today. I just wanted to say thank you very much for recognizing Black History Month. A lot of times I think we as a society, when we think of Black History Month, we think only of that being relevant to the Black community. We are looking for recognition as a part of the greater community, and especially that of Costa Mesa. And what you folks are doing here today is absolutely amazing and a great step towards that. I think when we talk about cultural learning and the relevance of such, it can often be a difficult topic. Sometimes it can be an uncomfortable conversation, and nobody can be blamed for that. I personally like to think that learning is best done through fun. So coming up, we have a Heritage Harmony Fest at Orange Coast College that we'd like to extend the opportunity for the council and the mayor to be a part of. We already are working with a few municipalities and institutions throughout the Southern California region, and we will be hosting as such in the latter half of April. So once again, thank you very much, and we very much would love to see you there, Mayor Stevens and the rest of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so please stick around for the photo, but we'll go to our second presentation, which is 2110C month. So tonight we are also proclaiming February as 2110C month. Orange County United Way acquired 2110C in July of 2023 and have made significant improvements to this community service. 2110C receives over 10,000 calls per month, with calls for service ranging from housing, health, and disaster-related services. Since acquiring 2110C, they have decreased the call wait times from 11 minutes to 2 minutes. 2110C helps bridge the gap between citizens and vital resources, catering to diverse needs and circumstances, offering live assistance and an online resource database emphasizing inclusivity and accessibility. Tonight, we are joined by our own Michelle Murphy, who is the Senior Director of Public Affairs for United Way and also a trustee of the Newport Beach Unified School District. So again, Trustee Murphy, as you're walking to the podium, I'm going to read the proclamation so as not to make the same mistake twice. 2110C is a trusted information and referral service that connects individuals across the county to community, health, and disaster-rated services. By dialing the 3-digit code 211, Orange County residents can speak with highly trained staff members 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and receive real-time assistance in over 150 languages. 2110C consistently assists with identifying emerging needs and can relay valuable insights to local, regional, and state public officials. 2110C provides emergency operations during times of natural and other disasters, including providing accurate and timely information for preparations and longer-term referrals for follow-up services, as evidenced by its role in supporting the Orange County Office of Emergency Services during wildfires and other natural disasters. Since 2006, 2110C calls specialists have assisted with more than 5,400,000 requests for help, averaging 300,000 per year to locate community health and disaster-related services. During uncertain economic times, the demand for rapid response assistance and complex case management increases significantly. 2110C has demonstrated its capabilities as an experienced responder able to scale its infrastructure and offer new services quickly, such as addressing rising food insecurity, assisting people for whom online forums present language, digital literacy, and internet challenges. The City of Costa Mesa commits to promoting the 211OC service so that all Costa Mesa residents have equitable access to this critical service, providing anti-poverty, housing support, family and child support, aging and disability, health equity, and disaster resource connections. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as 211OC month in the great city of Costa Mesa, recognizing the occasion is crucial to promoting and strengthening 211OC, which provides Orange County community members with free and confidential referrals to needed resources. And now, Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens and Costa Mesa City Council. I do think, John, you covered it. That is pretty much what we do. I don't know if I sent over all of that information, so I thank your staff for describing what we do so beautifully. I would also like to add that we appreciate you honoring 211 month. We also have a 211 day, which this year fell on February 11th, which, as we all know, was the Super Bowl. So we could not honor 211 day, so I thank you for honoring 211 month. It has been an honor for Orange County United Way to take over 211 OC, and we are really proud of the work that we've been able to do to bring down call wait times and expand our service delivery to help the residents of Orange County. So we thank all of our community members who have really helped us do that and supported Orange County United Way through that process. So thank you all. I think, again, John, I'm looking at my stats and you got them all. So thanks again. I appreciate all of your support, and hopefully we will continue to grow 211 OC to really be able to respond to every need in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now for the photos. So we'll do our first presentation for Black History Month first, and then we'll do 211 OC after that. Okay.
Music get back. I know, right?
I think so. Carlos is What?
I'm gonna ask for a hat.
So we're going to take about a 5-minute break. We just are dealing with some lights here and reflections. So we'll be back in 5. Back on the record. We're back on the record, and we've just gotten to the point of public comments. So public comments are 3 minutes. You could talk about anything other than what's on the agenda. You could also talk about what's on consent calendar, but you can't talk about the items that are on the agenda. For the items that are on the agenda, you have to wait till those items are called. So you get 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, you're going to get a sound. If you're in the council chambers, and then at 3 minutes, your mic gets cut off. So we go first to the people in the council chambers, then we go to Zoom, and the folks in Zoom just kind of, we'll tell you verbally when you're at your 3 minutes. So with that, sir, let's get it started. Sir, you have the floor.
Chris McAvoy, Costa Mesa. I wanted to come tonight and speak on a few items. First off, as a resident who went through the Righeimer-Mensinger development majority and was involved, I was hoping that I was done having to come to city council meetings. But this council has made it so that I have to pay attention and get involved again, because the actions of this council have been taking away from the quality of life of myself and my neighbors. The decisions that you guys have made, the policies that you've been enacting have not been very good at all. And unfortunately, I have to pay attention, but that's my responsibility as a citizen. So if I don't pay attention, I can't complain about the results. Now, I'm a little bit behind what's current, but it's just so frustrating to see what was done. And most of it was done during the pandemic when you guys were on Zoom meetings, where you didn't have to look us in the face. We were just names on a screen. So I know from experience that makes people less human, and I'll share a story about that later on. But I wanted to also speak on the permit parking program that my street has. There's no enforcement. There's no enforcement at all on nights and weekends. We were told that this enforcement would be better with this new program because the city would the city would be using technology with cars for license plate readers. I found out via a FOIA request that the city only has 4 vehicles that has this technology. That's not sufficient to achieve the enforcement that we were promised. Only 4 vehicles. The prior permit program, every patrolling vehicle had the possibility of enforcement because every patrolling unit could see either a permit sticker on the back of the car or a mirror placard on the front. So you've greatly diminished that. Not only that, we have to pay for this. We have to pay for our quality of life. Prior to this council, this was something that we had for free. Now we have to pay, and we're paying for a substandard product. This is not a good product. We were told that it was going to be better. Not only that, the city lied to us about the reason that they were revisiting the permit program. So again, I have to pay attention to what this city does because you're not honest. Not honest in emails, not honest about answering emails, not honest. And it's a shame that people have to pay attention and get involved. Councilmember Harper, I can't imagine how frustrating it is to be up there. I was talking with someone today, and they said this, and don't take this the wrong way, but they said that they appreciate the patience that you're doing, and they haven't seen that much since Katrina Foley when she was in your position.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, hold on one second. Podium mic on. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I apologize of how fast I'm going to speak. I always try to cram too much into these presentations. I'm with the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, and every year we submit a list of resolutions for the year that we think the city should have. This should be part of the public record. It was submitted before the last meeting that was canceled. So just a recap of 2023, one of our big recommendations was the implementation of a new state law, AB 43. That was where the state allowed cities to reduce their own speed limits. And the city of Costa Mesa was one of the very few cities in the state that took advantage of this. So we quickly announced that we'd be reducing the speed limit on 17 city streets. So a reminder, speed really matters to street safety. The faster that cars go, the more likely that drivers are not going to be yielding to pedestrians, and the smaller the visibility that drivers have of the street. One of these recycled resolutions is bridging the gaps in our walking and bicycling networks. So we took huge strides over the last year. This is Wilson and Placentia, these safe crossings and safe bike lanes, and we did many more in the last year. And we have so much work to do. We obviously have a long way to go. So there's lots of places throughout the city still where if you're outside of a vehicle, you really get stranded because there's gaps in the network. Expanding bicycle patrols and prioritizing school zones at pickup and drop-off times. So every bike to school day, at least in my neighborhood, looks like this. Every walk to school day, every bike to school day looks just like this. And this is indicative of what people, I think, want to be doing, want to be able to send their kids to school like this sort of environment. This is the kind of neighborhoods that we like. But on a daily basis, this is what our streets really look like. And to be frank, because I don't have too much time, it's lawlessness. And I think expanded patrols of Costa Mesa PD on bikes would go a long way in helping because there's a lot of illegal driving and parking during this flurry of activity. Looking forward to 2024, AB 413 is a law that prohibits drivers from leaving their cars in locations that preclude safe visibility around crosswalks. This is huge. Banning right turns on red. We're not asking for this in every intersection of the city, but there are some places in the city where people are trying to cross regularly and have trouble doing so because of right turn on red laws. Working with OCTA to bring better transit to Costa Mesa, we've known for 100 years that there's plenty of street space for all the people, but not for all the vehicles. As a bonus resolution, we've talked about this before, every Wednesday night, as long as it's not raining, once a month on Saturdays, there's a group, Lilordag Bike Ride. If you follow them on Instagram, you can find all the details. But 6:15 at Lions Park, and they go for a long ride. And so I'd encourage everybody to join that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm Cynthia McDonald, a Costa Mesa resident. Huntington Beach intends to extend the days and hours of operation of the air show to 5 days, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on most days, and some days until 11 p.m. An environmental impact report needs to be prepared, and there's a scoping meeting tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. at their City Hall. Comments to the initial study, which is available on that city's website, are due Monday, March 5th by 5 p.m. And I anticipate that this city will write a scoping letter request given the impacts that will be felt by Costa Mesa. One of the problems with the initial study is that the basic study area only covers the area on the beach and a small buffer zone. The initial study indicates the need for a broader study area of 3,600 acres, but doesn't define where that is. Does it include Fairview and Talbot Parks? It certainly should. As noted in the initial study, traffic volumes would increase, creating a carbon monoxide hotspot near the study area. Costa Mesans know on air show days not to get near Victoria Street because the air show traffic backs up to the 55. Imagine 2 more days and nights of that. Costa Mesa would suffer significant environmental impacts from the release of carbon emissions from aviation fuel and the increased use of the airports in the area, including John Wayne. There would be significant impacts of days of increased noise, not only on residents, but our school kids and migratory birds such as burrowing owls. The initial study recognizes the problem within the study area, but doesn't acknowledge the impacts beyond that area. The initial study is nothing more than greenwashing because it claims to reduce potential impacts to the surrounding sensitive habitat, including the Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve, the Huntington Beach Wetlands, the Magnolia Marsh, the special status wildlife species such as the federally endangered California least tern and the western snowy plover. How do loud, low-flying jets reduce impacts on sensitive habitat? Well, everyone knows they don't. But displays of electric vehicles and drones, as listed in this initial study, are somehow going to offset the impacts of the air show. I look forward to seeing the city of Costa Mesa's response to this ridiculous plan by Huntington Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council member. My name is Alfie Sanchez. I'm the event director for Majestic Cycling. We just got a permit approved for a cycling event on March 3rd. I want to thank you and your staff for allowing us to host our first annual bike race out by SoCo Mix. We'll be shutting down the streets out there to do a 1.1 mile bike race from amateurs to professional cyclists. As of right now, we have a couple teams coming from United Kingdom as well as all over the country to help bring revenue to the city of Costa Mesa as well as the surrounding area. But however, we do have over 500 professional cyclists that will be looking to be coming out. I would like to extend my invitation to have you guys come out and watch this event. It'll be Sunday, March 3rd. The professional bike race starts at 2:30, so we'd love to have you out a little bit before that. We do have a live feed as well. This will be televised. So again, we'd like to get the mayor on out there if possible to get him out in front of our live camera. And, so we definitely would love to have you guys out. And we do appreciate you allowing us to do this bike race, and we want to continue to keep doing this year after year. And again, that's all I wanted for your time. Thank you guys. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Frank Hanrahan. I live on Fairway Drive in Costa Mesa, and several topics I'd like to cover. Measure K, I'm not quite sure what this is all about. I've tried to read up on it. It looks to me like you're trying to kick businesses out of Costa Mesa. I look at the map, it has green sections, Monrovia, Sunset, 16th, Pomona. Are they being turned into residential sections? It's hard to understand. There's a part in the description about affordable housing. It says a subsequent study, joint study is scheduled for July 26th, 2023. How is that going to help us now? Agenda will be available 72 hours before. Maybe that needs to be updated. Another problem, airport loop and airway are being striped in a most insane way. They moved a white line about 20 feet away from the curb, striping going at about a 45-degree angle to the curb, which may mean you're not allowed to drive there or you're not allowed to park there. Who knows? There's a double yellow line that if you come out of a driveway, are you supposed to cross that double yellow line or are you supposed to stay away from it? Almost had a head-on collision today because of this insane striping they've done on that street in the last couple of days. There's a chicane, you go up, then you got to go around and come back again and go straight. What's the point? Ask the people who use that area, who live there, who have businesses there, what they could do to make it better. Because for whoever designed this, I don't think they have very much common sense, nor may ever drive a car. It was very poorly done. And then you go down Red Hill at Bristol, there's 2 lanes. One was to turn, there's actually 5 lanes, 2 left, 2 straight, and 1 to the right. Now they've narrowed it down, so the people who want to turn right got to get in line with the people who want to go straight, and then at the last minute you can move over and turn right. So what you have there is a long traffic jam on Red Hill waiting to turn right instead of making a right-hand lane all the way down Red Hill. Nuts. You talked about the airport and the noise it causes. There's an airport working group which is working on this problem, and they are working with various agencies to do the best they can to help mediate that problem. They do a lot of work to make that happen. You talk about additional info can be accessed here on your website. You click on that, it's dead. Then it goes to please refer to this website for info regarding JWA Access Plan GA&O. You click on that, that's dead. So we're not getting too far with your websites. You should join. I was at the airport working group meeting February 5th, the dinner meeting. I didn't see any representatives from the city of Costa Mesa there. Have they no interest in this? John Wayne Airport wants to get rid of the small planes, the Piper Cubs and Cessnas, so they can bring and allow larger executive jets, Learjets, et cetera, to be there. And they're not governed by the same hours that American Airlines and other major airlines are.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, I'd like to thank the city for its ongoing efforts to help hearing impaired people communicate with the council and stay in connection with the council so we can participate in our city government. Secondarily, I want to comment on the most recent Fairview Park Developmental Center review that I went to that had a number of council people, and I thank them for being there. And my concern is very simple. The review, as an example, gave us a completely generic visioning statement. And the problem with that is that this is a unique piece of property, a unique size, and we can put a generalized, I can go to almost any document that has to do with visioning and pull a visioning statement, it'll be almost identical to that one. It doesn't make any sense to me. You're talking about a very specific piece of property. And everybody wants to live in a clean, neat, wonderful, non-rodent infested property. So you're never going to make a visioning statement that alludes to those kind of things. And this one, quite honestly, you could make it for any neighborhood in Costa Mesa. And my concern with that is that this is a unique piece of property with a unique set of problems, et cetera. The other thing they did is they predetermined what the choices of the public is going to be, and I'll give you an example of that. They asked about how we'd want park space distributed, and I guarantee you, you're going to get something that says the public voted for this kind of distribution. But we're given 3 choices. And of those 3 choices, we can all say, well, they're general to give some idea about where we should go. But the reality is there's a lot of other options available, like putting all the park space against the fence with the golf course, or put it against the fence with Harbor Boulevard, as opposed to the way it was distributed, and then creates a setting that is predetermined. And that's my concern. All those items will drive predetermination of what's going to be there. Much better way to handle this is have a give and take process where people can discuss it. And that can only be done, as has already been suggested to you by Ms. McDonald, to have a group that sits down, talks with council, with the staff people, with the people developing the program, and the community, and they give and talk. They talk not in a presentation, answer, question format, but in a specific, direct way to discuss what are the best options, how we're going to use that property, how much that property is actually be covered, and how much is not, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Haberbush, and I'm an attorney representing a number of concerned citizens and business owners in Eastside Costa Mesa. Later tonight, I will address this body on a specific conditional use permit concerning our community. However, I first want to discuss the general issue of cannabis overconcentration, particularly in the retail space in Costa Mesa. As we navigate the evolving landscape of our city, this pressing concern and trend not only challenges the diversity and vibrancy of our neighborhoods, but also poses significant risks to our community's safety, character, and economic balance. The current situation, where multiple cannabis retailers are concentrated within very narrow geographic limits, exacerbates traffic, exacerbates public safety concerns, and potentially detracts from residential quality of life. It's crucial that we consider long-term impacts of these developments on the fabric of our community. To address this, I urge this council to revisit and revise existing city ordinances to impose both stricter limits on the concentration of cannabis shops in any one area, and also implement a total cap on the number of conditional use permits that may be granted for such establishments. We can ensure a more balanced distribution that aligns with our community's values and planning goals. This is not merely a call for regulation, it is a call for action and for responsible governance. By revisiting our policies, we can prevent the oversaturation of cannabis retailers and protect the interests of all residents and business owners in this city. It is imperative that our regulatory framework evolve to address these challenges proactively, ensuring that Costa Mesa remains a diverse, safe, and desirable place to live and work. In conclusion, as we look to the future, let's commit to policies that reflect thoughtful planning and a commitment to community welfare. I look forward to discussing this matter further and exploring effective solutions that uphold the integrity of our city. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Lease, and this year I will have been a resident of Costa Mesa for 51 years. Proudly, But a few years ago, we became known as the sober living capital of the world. And I don't want to be the marijuana capital of the world. And I do remember that I spoke actually on Zoom, and I also wrote you an email asking you to please put a cap on the number of dispensaries and not to have them so close together. And it was ignored. That was during COVID. I respect the gentleman who just spoke. I say ditto. I think it is time to listen to the residents of our city, that we do not want this reputation of having the most dispensaries in our city. Yes, it will bring in income, but it's really ruining our reputation as a good family, multicultural neighborhood where we can raise our family. So please reconsider that decision that you made a few years ago, and let's put the toothpaste back in the tube. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir. No, it's all right. You can go.
Good evening, council members. It's a pleasure to be here again, as always. I'm going to try to choose my words very carefully because God forbid if I actually offend anybody. But I'd like to know what in God's name is going on in our town. Oh, well, I've already offended somebody. But 2 weeks ago, I'm walking my dog, elderly dog, at Lindbergh's Park, 7:30 in the evening. I get a police officer on the mic telling me to put my dog on the leash. And we've been going over this time after time. Well, come to find out, Costa Mesa PD just hired another officer that's their job, to supervise people walking their dogs at the parks and handing out citations. With all of this building of ADUs and everything that's been going on in this town, that the city is required to create more open space, which God knows where you're going to find more dirt, now you're going to enforce people walking their dogs at the park. And I understand the need. Some dogs are more aggressive than others. Same thing with people. Some people are more aggressive than others. Some people talk the talk, but some people walk the walk as well. Enough is enough, guys. Dog people are the most generous people. We will pay fees, we will do whatever. We love our pets. The fact that we don't have enough parks for our dogs to go play in, what are we supposed to do? We've asked for 7 years, fix the dog park. I've met with you, John, and I gave you suggestion of what is needed to be done, and it's still a mud hole. I wouldn't take my grandkids to play in it. Why would I take my dog, who I consider my child, to go play in it? Why is it so hard to get anything done in this town? Every time something comes to you guys, it has to go to committee. You have to hire 15 other consulting companies and give them the money to tell you what is necessary. Who is running this town? I mean, who operates this building? These people are professional. They're hired to do a job, but it's not getting done. You're outsourcing everything. If I wanted to submit a set of plans, there's no plan checkers anymore. It's got to go to a third party because you want to deflect liability. It's not convenient to the public anymore. This is ridiculous. We got sober living, we got cannabis, we don't have a chance to let our dog run wild. Well, you're cramming everything down. This is not the way the city was 30 years ago when I began living here. It's out of control, and at some point it's got to stop. And it's got to come from you guys. So please, could we work together?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Wendy Samo. I'm going to be here about the sound sample that was generated at 140 East 17th Street. So on the second day, they talked to the gym owner. What do you know?
Excuse me.
What do you know?
Excuse me, let me stop you. We have that item on.
But it says that I can talk about it on the screen.
No, I don't think it says that on the screen.
Oh, so I have to wait, but the cannabis guy didn't?
No,
Okay,
wait.
I can wait.
Wait. If you're going to talk about that specific thing, yeah, I do. Believe you do. Yes, sir.
Hi there. My name is Stephen Smith. I'm I'm a transplant from the East Coast, and I moved out here about 4 years ago. I wanted to kind of just weigh in briefly on, first of all, I want to apologize for my tardiness. I had been under the impression the meeting started at this time. But I just wanted to weigh in briefly about the marijuana stores. I think that they're really kind of not a great thing. And I live on Harbor Boulevard, and at the kind of it kind of just it's kind of breeds a different community at nights, and I think it kind of in the long term, I don't really think it's very good for the community in a variety of ways. And I just don't think it's kind of engenders like a wholesome community kind of environment that in some respects I've really come to love about Costa Mesa, and for that matter, Southern California. I think that, I've kind of been getting involved a little more politically recently at a local level. And I don't have a strong feeling that a lot of people in Costa Mesa are very thrilled about the direction it's taking. I know that some of these policies, you all may feel a little defensive about that because some of those, some of the directions the community is taking as a result of the policies that you all have enacted. But I would really urge you all to consider carefully these measures because I think they're, these stores sort of all over the place are just sort of deleterious and kind of wear at the fabric of the community. So I hope you'll consider that, and I'll give you guys your, looks like a minute back here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Who's on Zoom?
Priscilla, you may speak.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
Colonialism has given way to new attitudes and laws regarding Native Americans, their lands, and artifacts. Museums throughout the country have closed exhibits and are working with tribal leaders to determine if and how to display their artifacts. The Department of Interior announced 3 million acres in 15 states were restored to tribal trusts, as have lands in California from Altadena to Bolsa Chica to the Northern Redwoods. The leaders of land back movement said, we need to recognize that land back is crucial to the health of our Mother Earth and potentially our survival as humans on this planet. Native cultures are profoundly interwoven with natural environment, the plants and animals, and natural features. Which brings me to Fairview Park, known as the Fairview Indian Site on the National Register of Historical Places, and one of 2 federally listed archaeological sites in Orange County. Here, the artifacts of the Ashman and Tonga tribes have been scavenged by trophy hunters, buried under highly corrosive builder's rubble, and torn up by kids on e-bikes. Our city council's only action is to invite vandals to alter the watershed of the vernal pools that have been there for centuries. The cultural and spiritual home of the Ashaman and Tonga tribes is more than the ancestral artifacts. It's the land and vernal pools that sustain them and hundreds of species of birds, butterflies, amphibians, lizards, snakes, and fairy shrimp. These biodiverse ecosystems are not just the edifice in which they worship, they are the entities of their worship, one with the earth. California is blessed with more species of plants and animals than any other state, about 1/3 of all species in the nation. Our soils hold more than 1/4 of the world's biodiversity, boasting more than 2,500 different types of soil. That is why the president and governor wrote executive orders including Native American tribes in restoring 30% of land and water by 2030. Since Measure AA was voted into law, you have ignored the residents' wish to protect Fairview Park, where you treat Christian and other houses of worship with reverence. You invite the desecration of ancestral artifacts integral to the worship of the Ashaman and Tongan tribes, when the law clearly states no person shall or destroy any object of paleontological, archaeological, or historical interest or value. You are on the wrong side of this issue. Fairview Park is larger than all of the city parks combined. Yet you haven't given Kelly Dalton, the park administrator, the staff and funding he needs to manage this 208-acre natural reserve. And
Mr. Mayor, no further speakers.
Okay, close public comment. Now we'll move on to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. And it's time for council members to provide comments and committee reports. Guideline is 4 minutes, but you're not on the clock necessarily. So first we'll start off with District 1, Council Member Donald Harper.
This is how John keeps me quiet, which is a good thing.
No.
And first, thanks for everyone that spoke tonight about cannabis, the dog park. Someone mentioned my patients. I really appreciate that. I'm going to tell my wife about that. I appreciate it very much. Over the last several months, I've missed several meetings. My absence has been due to health issues with my family. And it's caused me to put a lot of things on the back burner and reprioritize, and so I've had to miss these meetings. I apologize for that. I'm very optimistic and hopeful for the outcome in those situations, but in good conscience, I'm not sure that I can continue my responsibilities here. Sorry. So I'm going to announce my intention to resign. I'm not doing it officially tonight, so I'm here with you guys. You know, I know you hate that. I'm teasing. So I'm going to continue tonight, and then in the coming weeks, I'll officially make that official. This is really hard as I listen to some of you speak, because I want to support the community. I have felt I represent a voice that's quite different than the rest of my council members, and I respect them. They're thoughtful, articulate, but their ideology is probably, it's a different basis than mine, and maybe many of yours. And so I've sat here on council and tried to be the voice of those individuals. I often say I'm representing my 88-year-old neighbor who doesn't have a voice. Can't come down here. I've attempted to speak for those people in our community who don't want to be a cannabis city, for those people that don't want so many bike lanes, for those that don't want high-density housing, that want a vote in that high-density housing. I'm speaking for those that maybe they don't want inclusionary housing. They see that as just a transfer of value or wealth, and it isn't what we're about as a society. I represent a group of people that are not for parking permits. They don't want hotel conversions. They didn't want to wear COVID masks and be mandated to wear a COVID mask and take a vaccine. I represent people that didn't want to close our parks and our beaches. And sorry, I didn't want another paid holiday either. I'm still on that one, Carol. Forgive me. The staffing and cost to operate our city continues to grow while Costa Mesa the population remains relatively static. I represent a voice of those that want a smaller and more efficient city government without the influence of Sacramento's policy. I think local government is our strength in our country, and we're losing that to Sacramento. I usually don't get emotional, so I apologize. I've served on council without the money and influence of developers, unions, or cannabis lobbyists. I have not been influenced by those in Sacramento that I believe have policies that are damaging our state. Many of Sacramento policies remove our local control and impact our city. In the past several years, more people are leaving California than moving here. It's not the weather that's causing that. Again, I understand that my fellow council members disagree with some, if not many, of my positions on these items. However, I cannot stress enough how important it is to hear the voice of our entire community. I would hope that in the process of replacing me, you honestly consider someone that represents the community that I represent. I think that's an important voice. Lastly, on a lighter note, I want to thank the city staff that's helped me help others in this community. When I call, and then you know who you are, I call you for help, either a director or staff member. They've been fantastic at helping, whether it be a code issue or a permit or getting a flock camera installed, and I really appreciate that. Probably one of the most significant things in my life, the Costa Mesa Police Department helped a group of us find a daughter's missing child. And that was the Costa Mesa Police Department gave me direction and guidance on that. And the outcome, where we believed someone was human trafficked, the outcome turned out great. And I am eternally grateful for that. I just want to thank you all. I will speak to cannabis in general. I don't, and I can, John, I can still certainly speak when we have the item, and you can stop me if I'm out of order here, but I didn't vote for cannabis, never liked it. Was very honest with lobbyists that wanted to give me money in my campaign. I don't like it. I don't like the nature of it for our city. I strongly believe, and I'm looking at data now that indicates it's just detrimental to our youth, and we're trading a financial gain for in exchange for harming our youth, and that's probably the worst thing we can do as a community. You know, the THC in cannabis that I smoked, it's 12 times now. It's not the same stuff you all smoked when you were kids. It's a lot different, has a lot different impact on their psyche, their depression, and it can be a gateway to other drugs. So I think it's pretty serious, and I think it's ironic that we give a community cannabis because they think they're asking for it in exchange for money, and we're taking the money from them as they buy it, and we call that a good thing for city government. That's ironic to me. It doesn't make any sense. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you very much. Next from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Yeah, I don't know quite how to follow that, Don. I just want to thank you for your candor and honesty and service. I'm sorry about your family and what you're going through. We haven't agreed on a lot of issues, but I respect you very much, and I'm sorry you're going through this and you're in this place. I'll try to stop now so I don't actually. We have agreed on cannabis, and we'll talk about that a lot tonight, so I won't get ahead of myself there. I think it's hard to sometimes recognize that if we took every single person in this room, everyone who commented on Zoom, we're still probably talking about less than 0.1% of this community that weighs in regularly. And it's so easy to think that these are the only issues that people care about in Costa Mesa. It's so easy to think that because somebody's riled up about the parking permit program, that represents the majority of the viewpoints. And I think that in part is also the beautiful thing about having 7 of us up here, is that we're hearing from our communities when we walk the dog. I was telling a story about hearing from the community when I was in line at Target buying anti-wrinkle cream. Like, no matter where I am, I'm hearing from folks about what's going on, and not all of those issues always come to council. Not all of those issues come to the podium or show up on Facebook. But that's why there's 7 of us from different parts of the community, is because we're hearing sometimes very different things from our constituents. And we pair that with the perspective that we bring. So I appreciate the perspective that you have brought and the folks that you have represented. And they are just as important as the folks I talked to at Target yesterday. I also apologize for the disruption earlier in the meeting. We removed the plexiglass right in front of the dais, and so the lights up here were very, very bright, and so we were sort of struggling to figure out how to get through a meeting without getting a migraine. So apologies for a little bit of the disruption at the beginning of the meeting. Some of that was caused by me. To the gentleman representing Majestic Cycling, I think that's wonderful that we're bringing events like this to the city. I'm hoping that we can add some of those to our Travel Costa Mesa agenda as well. That's something that we got really good at during COVID, was sort of pairing events with travel discounts to hotels and making sure that all of our restaurants were represented. So I think that gentleman has left, but we need to make sure that we're merging all of those events together. I recently took a tour with Dr. Suarez, the president of Orange Coast College, walking through all of the new buildings and facilities there. It is really exciting to see what is happening at OCC right now. I do want to stress, they are an open public campus. So you can go to OCC and grab a coffee. The captain's table is where the students themselves are preparing meals. They're about to ready to reopen that for lunch. And they're hosting tons of events at OCC. If you haven't been to the planetarium recently, it's very, very cool. And that is a community resource that we have at our disposal. So if you haven't been on campus recently, I highly encourage you to. And I'll leave it there because I think my time is short and I rambled a little bit, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with Councilmember Harper. Thank you for your service. I know that must have been a very, very difficult decision, or is a very difficult decision. Wish all the best for you and your family, and I will add you in my prayers. So very hopeful for recovery. And thank you, Councilmember Mar, for describing sort of the challenge of what we're working on when there's so many different issues in front of us, really trying to address those issues everywhere we are in the city. I joke that we do date nights outside of Costa Mesa so that we can have an evening where we're not talking about parking issues with our neighbors. Anyways, I appreciate you all being here. I love hearing feedback from members of the community. We get it through email at the store. I've had people knock at my front door in the middle of the day. Really, really do appreciate every comment because it shows me that you care about the city and want to be involved in the city. Okay, so a couple items. I just wanted to thank our city for honoring Black History Month. I spent this past weekend at a film festival, and the film that won the top prize was called Farming While Black. It's based on a book written by a Black woman who has studied African indigenous agriculture and is really working on a farming movement. And the documentary was very, very powerful, inspiring, educational. She talked about the history of even beyond slavery, the history of stolen land, the history of stolen wealth, the fact that Black farmers own less than 1% of farmland in this country, and how that came to be. But on the positive side, what she's working on and the community that she has been building of Black farmers, and I learned a lot about sort of the wisdom, the ingenuity. It's a really, really amazing documentary, and the contributions that I wasn't aware of to sustainable farming practices. So I'm thankful for movies like that, or films like that, and these monthly historical celebrations to give us opportunity to learn about people and about movements that have not traditionally been in our history books. So I want to thank our city for that. That was a really moving documentary, and I always learn when we celebrate these Heritage Months. Also, I think this was several weeks ago now, I went to an event celebrating the Costa Mesa businesses that have signed up for a green business program. I think there were 11 businesses. It was a really neat event. I was especially inspired to hear about the positive feedback for our staff members, Chris Yeager and Dan Inlows, who have been working with our Costa Mesa businesses to get certified for the Green Business Program. So it was just a night of immense pride for the city of Costa Mesa and the work we're doing on the sustainability front. I would love, I think the timing's enough. I'd love to see us do a video, maybe leading up to Earth Week, celebrating those businesses that are in the program and highlighting the opportunity for new businesses to enroll in that program. Okay, a couple of quick items. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for the comments on the Huntington Beach Air Show. I do hope that we and expect that we're involved in the EIR. That's certainly an event that affects Costa Mesa residents quite a bit. I have a hard time getting work done during those 3 days. 5 days would be tough. Thank you to our transportation staff. I continue to get a lot of positive feedback on the infrastructure projects that we've been doing to improve safety for people walking and biking in our city. One of the first people who got me really focused on safety for pedestrians was an 82-year-old constituent on the west side who's partially blind. She can only walk around the city, and being partially blind and older and smaller, it's a very scary experience for her. So she's, for example, one of the people I think a lot about, and she's very thankful for these projects. When it's raining, I am even more agitated about the condition of our bus stops. I know we've allocated some funds to improve our bus stops. I think that's something that's really critical for people who, for whom bus transit is their only option. I hope we can get moving on improving shelters at our bus stops. And finally, I'm going to ask the mayor if we can close the meeting in honor of Dolores Pliego. Dolores was a 61-year-old Costa Mesa woman who was killed 4 days ago on our streets at Adams and Pine Creek, where we do plan infrastructure improvements to improve walkability. I want to honor her because it's every time we get a notice about someone dying in our streets, it's it makes me feel like we're not moving fast enough. And I feel like as a society we've become so conditioned to just another death. It doesn't often make the news. We kind of accept people dying on our roads as that's the way things are today. And I firmly believe, as I've been really rolling up my sleeves on how we design streets, how we build streets, how we build sidewalks, these deaths are preventable. There's so much data on how we can improve safety in the way we design our streets. And I'm thankful that our council and our staff have really worked hard in this area. And these are reasons, there are many positive reasons for investing in safer road infrastructure, but at the heart of it is preventing deaths in the city of Costa Mesa. So I hope we can honor her and close the meeting in her honor. Thank you.
Thank you. From District 4, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank everyone from the public for joining us today. Thank you, Councilman Reynolds, for adjourning the meeting in honor of Dolores. I know that one hurt, especially considering that we were about to vote on improvements on that particular area where she passed away. And Councilmember Harper, sincere thank you for serving. I know it's been a difficult time for you, and you even shared why you've been missing, but my thoughts with your families. And one thing I will say, which a lot of us share, but I want to highlight just for Councilmember Harper, is that one of the favorite stories I remember hearing growing up about leadership was the one from Lucius Cincinnatus, a Roman senator, who, when asked, led an army, but the moment his time was done, he went back to being a farmer. And while I know the circumstance is the same for Councilmember Harper, I do appreciate the sentiment you brought to council and the opinions you brought forward, because you did represent your community very well. So thank you for your service. With that, I want to say just three quick things. One, update for the public, and two, for staff. First is, as you may all know, I'm a big proponent of making sure our streets are clean. In my district in particular, historically, not as much anymore, we see a lot of mattresses and couches out in the wayside. And given the heavy rains you experienced these past few days, I want everyone who has not done so to download the My Costa Mesa 311 on the App Store. It's an app that goes to our city staff where you can report a pothole, a fallen branch, graffiti, anything on right of way. It's a really quick and easy way for all of us to keep our city beautiful. So again, it's Costa Mesa 311. really easy to fix any small problem using the community. So I hope everyone uses it, especially now after this rains, we have more potholes. First, for city staff, I would like to see, if possible, that we can study installing a left turn signal on the intersection of Pomona and 19th Street. I received 2 texts while on the dais that there was a car accident during this council meeting. I've heard a lot of complaints before from residents that traverse that intersection that it's really difficult to turn left due to a yield sign. So if we can look into a left turn signal on Pomona 19th Street, it aligns with our goals of having safer streets. And again, it probably makes sure that we have less accidents occurring in Costa Mesa. And finally, the third item, it had been brought to my attention from a few Facebook posts and an email to the council that there was an incident regarding a street vendor on Harbor Boulevard and Mesa Verde Drive. If city staff could just, perhaps on the city manager update, elaborate on what actually occurred and what steps we took. Thank you. And for everyone in the audience, I'm happy you're here and I look forward to hearing from you as we move forward in the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. From District 2, Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I want to just thank everybody who showed up here this evening to voice their opinions, good or bad, happy or sad, whatever it is. It does take a lot to get here and to get up and speak. So I want to thank you for that. I do appreciate those who come here and voice their opinion. I do want to speak on Council Member Harper. I'd like to refer to him as Don at this point because he's a person just like any one of us. And the expectation to come up here and try and perform is a great one. There's a lot to it. I always respected Don's opinion. He had a lot to say. He brought interesting perspectives to a lot of things. We agreed and disagreed, but that's good because that's what this is about, and that's why we're here together, so that we can work through things. I just want to tell Don and let everyone know that his opinion was always heard and respected, and it meant a lot to this dais, and it meant a lot to the community. So I just want to thank you for what you brought because it was important, and whoever sits in your seat has a really big pair of shoes to fill. So thank you for that, Don. I also want to elaborate on something I said, and that's expectations. Everybody here has expectations. I have expectations. If I dial 911, I have expectations. I expect that the police department's going to show up. What if they don't show up? Then what? What if I need the fire department and the fire department doesn't show up? What do we do? What if the signals are out because of a rainstorm or there's flooding and there's no one there to fix it and someone's in need? What do we do? Well, I can tell you right now that our first responders in this community are always here for us, and we can have an expectation that when we make that call that they will be there, whether it's public services, the fire department, the police department, staff, whatever it is, the expectation is always met. So I just want to take just a brief moment and thank them because we had an incident recently, and maybe the fire chief can speak to this just briefly. In Wilmington, just a few days ago, there was a truck fire. And it looked like any other fire. And there's an expectation that when you call for emergency services that they show up. Well, these firemen showed up to a burning truck. What they did not know is this was not just a burning truck. This was a CNG gas truck, compressed natural gas, under high pressure. And when it becomes volatile, it explodes. And if anyone saw this video when the explosion took place, it cleared out an easy 50 yards instantaneously. It evaporated everything in the air. A couple of firemen were hurt very badly and have been hospitalized, and I think 7 or 9 others are not in great condition. So I want to take a moment and do something I always do. I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to remind everyone of that expectation. You have an expectation of us, we have an expectation of you, and everybody's doing the best that they can. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my expectation at the beginning of this meeting was to speak very briefly, but I won't. I do, like my colleagues, want to thank Councilmember Harper for his service. Your absence the last couple of months has been noticeable, if only because your voice and your perspective hasn't been here. And despite the fact that there have been many disagreements on this dais, I do value your opinion and your representation of your constituents. So I do want to thank you for your service, and I'm very sympathetic to those circumstances. It's not an easy decision to run in the first place. It's harder to actually govern, and then to make a decision like that, I would think would be something very difficult and personal. So thank you for sharing that. I do want to comment on an observation by Councilmember Marr about what is important in our community, because often what you hear here in council isn't really what we hear on a day-to-day basis. When we get calls or emails about building permits or business licenses or dogs off leash or parks, a lot of your garden variety civic issues, that's what comes before us. That's what we spend a lot of time, and staff spends a lot of time doing. I would posit that what we actually have before us on our agenda are important issues, but not always the most important. A lot of work gets done outside of this chambers. Lastly, I don't have any updates on district or citywide, but I would like to request of the city manager a report, basically an update on the work that we've been doing with regard to the rentals and evictions. In November, we passed an ordinance, so I think it'll be 4 months by the time we get something back. I think that's enough time for us to at least get a preliminary snapshot of what staff has been working on and also what our community has been facing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wait for the applause to die down from Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Harlan's comments. So in terms of Councilmember Harper, yeah, I'm surprised, and I thank you obviously for your service. It takes a lot of courage to put your name on the ballot. It takes a lot of courage to come up here, and I have actually agreed with you on a lot of things, and I found myself saying over the last few months more than once, God, I wish Don were here. I wish we could hear what he has to say. So I am going to miss you. Don and I have known, whatever, I'll just call him Don. Don and I have known each other for many, many, many years. I remember when his family came over to St. John the Baptist from St. Joachim's. Our kids went to school together. Our wives are in Bunko together. Our families are friends, the Stevens and the Harpers, and I hope that continues always, because I'm glad that we're friends, and maybe we'll be better friends now. I don't know, because we won't have to argue about this stuff. So again, thank you for your service, and I will miss you, and I've appreciated everything you've given to the city. It is a big sacrifice, as Councilmember Gamero said. So in Black History Month, I recently went to a thing called Music of the March, and it was at Barclay Theater. I believe it was last month. Yeah, it was last month, right around Martin Luther King Day, and a little after that. And it was Deborah Wondercheck, who's our arts commissioner, put it on through Arts and Learning Conservatory. So if you get a chance, she has another, you can look it up. It's called OC Gospel Voices. It's right around June 19th. I want to say it's like June 8th. If you have a chance to go to that, that's at the Chapman Musco Center. You should go to that. They put on great shows. Thank you to Supervisor Foley for putting on the Public Safety Forum in Costa Mesa. Thank you for the chief. The chief and I were honored to speak, and also Wes Smith from superintendent of the Newport Mesa School District. It was well attended and well done, so thank you for that. Thank you to the Public Works Department, and I'm going to give you a little airtime about another thing, but thank you for the Wallace crosswalk. The Wallace crosswalk we've been talking about that. Councilmember Reynolds has been advocating for that, and we've been talking about that for years, and it really makes 19th Street safer for pedestrians, so thank you. Of course, thank you. We will adjourn the meeting for Dolores Pliego. Then the last thing I want to talk about, I mean, may she rest in peace. And it was just it's terrible always when anybody dies on our roads. Pedestrians are so vulnerable on our roads, and we're trying to address that. So I recently got selected to be on the OCTA, or Orange County Transportation Authority Board. And as I kind of embed myself in there and learn more about it, the one thing I learn, and also on the TCA board, is how much respect people have on a countywide basis for Raja Setharaman, our Director of Public Works. And so I want to, as to everybody, I want to give him some airtime. I want to make sure he gets the full round of applause that he deserves. But what I want him to talk about is we recently got from OCTA $8 million to address, in particular, these issues of pedestrian safety right at the Adams Pine Creek crosswalk. So I want you to just briefly, in like a minute, tell what those are about. And then I want everybody to give Director Setharaman a big round of applause when he's done with his remarks. Go.
So, Mr. Mayor, actually, I want to recognize our Transportation Services Division, led by Jennifer Rosales, and Brett Atencio Thomas, who's the Active Transportation Coordinator, and Ramin Nukui, he's our Senior Engineer. They also worked on this grant applications. So we submitted applications for 3 complete street projects to expand our active transportation network. And we were selected to receive $7.9 million through OCTA. So that would greatly connect our bike facilities in our city and continue the program that we have been on over the last, I would say, almost 8 years, working with our Active Transportation Committee and you here, council members, in working on these projects. So we appreciate everything that, the support that we received, and we are grateful for this grant.
Thank you very much, Director Setharaman. We appreciate you. Thank you. And so now for City Manager Lorianne Farrell Harrison for her report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and esteemed members of the public. Just a few updates this evening. First, I wanted to start with just thanking Councilmember Harper for his service, and also just for being a great mentor and many times a friend. You have a soft side to you that many may not see at times, but I know that you gave me good advice many times. On a personal level, you've seen me as a person, not just the city manager and someone that has to chase down problems or get things done. You've also treated me as a person, and that has meant a lot to me. I remember when I broke my foot, how much you encouraged me to do the physical therapy. I took your words to heart, and I almost have 99% mobility in my foot, and I have a plate with 9 screws, but you wouldn't know it. And your advice to me, I took that to heart. You told me to do hot yoga. I did that. I almost died. Never do that again. But I was thankful that you cared about me as a person and my health. And so you will be missed. I'm sorry for the challenges that have been happening with your family, and we've been praying for you. And I just feel lucky that we've had the opportunity to work together. I think the knowledge that you've brought as a business person, as a CEO, as someone with a finance background has been very helpful to me, I think to our executive team, to the council. And so I truly believe that through many diverse voices, we are our best selves. And I think you've been able to offer a perspective that has kept all of our conversations accountable. And again, much more diverse, much more thorough, much more comprehensive, and really thinking a lot of things through. And so I'm sorry that you'll be leaving us, but I know that you'll still be very much engaged, and I encourage you to keep in touch with us. And obviously, if you ever need anything from staff, we're always here to help. We love all of our honorary council members. And so thank you. Thank you for everything that you've brought to us as a team and to the city. we're a lot better for it. Couple other updates. I wanted to mention that we have a few more Fairview Developmental Center meetings coming up that we would love for you to join us at. We have 2 upcoming open houses where community members will have an opportunity to get more information and provide meaningful feedback on the future of the Fairview Developmental Center and the development of the specific plan. The public will be able to hear more about the project overview and questions, the vision and guiding principles, housing product types, circulation, traffic, parking, site plan design options, and open space. The next meeting will be from 6 to 8 p.m. Thursday, February 29th at the Costa Mesa Country Club at the golf course. That meeting is in English with Spanish translators available. The second meeting will be from 6 to 8 p.m. on Monday, March 4th at the Iglesia Church at 740 West Wilson Street, and this meeting is in Spanish. We'll also have a virtual workshop planned for 6 to 8 p.m. Wednesday, March 6th via Zoom, and that will be in both English and Spanish with a breakout room for each of the topics that are being presented. And so again, more information, more feedback, more community engagement, please. We want to hear more from you on the future of Fairview Developmental Center and the rollout of the specific plan there. Changing gears here, if you'd like to be more involved in civic government, we are recruiting for our committees, and if you feel you have something to offer, we'd love to hear from you. Those interested in applying to any of our various city committees, please go to www.costamesaca.gov/apply. We'd love to hear from you. The deadline is Friday, March 8th at 5 p.m., and appointments will tentatively be scheduled for the March 19th City Council meeting. So again, if you want to get more involved, have a greater voice in your government, this is a great opportunity to do that. Next, March 5th is the primary, so beginning Saturday, February 24th, early voting, which that's this Saturday. Early voting for the March 5th primary election will open at the Costa Mesa Senior Center Vote Center. In total, there will be 6 vote centers and 6 more ballot drop box locations in the city. So starting this Saturday, you can start voting for the March 5th election. The Senior Center and City Hall will also offer drive-through services for those wishing to drop off their ballots and visit our website for more information. Last but not least, as you know, we've been having a series of rainstorms. We have sandbags available for free to Costa Mesa residents right here at City Hall. The location is self-service, and bringing your own shovel is suggested as supplies could be limited. The limit is 15 sandbags per household. No commercial use, please. And to report any flooding issues, please call 754-5252 so that we can clear debris and make sure that our catch basins are free-flowing and we don't have flooding throughout the city. And then for sure, we will be looking into the EIR for the HB Air Show, and so we will absolutely follow up on that at the staff level. And then regarding the street vendors, Councilmember Chavez, I just wanted to report that the street food vendors are regulated by the city, but also by the county health department. As of this last week, the county health department was doing its inspections and reviewing to make sure that food vendors have their licenses. Our code enforcement officers are there to also provide additional information, but also education. Some street vendors aren't aware that they need a county health permit. They may or may not have a city permit, but at times they're not aware that they need that county health permit. We cannot issue health permits as a city to actually offer food. For vending, you must have a county health permit, and so we continue to work closely with street vendors to make sure that they're aware of the requirements and that they're obtaining the proper permits. We welcome street vendors at the city. We have a street vending ordinance. It is state law that allows that, and so we just want to make sure that the food that's being sold is consistent with the county's health requirements. And so that's the situation there. And last but not least, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, we will absolutely come back with a report on the rental evictions and rental assistance programs. I do believe they've been working very well. We've had 2 workshops for not just our property owners and landlords, but also residents to understand more about the new tenant protections ordinance. And we've been getting a lot of good feedback from everyone all around We have also been able to assist some families. Some we've placed in shelters temporarily until they can find housing, as they've been evicted, until they can secure housing so that they're not on the street. But we will be happy to come back with additional information about the program. But all the indications that we have so far at the staff level is that it's a success. The landlords are glad for the technical assistance that we're providing. We've had 2 meetings, and the residents also know to contact the city if they're in need of assistance and if they've received an eviction notice. And so we'll be happy to bring that back to you. That's all I have.
All right, before we go on, yeah, clap. We're clapping today. You know, it used to be that you couldn't clap in the chambers, but that's not on my watch. I'm a clapper. Before we get to the city attorney, Councilmember Gameros had asked the chief to do a brief report on what occurred in Wilmington. So if you want to do that, I'll give you the floor.
Mayor Stevens, council members, thank you. Appreciate the time. As far as the CNG explosion that happened in LA City, we're following it closely. There's still a lot of lessons we pull out of any incident that happens from an emergency perspective. Obviously hits close to home. 9 individuals, firefighters for LA City, were injured. We actually, one of our fire explorers was one of those that was injured in the explosion. But I think the larger issue with this is our firefighters on a daily basis are engaged in one of the most dangerous jobs and professions. And we're so grateful and thankful for what they do on a daily basis. In harm's way, day in, day out. We're just so grateful for the dangers that they really take care of in terms of serving the public. In this case, it was a vehicle fire that it came in as, and we deal with vehicle fires all the time. It was a special type of vehicle fire. This is a commercial vehicle fire with compressed natural gas, CNG, and it can be very, very volatile when it does catch fire. We have certain protocols that we subscribe to, and specifically creating distance in different ways in any hazard we face. In this case, it's tough because our own were injured. But I think in the larger sense of it, in terms of breaking it down, we're going to have a lot to digest in terms of how they actually engaged in this particular incident. But for us, on a daily basis, safety is a priority. We prioritize safety in our preparations. We prioritize safety in the safety gear that our individuals have on a daily basis. But preparation is key to it. So in terms of breaking it down, I don't know if that's anything that I can do for you tonight, but I think the larger piece is that prayers or thoughts are with LA City, the fire family. We're in touch with them from a regional basis, a local basis. But really as today, just giving thanks for the work that our folks do in public safety, both police and fire on a daily basis. A lot of things that we face, whether it's a medical aid, whether it's a vehicle fire, whether it's accidents out on the freeway or on our highways. They're in harm's way every day, and they're giving it all. But our first responders are well prepared to deal with any incident on any given day. So I don't know if there was a specific question that you wanted to ask to it. Obviously, it's sensitive in terms of how we approach different incidents. Was there anything specific that I could?
No, that's fine by me. Councilmember Gameros?
No, I just saw the video, and it was literally a bomb that went off, and he evaporated anything in a 50-foot radius almost immediately. So
Yeah.
I wanted to get any report that you had, and
Yeah.
our hearts and prayers go out with those that walk into. They were unsuspecting.
Yeah,
You know?
and again, we're harm's way every day, but fortunately, everyone's going to end up walking away from this. There's going to obviously be some lasting impacts to it, but obviously for us as first responders, it's near and dear to us. So we'll be looking at this particular incident and how we can learn from it, as we always do. But I appreciate you bringing it up, Councilmember Gameros, and we'll certainly keep you abreast as we move forward.
Councilmember Harper?
Yeah. What do you do differently
in terms of
a CNG potential explosion? What could they have done differently?
Well, I can't really second guess anything, but in terms of any hazard that we come upon, you assess what you have in terms of the scene itself, and then creating any type of defensive posture. I think they did what just about anyone would do in that given scenario with what they dealt with. So really, it's breaking down the particular incident. Second guessing is very easy, and a lot
I'm not
of
trying to question what they did wrong, or I just don't.
Sure.
If they learned something significant that they would not do again.
Yeah,
That's my
one
question.
thing I will say is a fire service that we do a great job. We take in lessons learned from any incident, whether it's a small house fire. Right at the conclusion of the incident, we do what's called a hot wash. So we'll step back with all the resources on scene. We'll talk about what went right, talk about what went wrong, and do a deeper dive into it. That's kind of right after the incident for the recency piece. And then we'll step back after the fact, we'll investigate it, and we'll take a look in terms of what could we have done differently with the response, what was it we were dealing with, and then we'll break it down, and it's immediately put in actually into a white paper format. So we do within 24 to 48 hours, we'll have information that goes out, and then we'll go into a deeper dive so we can share that with everyone in terms of what went right, what went wrong.
Sure. Same question with electric car battery fires. I've seen videos on that where they use these blankets to cover them. Are we prepared for those kinds of fires?
Yeah, we're prepared for any type of fires. The electrical car fires are an interesting one, but it's the same process. That's why our folks train when we talk about vehicle accidents, vehicle fires. We train for any potential that we could.
But you can't put it out with a hose, a fire hose. You use some.
Generally, with the electrical, it's copious amounts of water. Generally, in terms of the electrical fires, but there are different types of fires that we hit when we do have a vehicle fire. I know you're talking about the
blanket device, yeah.
The blanket device, and I think the mayor had brought that up. Having purchased, I think there's some infomercials on the blanket. Right. Throwing the blanket over the different sources, and we talked about it's a great tool in the toolbox, but really for any of those different scenarios, the key is to cover and smother the fire, take away the fuel source of it. That's going to be your best bet.
I would support outlawing the EV vehicles in Costa Mesa. I know I won't get any support here, but that's where I'd go. So, thank you.
Was it good? We can move on? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, let's save a rousing applause for our city attorney, Kimberly Hall Barlow. You have the floor for your.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this very brief. I just want to say to Councilmember Harper, I very much appreciate your directness, your candor. You never pulled punches, and I admire that tremendously. You've been great to work with. Thank you. I wish you and your family the best of everything.
Give it up for our city attorney. Okay. So let's hear it for the consent calendar. The consent calendar, all matters listed on the consent calendar will be considered in one motion. They're considered to be routine, and we will have them in one motion unless a member of the public or a member of the staff or a member of the city council pulls the item. Madam Clerk, are any items? Okay, so just to note for the record, we don't need to pull this, but note a recusal on CC 3 for Councilmember Gameros. Other than that, Madam Clerk, any items that are to be pulled tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the public has requested items number 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, let's get a motion on the balance.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 8, please.
Okay, item 8, good. Let's get a motion on the balance. Motion on the balance by Councilmember Reynolds. Oh, wait a minute. We had Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Marr.
Oh, wait.
I had that?
I have Chavez up here.
Right. But that went away from the board.
Here, let me see.
So do you want to stick
Let
with?
me clear that. There you go.
Okay. Reynolds? Marr? Okay. The balance moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Marr. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, let's move through the consent calendar items that have been pulled. The first is consent calendar item number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Yes, this is amendment number 4 to professional services agreement with Kaiser Marston Associates for Affordable Housing Consulting Services.
Okay, and this has been pulled by a member of the public, so let's open it up for public comments. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening again. The inclusionary housing ordinance was supposed to be on tonight's agenda. I hear it's been postponed so we can have yet another study session. In May, it will be a year since you started this process, yet we don't seem to be anywhere close to adopting a final ordinance. The major problem I see is that you've made this so complicated by reinventing the wheel. Instead of following a model of one of our neighbors, you use the Frankenstein approach, and now you're having a difficult time getting the parts to work together well. There's a lot to be said for making things simple to operate and understand. There's also a lot to be said for watching the city's dollars as if they were your own, and that's not what I'm seeing here happen a lot. So now we have to pay this consultant another $53K to hopefully finish the job. Please let this be it. I want to speak to Mr. Harper. We're polar opposites, politically, ideologically in some ways, but I've appreciated your persistence with your point of view and also the knowledge that you've brought in terms of a business acumen that I don't often see with the others up there, but I'm accustomed to dealing with that in my work. And when you ask those tough finance questions, you've beat me to the punch many times, and so I really appreciate that. I wish you the best. I hope your family situation improves, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comments on that item. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Priscilla, please.
Hi, Priscilla, I'm sorry, I almost missed you on Zoom. We're on the consent calendar item number 5. You have the floor.
Our city council is using a corporate trick. When an unpleasant truth comes out, don't fix the problem, just spend lavishly on a marketing campaign. Such was the second community outreach for Fairview Park Developmental Center. This is the latest in the council's attempt to, that they want residents discussing important issues of the day, which they summarily ignore. This, however, surpassed even the housing elements outreach as the highest form of satirical and political theater. The only goal of the meeting was to edit the text of the, quote, draft visioning and guiding principles market study and land use framework options document, which is a new take on the Tinkerbell effect, a fairy tale where anything is possible if you just believe.
Excuse me. Let's pause Priscilla's time. Priscilla, what we're talking about here on consent calendar item number 5 is an additional money to be funded on the Kaiser Marston Associates for the Affordable Housing Consulting Services. So if you could focus your comments on that, and if you don't have any comments, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Any other people on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comments. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Councilmember Marr and seconded by Chavez is to approve, right?
Yes.
Okay, to approve. Let's call for the question.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, we're made it to consent calendar item number 6. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Spending authorization approval for on-call environmental, technical, and staffing services list.
Yes. Okay, well, let's open it up to public comment. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Okay, guess it's my night. I pulled this item because the city should not pay PlaceWorks another penny. The last Fairview Developmental Center specific plan meeting was nothing less than a fiasco. PlaceWorks apparently fed information about the project into a chatbot to get a generic, quote, vision statement about the project. I did that with very similar results, and so did others. The city paid money for this consultant to take the residents' comments about what makes a great neighborhood, and for the most part, just ignore them because they couldn't be bothered with the task of determining the public's consensus on the vision and guiding principles for the project. Despite the agenda, most of that meeting didn't focus on the vision statement and the guiding principles because we got steered off into meaningless chats about traffic patterns, park layouts, and a market survey about recreational activities that didn't even include pickleball. I was largely denied the opportunity to ask questions or make comments about the vision statement or principles. The principles, by the way, are mostly sales pitch fluff. One of the moderator's assistants in charge of passing the mic to the audience told me she was following the instructions of the moderator to only give the mic to people she was allowing to speak. Wasn't me. This is not how you engage the public or make them feel that the city cares about their opinions. Finally, we were diverted by the jolly man from the state who had no new information about the EOC, answering most of the questions with, "That's above my pay grade." So far, these meetings have been nothing more than a three-ring circus where we're supposed to be distracted by the acts while the clowns circle through the stands picking our pockets. It is clear that the consultant doesn't care about the residents' concerns, and lip service by the city doesn't help. You need to stop this farce now, form an advisory committee that will produce a real work product, a better work product than PlaceWorks. I don't have a problem with the city manager and city clerk approving certain contracts and amendments, but PlaceWorks need to be taken off this list. In my opinion, the city should fire the consultant because their so-called work product can go straight in the recycle bin. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Councilmember Harper, we're going to miss you. I appreciate your being up there. Lone voice, can kind of relate a little bit. I'm talking about the number of consultants down here. It doesn't seem to be a cap. I talked about a cap on the number of cannabis operations, and I don't think there's a cap. Used to be that anything above 50K would have to come to the city council. So I'm not sure what permissions this gives to the city manager and the city clerk to authorize these amendments. But I want to thank Ms. McDonald and also former Vice Mayor Humphreys for also talking about the process for the Fairview Developmental Center. It's not going well. Some of you have come to the meetings, but as a taxpayer and a resident, I don't feel that we're really being heard. It seems like we're just going through the motions, but we're not getting anywhere. And as I mentioned to you, Mr. Mayor, at the Trellis Luncheon, it would seem that we could just put a stop on this right now and form a citizen committee, an ad hoc committee that for a few months could really have some robust discussions about what we want to see. It's all confusing and mishmash. You know, consultants, we pay them a lot, and this isn't a criticism of PlaceWorks, but, you know, they kind of have in their own mind what they want, what the end result is. Kind of like what happened with the library at the Dungan Library, is like it just, oh, we can't fix the old building, so we need to build this new one. And it's beautiful, but I don't know, a lot of people don't think it really represents Costa Mesa. It's a beautiful building and it's functional and everything, but I don't want the end result for the Fairview Developmental Center to be what the consultant wants, the vision of the consultant. And I want it to be organic, multicultural, that the end result will probably, some of us won't even be here when it's finished, but, but we want have our voice heard. And I've gone to both meetings. We are not being heard. We're not being represented. It's just kind of a waste of time. So please, please think about forming a committee and to really listen to the voices and to have those robust discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just another example of just buy it, spend more money, let somebody else tells you what to do. You got people extremely educated like Wendy Lease that have been a champion for the city. There's people that are willing to come in and help staff come up with ideas, with solutions for a better environmental, I don't know, I'm kind of lost for words. Just community people that live here, that care about this town. I guarantee you that none of these people on this list live in town. So the end result is going to be, they really don't care. There might be a few around, if I'm mistaken by speaking so, but why can't we just take community people and bring us all together and try to come up with a solution? At that point, if it doesn't work, you can hire out, but at least hear what we have to say. Let's not do this all over again. Like she said, we're probably not going to be here by the time this thing gets over with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody on Zoom?
Priscilla, please.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
Our city council is using a corporate trick. When an unpleasant truth comes out, don't fix the problem, just spend lavishly on a marketing campaign. Such was the second community outreach for the Fairview Park Developmental Center. This, the latest in the council's attempt to prove they're including residents in robust discussions on important issues of the day, which they summarily ignore. This, however, surpassed even the housing element outreach as the highest form of satire and political theater. The only goal of the meeting was to edit the text of the, quote, draft visioning and guiding principles, market study, and land use framework options, unquote, document, which is a new take on the Tinkerbell effect, a fairy tale where anything is possible if you just believe. But the audience didn't clap. Some were baffled, others came prepared. Cynthia McDonald pointed out the flaws in the process and documents, but was cut off when she tried to ask specific questions. Residents persisted since FDC is the only place affordable housing will be built. They wanted to know what types and where it would be located. Some wanted to know who'd buy market rate and luxury housing next to an emergency operations center designed to serve half the state's population, whereupon the speaker moved the EOC presentation to the end of the program, a tactic used before to run out the clock. To add to the farce, the Office of Emergency Services sent Brian Ferguson, a marketing public PR rep, to answer questions. Many residents...
Excuse me, it didn't seem like she had 3 minutes. Maybe she's just very brisk comments. Did she have 3 minutes?
Okay.
Why don't we give her another minute?
Okay.
Chill out for a little bit. We'll give you 1 more minute, Priscilla, and you'll be back on the clock and you can finish what you have to say. 1 more minute.
I know it's 1 minute, but I'll just do 2 and then stop the right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready? Priscilla? Okay.
She's still there.
Priscilla, do you want another minute? All right. We'll give you a second.
Okay.
You
Is
got
that
it?
all right?
1 more minute.
All right, thank you. Many residents referred to the EIR detailing the helipad, the 10-story communications tower, the warehouses, trucks, and the headquarters. His answer to most questions was, that's above my pay grade. He tried to be folksy, use anecdotes to downplay these features, and finally, in desperation, pro-offered jobs to the EOC may bring to the city. However, he fell silent when it was pointed out that the EIR is an official document, and his comments were just so much, well, you get the idea. Almost half of the Costa Mesa residents are low income who desperately need affordable housing. The last administration insulted and ridiculed them and colluded with developers. You orchestrate useless outreach, then give developers everything they want and beg for crumbs. The result is the same. Developers govern all building in the city to exclude affordable units. But if the state sanctions us for lack of affordable housing or we're sued for redlining, it's not the developers who will end up paying. It will be the residents with their tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so anybody else on Zoom that wishes to speak to this matter?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, closed public comment. Looks like we already got a motion by Councilmember Gameros. I'm going to go ahead and second that motion. Let's call for the question. Oh, yeah, well, it's to approve, right?
Yeah, it's not. You
No,
might
it's
wanna,
not?
You might want to listen. Well,
What is it?
I'd like to make a motion that we
Sure.
do not
Oh, wait, hold on.
move forward with this, or if we do, that we disinclude PlaceWorks. I would like to approve with the exception of PlaceWorks then.
Okay. And that's seconded by Chavez. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Harper, please. Okay. Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmember Reynolds, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay. So, we're moving on to consent calendar, item number 7. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title?
Adams Avenue and Pine Creek Drive intersection project, federal project, and city project.
Okay, let's open up public comment on that one. Ma'am, you have the floor.
I was hoping that
Oh, just hold on one second. I have to turn your mic on. Okay, now go.
I was hoping that Mr. Sethuraman might have a presentation on this because it's I think of it as one of the more complicated projects that the Bikeway Committee had to look at, and there was a lot of involvement, cooperation with the community in the design, and it's something that's obviously greatly needed, I really support this project because it's going to bring improvements to an intersection that needs it, and it's going to improve the bikeability and walkability. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comments. Does anybody want to make a motion? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yep. Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now, Councilmember Marr pulled number 8. So, Councilmember Marr, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to pull this one to have a brief discussion about the fact that I think it's important that we're hiring consultants, contractors who can help us sort of on an as-needed interim basis to make sure that fire equipment is maintained correctly. But that is also a position within the city that I believe is currently vacant that we are hiring for. And I think there's a great deal of institutional knowledge that's really important to have with all of this equipment. I think that's something that we want to continue to keep in-house to the extent that we can. And so it's a 5-year period, $200,000. I'm hoping we can use this as little as possible as soon as we get somebody in-house. And I just want to make sure for the city manager, I didn't misstate any of that, and that's still the city's plan to move forward with bringing a mechanic on.
Yes, that's a conversation that Public Works has had with me. In terms of the vacancies, Raja could speak to that better in terms of how many vacancies we have at the moment in the mechanics ranks, but we should absolutely have this as an in-house specialty. We always have, and so we just need to build that expertise back up and get the right person for the job.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Marr, we have one vacancy right now in the fleet section. However, we have a need for. Sometimes we have multiple equipment that comes in and we might need some additional help, and sometimes it's a weekend. Something happens on a weekend and we need to get somebody on board quickly, and we rely on sometimes bid pros and other contractors to quickly step in and help out as needed.
Okay. Thank you. I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to make the motion to approve?
Sure, I'll move them.
Okay. Oh, sorry, public, open it up for public comment. Thank you. We don't see any public comment. Anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. Okay. Motion to.
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Chavez. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Great. It's 8:08. Shall we take a break? Let's take a break and let's be back at. Try to get back at 8:20. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record at 8:20. We're here for our first public hearing item. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Review of the Planning Commission's decision to deny planning application 22-22 for a conditional use permit to operate a retail cannabis storefront business with delivery located at 1858 Newport Boulevard. Presentation by Ms. Halligan, Senior Planner.
Okay, because we're considering a planning application, a decision of the Planning Commission, the first thing I need to do is call for any ex-parte communications from the council. So let's go from my right to my left. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, I did have a phone conversation with the applicant to learn more about the project, and that's it.
I had a phone call with the applicant.
I had 2 phone calls with the applicant, once before our previously scheduled meeting, and then this past week.
I had a meeting with the applicant, a phone call with the applicant, and he wasn't there, but I also went and visited the site.
Nothing.
I have none.
No communications.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a staff presentation, and then the applicant's going to make a presentation. Once those 2 are finished, we'll have council questions by the council. The council can ask questions of either staff or the applicant or both. Then we're going to go to public comment. After the public comment, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to the public comments, only with new matters, not to repeat what it was in the original presentation. Then we'll, call for a vote and do our deliberations and so forth and so on. So with that, who will be presenting the staff report tonight?
Ms. Halligan, Senior Planner, please.
Ms. Halligan, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Pro Tem Harlan, and council members. I'm Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. Planning Application 22-22 is a request for a conditional use permit to establish a cannabis storefront with delivery at 1858 Newport Boulevard. The proposed business would be called Evolve Herbal. The applicant successfully completed the initial steps, including a pre-application cannabis business permit application, and the CBP application included a business plan, security plan, and owner background checks. The proposed storefront would be located at 1858 Newport Boulevard, a mid-block location shown here. The property is zoned C2, General Business District. There are other commercially zoned properties to the north, south, and west. Properties to the east are zoned R2 HD, multiple family high density, and P for off-street parking district. Surrounding uses include a cannabis storefront, jewelry stores, restaurants, fitness studios, and a grocery store. There are also restaurants, entertainment, and beauty uses across Newport Boulevard at Triangle Square. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. This is an existing 2,300 square foot single-story commercial building. As proposed, the cannabis use would occupy the entire building. No additional square footage is proposed. Parking would be provided in a gated lot in the rear that is not shared with any other businesses. The parking lot is accessed from an existing narrow public alley. This is the conceptual site plan and renderings of the proposed improvements. The front of the building would be renovated to feature larger windows, and a low wall and other existing items in the front setback would be removed and replaced with landscaping. The parking lot would be restriped and landscaped. Planters would feature living ground cover and at least 3 trees. The parking lot design, along with a bike rack, would allow the project to exceed the city's parking requirements by 2 spaces. The Transportation Division reviewed the proposed project and determined that the potential trips did not meet the threshold for a traffic study. This is the proposed floor plan. Customers would be able to enter from the parking lot or from a pedestrian path linking to Newport Boulevard. customers would only be allowed in the retail sales area after their age and identity have been verified. There are more than 45 standard conditions of approval related to Measure Q uses. For example, cannabis consumption is prohibited. Hours are limited to those between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. The facility is subject to both state and local inspections, and a security guard must be present on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of the storefront's hours of operation. As with other cannabis storefronts near residential development, there are specific conditions of approval intended to improve compatibility. These include posting signs in the parking lot, reminding customers to use consideration, limiting the hours the exterior trash can be utilized, and closing the vehicle gate to public between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. The City Council has the authority to modify, remove, or add conditions of approval. Staff recommended Planning Commission approval of the CUP subject to conditions of approval and was able to make the following findings. The proposed development or use is substantially compatible with developments in the same general area and would not be materially detrimental to other properties within the area. Granting the conditional use permit will not be materially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public or otherwise injurious to property or improvements within the immediate area. And granting the conditional use permit will not allow a use, density, or intensity which is not in accordance with the general plan designation and any applicable specific plan for the property. The Planning Commission denied the proposed use at the December 11th, 2023 meeting at a 4-3 vote. The majority of Planning Commissioners felt that the proposed storefront would be inconsistent with General Plan Policy LU 1.1, requiring a mix and balance of commercial goods and services, and that an overconcentration would occur and a variety of goods and services would not be available. And also inconsistent with General Plan Policy LU 6.1, a mix of land uses that maintain and improve the city's long-term fiscal health, and that a concentration of competing similar businesses would not be fiscally resilient or healthy. 3 planning commissioners discussed that the proposed cannabis retail storefront would be consistent with the municipal code, citing the use as compatible with adjacent uses and consistent with the intent of the C2 General Business District. On December 15th, 2023, Mayor Stevens submitted an application to call the Planning Commission decision up for review. The stated purpose of the review was to allow the applicant a fair de novo hearing based upon relevant issues under the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. The City Council shall exercise its independent judgment and discretion in making a decision. The review is not limited to the grounds stated for the review or the evidence that was presented to the Planning Commission. The City Council's decision on the matter is the final decision. Pursuant to Municipal Code Chapter 9, Appeal and Review Procedures, the City Council will conduct a new de novo review. Per CEQA Guidelines Section 15270A, CEQA does not apply to projects which an agency rejects or disapproves. If the City Council desires to overturn the Planning Commission decision and approve the proposed use, the project would be categorically exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Class 1, Existing Facilities. The City Council may overturn the Planning Commission's decision and provide facts in support of approval and approve Planning Application 22-22, subject to conditions of approval, or uphold the Planning Commission's decision and adopt a resolution to deny Planning Application 22-22. The applicant, Mark Adams, has also prepared a presentation. So this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you. We'll give the floor to the applicant, Mr. Adams.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Thank you for your time this evening. I have a slideshow which we presented to Planning Commission, and since this is a new de novo hearing, I figured I may as well show you as well. I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I have over 17 years of experience in medicinal cannabis. I've served on the board of multiple nonprofit organizations to further the research and education on medicinal cannabis, including the chapter director of the Medical Cannabis Association. I'm recognized as a court-appointed expert in the field of cannabis, and I serve on the board of advisors to the State Tax and Fee Administration. I have a proven track record in actively contributing to the development of the cannabis industry, ensuring patients come first. We did a community capability study just to make sure that we're compatible with the rest of the, how do I switch the slides here?
Okay,
Thanks, Michelle.
so you got,
To the next
that's
one?
you, and then you want to go to the next one?
There's those good-looking guys.
Got
Okay.
it. Good pictures.
There we go. Go to the next one. There we go. So we went and looked at the community because we realized that there was another cannabis store that's open directly next to us, and one to the right that was had an approval for their CUP. And there was 6 hair salons on the same block, and I don't think they had that same issue. And there was 4 jewelry stores on that same block, and I don't believe they had that issue. Across at the Triangle, we have probably 10 restaurants and several bars. It's a trend, and it's what the community does in almost every city. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk a little bit about what makes us different than your average cannabis shop. A lot of people have come up and said, we have 2. Why do we need 3, or why do we need any more? And the real answer is we're different. Not all operators are the same. Our focus is on medicinal qualities, okay? We prioritize the medicinal qualities of cannabis, rooted in my commitment to wellness. We focus on a more mature customer base. We tailor our products and services to the unique needs and preferences of an older demographic. It's the people that don't know the questions to ask. Those are the people that need help. They don't know the right questions. So we use, next slide, please, Michelle. Thank you. Our products mix is curated with a focus on CBD, CBN, THCA, tinctures, sleep aids, balms, items specifically designed for pain relief and promoting overall health. We emphasize products known for their therapeutic benefits, catering to those seeking medicinal solutions. We're not your average pot shop trying to just sell cannabis to every person that walks in. We cater to a demographic that needs it for medicinal purposes. Our staff is well-versed in the medicinal aspects of our product mix. Through continuous training, they're equipped to guide customers in choosing the right products tailored to their individual needs. We prioritize education to ensure our team can provide expert product knowledge. And our follow-up, we value building relationships. Our commitment extends beyond the point of sale. With the personalized touch, our team engages in follow-up to ensure that every customer's experience is seamless and beneficial. Next slide, please. You can see the building that's there, if any of you are familiar with the building, which I'm sure a lot of you are. I've heard from a lot of residents and neighbors that they're just happy to see what's there gone, and I'm one of those as well. So we're going to be improving the exterior and the look of the building, completely remodeling it. Next slide, please. Our interior design embodies an open area and secure ambience through the integration of sustainable materials, superior workmanship, ADA accessibility, and the creation of a comfortable atmosphere. Next slide, please. Our parking offers a secure and discreet off-street parking experience. Our beautifully landscaped parking lot is designed for safe and easy access, ensuring a positive experience for customers. Next slide. Security. Our state-of-the-art alarm system, motion, door, and glass break sensors with immediate response protocols, controlled access, commercial-grade locks, and personalized FOB-activated systems for restricted entry. Comprehensive camera network, 28 high-definition cameras covering critical areas, providing real-time error alerts and ensuring compliance. A 24/7 security guard overseeing controlled access. Employee training, we conduct quarterly security seminars conducted by our partner security professional. Our cash management, we have Dama Financial Cash Courier, and we also accept debit and credit cards. So it's not just a cash business anymore, and we have an armed guard service that comes and picks up cash. Next slide, please. Community outreach. So I went personally and sent out 257 introductory letters sent out to our neighbors with my personal contact information to voice any questions or concerns. I've had support from some of the local neighboring businesses and some of the local neighboring residents. I went door to door, knocking and introducing myself personally, and the people I spoke with, they said, "Oh, another cannabis collective." Okay. I didn't get anything negative. They just said, "Oh, okay, another one." And then I explained to them what our model is and what we're trying to achieve. And they were looking forward to it. So it's not everything is created equal. Next slide, please. And just to finish up, I just want to tell you that we're looking forward to serving the community. And we want you to hopefully right the wrong that was done a few weeks ago at the Planning Commission. I know that one of the planning commissioners went to staff and was trying to change his vote to a yes vote. And that was, the city attorney advised that it was too late for that and that they were unable to change their vote. So unfortunately, we're here and looking forward to hearing from the rest of you tonight. This is my attorney, Tal Finney, and he has a presentation for you as well.
I'll be quick. Thank you so much. Honorable Mayor, council members, and Madam City Attorney. I just want to point out a couple quick things. That Evolve Herbal has diligently followed all legal requirements, ordinances, and regulations outlined by the CMMC in the state of California for operating a storefront retail cannabis dispensary. And while they appreciate the Planning Commission's review and consideration of their CBP and CUP applications, they sought the fair de novo hearing today based upon relevant issues that related to, we consider it abuse of discretion under Measure Q, which I might remind the council was adopted by a supermajority, as I understand it, of the people and voters of Costa Mesa. And I want to point out Council Member Dr. Marr's point that we're hearing here from maybe 1% or less, 1/10 of 1% of the community. I had the good luck of serving the state of California and went through both the adoption of the medicinal uses as well as the adoption of the recreational regs for the state of California. Here you have Measure Q, a large supermajority of the public supporting this. And while I appreciate everyone's right, First Amendment right to communicate to you, I also believe that as electeds, we also have to look towards what the people are saying. In the large majority. And so I want to point out that Measure Q was passed, and it really does not establish a merit-based review process. It's based upon certain principles that your staff put up there, and the staff of the city recommended adopting this particular CUP that's here before you today, and that the California Code of Civil Procedure requires that administrative commission decisions must be supported by substantial evidence, and whether a public commission or agency abused its discretion in exercising such that did so to an end or purpose is not justified by substantial evidence and clearly against reason. So when you look at the Civil Code section of the state and Measure Q itself, we're really looking at an abuse of discretion here, given, as your own staff pointed out, the issues that they felt the commission looked at should have been approved. And so Evolve Herbal also, as mentioned by my client, works individually with each of its customers to maximize their health and safety with their products, with a special emphasis on elderly patients, offering a wide range of low psychoactive products, meaning they focus on the CBDs, which don't have the THC, and the health benefits of CBD, CBN, CBQ, other terpene-based benefits, and having served in the government at the time that medical marijuana became a reality and watched everything go with the public towards recreational, I will say that there was a very strongly established medical marijuana industry in California, and this is one of the few folks I know that comes from that era and comes from that world. And so again, as to multiple uses, my client already mentioned there's multiple hair salons, multiple restaurants, multiple jewelry shops, all adjacent to each other in the same proposed location. And I would argue that this would help because it keeps everything in one location. And this is America. It's all about competition. And it also is different here because my client is not your typical marijuana dispensary. They focus on the medical uses. So with that, I'd like to conclude my comments and encourage the City Council to approve my client's CUP application, and also state that we're hoping that we can do this because it's important that not only do we follow Measure Q, but we want to take care of the taxpayer and their taxpayer dollars, and make sure that we follow the law and not have to result in meaningless litigation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So before I open this up, Mr. Adams, can you come back on the podium? Before I open it up to questions, just for the record, I have to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Did you read the conditions of approval in the proposed CUP, which is Exhibit 1 to our staff report?
No, I didn't.
I think we heard from staff just tonight on that again.
Well, these are should have been asked of you at the Planning Commission. Did you read them and do you agree to them? Do you agree to the
No, I'm
conditions of
sorry.
approval?
I thought you meant for tonight there were special
No.
conditions. Of course,
Conditions
yes.
of approval. So you
Yes.
read them and you agree to the conditions of
Absolutely,
approval.
yes.
Got it. Have to do that for the record.
Okay, sorry.
That's if I were the chairman of the Planning Commission, I'd be more smooth about it, but I'm not that good. So now you can sit down. You answered
Okay.
my question.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, now we can open it up to council, anybody who wishes to ask any questions of either the staff or the applicant. Councilmember Harper.
Of course I have a question.
Of course.
Mark, will you come back up if you don't mind? I'm the only guy you didn't call. You should have your attorney sit down. You're better without him, but it's okay. You can stay if you want. I'm up here with a couple of attorneys, and I don't like them either, so we're good with that.
There you go.
After all the nice things we said about you.
Yeah,
At least I get to experience Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, sorry. I like what you said very much. I like the product that's medical in nature. I don't like the THC for our youth and our community. But it's a focus. What's that mean, it's a focus? What percentage of your products are just purely medical and what percentage are THC and recreational?
Before I answer that question, can I make a comment on something that you mentioned earlier?
No.
Okay.
No, you can. You can. Of course you can. Not your attorney, though. Go ahead.
Go sit down. All right. So when you were talking about the youth and how cannabis is, you're right. You're absolutely right. Before the age of 18, if you're consuming cannabis, your brain's not fully developed, and it does retard the development of your brain. That's a fact. But that's why the state of California approved it for 21 and over, and that's why we have such strict guidelines, is because after the age of 18, the brain is developed. And so I just wanted to address that because I hear it and I understand it, but it's taken out of context a lot of times.
Yeah, I'll respond to that by saying, look at the tobacco industry and how we introduce the tobacco to our youth and to our young adults and our adults, and then we spend all these years trying to unwind that.
Oh, I get it. I see it.
And so, and give THC to the above 21-year-olds and the parents, and we can color the stuff so it doesn't look like it's for kids. The kids see their parents use it, and that's the best example they have, and that's the greatest marketing that there is. So that's the problem. Again, I'll go back to my question.
Yeah, back to your question.
Yeah.
When I say it's my focus, when a new customer walks in, I have to change it from customer to patient since the state legalized recreational. But I'm used to saying when a new patient walks in, we have an intake form, and we talk to them a little bit about what they're using cannabis for. If they say they use it because they enjoy it and they use it recreationally, that's as far as that goes. We point them just to a THC product, and even though they say that they just enjoy it, they're using it recreationally, there's still a purpose. They're still using it as an ends to a mean. So
Right.
as a means to an end. And so when we find that intake form, we get a lot of valuable information. I mean, I've had a patient walk in the door with his wife that was blind. And he came in and I suggested 3 different varieties of cannabis and came back, I think it was about 10 days later, and I didn't recognize him. And he walked in and he said, I want this same thing that was in this bottle. And I said, okay, and I go, you look very familiar. Did I take care of you last time? And he said, I think so. He goes, I couldn't see you because he's allergic to the glaucoma medication. And it was the first time he could see. He told me that he saw his grandchild for the first time because of that medication. When you hear something like that, you have to understand that there's very specific terpenes and cannabinoids, and we focus on that. So we take a look at the terpenes and the cannabinoids that are affecting people in different ways to help with their ailments. So that's how we focus on that. When you talk about our product mix, we have probably 80 different products with less than 2.5 milligrams of THC. The state dose is 10 milligrams, so that's a quarter of what that is. Mm-hmm. But it has high dosages of CBD, CBN, THCA, CBG, things of that nature.
So I picked up 10 products. If I went blindly in a New York store and picked up 10 products, how many would be recreational?
Depends on which 10 you picked.
Of course it would, but I'm trying to get if I picked up 100, that's my initial question. What percentage of your products are recreational?
I can't say recreational compared to medicinal, because if I have a product that's 50% THC and 50% CBD, a lot of people are using that recreationally, and a lot of people are using that medicinally. The CBD is an anti-inflammatory, but it also counteracts the psychoactivity of the THC. So it makes it so that you don't get the paranoia associated with THC delta 9.
Okay, you're still going to argue that your store is going to be substantially different product mix than the store next door?
Yes.
I'm trying to help you out here.
Yes, no, I do. Yeah.
Okay, but I can still buy a recreational product at your store?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I think that's it. I have questions for, is it Michelle? But I'm done with Mark if somebody wants to jump in. If I don't want to.
No, why don't you conclude your questioning, then we can go to somebody else.
On page, it's Michelle, right? I'm sorry, I got old and don't have a memory. Page 10, CPU findings for approval. That process looks at, so the second bullet item, looks at health, safety, and general welfare. When you look at health of a product and you look at health of a business, the health impact on the public, what exactly do you consider in that process?
Councilmember Harper, we're reviewing the proposed project based on the Costa Mesa Municipal Code as it is adopted.
Right.
So we're not going through and reviewing their product mix. We are going through and reviewing their security plan and their business plan to make sure that it meets the state and local requirements.
Okay, this is gonna sound sarcastic, but it's an extreme. If I said, gee, their product mix has fentanyl in it, that sounds really sarcastic. I don't mean it that way. But if it had an awful product in it, the CUP process wouldn't identify that, would it?
Councilmember Harper, the Measure Q is specific to retail cannabis. It is not specific to fentanyl products.
Does it become meaningful when we get more data about the impacts of cannabis on our community and our general public? Does that change what the process would be or decisions might make in that process?
Councilmember Harper, I believe at that time it would be up to the city council to go ahead and review the ordinance, and it's to amend the ordinance.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate your time. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Any other council members? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Halligan, I didn't see a map, and I think it was presented at the Planning Commission meeting, which showed the other retail cannabis uses in the area. Do you have something like that you can show?
Pro Tem Harlan, tonight I don't have that map available. It's something that we had been showing, and we've been playing around with other requests of what to show in terms of other projects that are in the process, and so we'll be looking at that more in the future as we discuss amendments to the ordinances.
Okay, can you pull up slide 4 then?
Sure. Let's see.
So the figure on the right, could you just identify what properties have already been approved and are operate or have been approved for cannabis?
Sure. So at the corner of Broadway and Newport Boulevard is 1854 Newport. That is an operating cannabis storefront. Tonight's application is next door at 1858. And then adjacent to it is 1860, which is a location where a cannabis storefront CUP has been approved. The plans are in plan check. And at this time, we do not know if and when that would open, but the CUP was approved. And let's see, on the other side of Broadway at 1848, there is also a CUP application for a cannabis storefront that has not yet been presented to the Planning Commission.
Right, so let's put that one aside. Can you just help explain for the public what how a conditional use permit runs with the land and what that means?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem. So a conditional use permit is an entitlement that runs with the land, meaning that there are provisions that would allow this use to retain or to remain at this property. However, in Costa Mesa, a cannabis permit is, there are two procedures. One is the conditional use permit, and the other is the cannabis business permit. So if an operator ceased to operate at one of these facilities, a new cannabis business would not be able to automatically begin operating. They would have to begin the application process for a cannabis business permit. And they would submit their own business plans, security plans, and have to pass background checks as well before agreeing to follow all of the conditions of approval that run with said land.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? I just have some questions. Just briefly regarding traffic, you mentioned, I think, Ms. Halligan, you mentioned that there was no traffic study done because the traffic department determined that the use did not meet the threshold. Would you please elaborate on that, what you're talking about in terms of the threshold that was not met? And I'm trying to understand whether there's a concern about traffic here from the staff's perspective.
Mayor, from a staff's perspective, traffic was not a concern, but we did rely upon the analysis of our transportation division, and they have some standard thresholds that they've been using when evaluating cannabis storefront projects. If you want to discuss specifics, I believe Jennifer and perhaps Brent may be here from our transportation.
She's
division.
right. She's lurking. Okay, now if you just move Mr. Adams, and we'll have Mr. Rosales tell us all about traffic or the lack thereof.
Great. Mayor Stevens, for a traffic study to be required, typically it's a minimum threshold of 100 peak hour trips, and that could be the peak hour in the AM or the PM. In this case, the PM would have a higher number of trips than the AM. So the net PM peak hour trips is only 8 trips, so well below the 100 trip threshold. The total PM peak trips, not including subtracting out the the current use that's there, is 23 total trips in the PM peak, but we look at net, which is 8. So even the 23 is well below the 100 peak hour threshold.
Okay, so they would have to have, forgetting about the net, I mean, just looking at well, maybe I'll call it the gross, if that's not, they would have to have 3 times the amount of trips that you're showing just to warrant a traffic study.
Mayor Stevens, closer to 4 times.
4 times, right, okay. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And did that feedback contribute to staff's decision to approve this or request or recommend approval to the Planning Commission?
Mayor Stevens, that's correct. We do discuss the projects in a multidisciplinary fashion. We meet with engineering, transportation, building, and so on.
Okay. So now, thank you very much. The witness is excused. Come on back out.
I had a couple of questions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't see you before. May I continue?
Of course. I thought you were.
No, I'm not. I have just excused all the witnesses. But anyway, I'm just going to continue my flow if it's okay. And then, so I just want to follow a customer and just, for the record and for everybody to understand. So the customer, it's not clear. There's no really clear slide that I can direct you to. So the customer would come in through the alleyway, correct?
Yes, they'd
Yeah.
come in through the alleyway.
And
then
these
they
are it's the volume of customers that we just discussed with Ms. Rosales, right?
That sounds in line with our expectations.
And then they would go into the parking lot, right?
Yeah, they would park in the parking lot. They would enter through the foyer.
Hold on, I just want to get in the park. Now I'm going to stop you for a second. And there's enough parking here. I think we determined that there's 2 parking lots in excess of parking spaces in excess of what we require, right? Staff?
That is correct.
Okay, so the person parks in the parking lot. Now they get out of their car and they walk into your store. And then, to kind of address some of the things that Mr. Harper said, is the first thing that happens is they're screened to determine whether they're old enough to buy.
Yes.
How is that done?
That's done through a security guard with a scanner. So it's scanned so that we don't get any fakes. And once it's scanned, they enter their information in, and they're transferred into the back to have a customer evaluation done.
Okay. And then once they do that, then they come in and is there some type of sales clerks or somebody that supports
Yes.
them?
There's a counter, a sales counter, and they meet there after they fill out their intake form. They give that to the person that's helping them. After they meet with them, they get their products and they go back into their car and
Well,
leave
they're
the
not
parking
there
lot.
yet, right? Because they got to pay for their products.
Yes.
Right? So they choose their products, they pay for them, and you were telling us the different ways they can pay.
Yes,
Tell
they
us.
can pay with credit or debit card, or they can pay in cash.
And
It's
then-
like a typical store.
And then once they pay for their products, are they products put in some type of a container or a bag?
Yes, so all of the products that are sold are all child-proof sealed containers. And then after that, it's put into a bag, and that bag is stapled. This way, law enforcement can see if the bag was actually sealed at the end.
Okay. And then once that happens, they got their bag, they've paid for their products by credit card or otherwise, they leave the store and they go into their car, right?
That's correct.
And what do you do, if anything, to prevent them from sparking up in the parking lot and
There's a
before
security
they leave?
guard in the parking lot.
Okay.
And we do not allow any consumption on site.
Okay.
It's illegal and it's dangerous.
Okay.
And we don't want any part of that. We would never allow that.
So they come with the product that they purchased, they put it somewhere in their car, and then they drive off the same way
Yeah.
they came.
Yeah, I have young children too. I don't want anyone driving intoxicated or anything like that.
Last question, would you be open to reducing the hours of operation from 10 to 9?
If that was a requirement from the council, I would.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I'm slow to hitting my button, but you can probably assume I often have default. I'll have a question. So I have two questions for the applicant and then 2 questions for staff. First, I've been looking through. Gosh, where is it? We have a stack of public comments. Many opposed to the project, many in support of the project. There's a stack that looked like a sort of a form letter with some handwritten signatures that I'm assuming your team helped collect.
Yes.
Can you, what do those represent?
Those represent people that have experienced our store, customers, patients. We've had some doctors. We've had some people from some nonprofit organizations. We had someone from the cannabis director's office write a letter of recommendation. We asked for it, and they just sent it to us.
Okay, so generally your customers, clientele network, as opposed to you mentioned door knocking.
Right. No, we have
campaign.
some of those as well. Yeah. We
okay.
have local residents that have written in for us.
Okay. Just a general note out there for any future applicant listening, it's always helpful to see sort of what city people are from or what they
Right.
represent versus just names. Okay, so a question for you on the operation, and I had asked you this before, I'm assuming the answer is the same, but I think it's helpful to hear. Can you describe, so there's a delivery component to your proposed operation. Can you describe the timing of that? You've got your proposed store operating hours, but my understanding is the delivery is a sort of a much smaller window. What is your plan for delivery?
Yeah, it's what our current operating status. So we basically allow a 2-hour window twice a week for deliveries coming in and out. We like to limit that time because we do that during our off-peak hours for reduced traffic.
Okay. And those are 2 weekdays?
Yes.
Middle of the day, I think
Right.
it was. Okay. What are the specific hours?
I don't want to mention in public just because of, yeah.
Exactly what time does your full truck leave? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't think. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. Okay, a couple questions for staff. And I had a conversation with staff about this. If you could go to slide, I think it's 6, the proposed, maybe you can, yeah, proposed storefront image. Yeah, so I had a conversation with staff about this. If you go to slide 5, please, current conditions. I think most people would agree that the current conditions on slide 5 could be improved. I've always kind of wondered what was happening behind the doors of this building, and visiting the site actually was really interesting because at the street level, it's actually a pretty beautiful building, really beautiful walkway up from Newport Boulevard, and I think there's a lot of improvement opportunity. Now, if you go forward to slide 6, I don't love this storefront for the specific reason that it doesn't feel pedestrian oriented, and Newport Boulevard is our downtown. So I discussed with staff what would be some options given the various operating restrictions, some very specific conditions to a retail cannabis on how we could make this storefront more pedestrian friendly. And my understanding is that staff developed some thoughts on that, and I'm hoping they can share. And I haven't actually seen these yet, so I'm very curious.
Me too.
Councilmember Reynolds, so we didn't incorporate them into the staff report because this is here for discussion.
Sure.
But we do have, under prior to issuance of building permits, there's condition of approval number 5. So condition of approval number 5 lists several things that should be included in the plan check submittal. So that's where you'll find things like providing the bike rack, a new trash enclosure, improving one of the fences, which is chain link, to be wrought iron. And so we thought that would be an appropriate place to add this sort of landscaping enhancement. So we could add a sentence there saying that plan check submittal shall include a landscape and irrigation plan to significantly enhance the front setback in a manner deemed appropriate by the Economic and Development Services Director or designee, such as featuring a meandering path, sculpture or other work of art, as well as a variety of native or low water use flowering plants and ground covers. The intent there was to activate this space without creating any outdoor dining or outdoor seating, because as we discussed in Title 13, outdoor seating and dining is prohibited. But we understood your feedback about trying to make the space more welcoming as it is in downtown Costa Mesa.
So the language that you read is language that we would need to add to the conditions, is that right?
That is correct. You could add it, and we thought that condition of approval number 5 would be an appropriate location, or you can add it or something similar as a separate condition of approval.
Okay. Thank you. And I was sort of furiously looking, we also talked about the bike rack condition, which is, I think, a standard condition in a lot of these. My feedback there was my preference would be to actually maintain the continuity of a lot of our bike rack features, since there is a wide sidewalk there, to actually utilize the Costa Mesa bike racks that we use, just around the corner on 19th Street, for example. Would that require a change in the condition?
Councilmember Rundles, we met with Transportation and they made the measurements and they determined there is space to do a City of Costa Mesa bike rack in front of this property, which is also adjacent to other cannabis uses as well, so it could serve multiple properties. And so we could have removed the condition of approval about a bike rack, but staff's recommending keeping it so that they'll also have a bike rack in the back parking lot. That might be a better way to serve their staff. So the bike rack that's out on Newport Boulevard would really be to serve the public.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and then, so the applicant, Mr. Adams, you heard the language, and we had a discussion about sort of my concerns about the storefront. Are you comfortable with that language?
Yes.
And you would be willing to work with staff on sort of a
I'm
more
like
pedestrian-friendly
interested. Yeah,
storefront?
just something that would bring a little bit more interest to the building. I understand that there's not much you can do without the signage and stuff like that, but something just came to me when you were discussing that. It would be nice in this photo here by the entryway to put like a mosaic, if that was approvable, and maybe have somebody from the college, in the arts, maybe the art director, help us work on that. Something that would kind of represent the city and something that we could do in a mosaic that would be, something a little tasteful.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those were some of the concerns that jumped out to me in addition to the comments. I'm also eager to hear feedback from the public. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I know the mayor asked this question already, but I just want to repeat it because I think this is the most common complaint I get when it comes to cannabis or coming to Costa Mesa. In the off chance that someone buys a product in your store and uses it in your parking lot, what recourses are you going to take to prevent that from happening? And if it happens, what will you do to remedy that?
Well, the first thing we would do is contact the police department. The second thing we would do is ban the person for life from the building and let the police take care of it from there.
Okay. So does that mean you have someone, like a guard in the parking lot?
Yeah, security guard in the parking lot, yes.
Okay, thank you. My next questions are for staff, and apologies ahead of time. I didn't really prep you guys on these questions, but I spoke to a few planning commissioners about this item, and speaking with them, their primary reason for voting no was this idea of over-concentration. On ballpark number, how many stores in that vicinity sell alcohol?
It would be hard to say because you would have to limit the vicinity more or less. But if you consider across the street, where there are in the triangle numerous bars and restaurants that serve alcohol, I would say on that side, just across the street, more than 10. And then going down, probably another 4 or 5 at least, depending on how far you go. Bars and restaurants.
Okay. And again, I want to apologize. I didn't prime you guys on this. How many calls of service do we get relating alcohol incidents around this area?
That would be a question for the police department. I think we haven't looked into that question.
Okay. I see the chief coming down. Sorry, chief. I know you're back there.
Councilmember Chavez, I don't have the number of alcohol-related calls for service in that area, but that is an entertainment area with the triangle. So quite frequently when you have large numbers of people gathering and there's alcohol premises either on sale or off sale, there typically is calls for service. I do have calls for service for the dispensaries that we have had over the last year, and it's actually a low number, 34 for 2023, and then through January of 2024, there were 7. Now, I say calls for service. The vast majority of these are really non-police or non-violent. They're suspicious person. A lot of them were false alarms, false burglar alarms, false fire alarms, suspicious vehicle in the parking lot, that type of thing. Almost none of them were premise related. Almost all of them were parking lot or street related.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for answering my question before I asked it. That's all for now. Thank you.
You know what? I have one other question for you. I just read in some of the comments that we received that there were a number of veterans who said that they appreciate your product. Can you elaborate on, how your product serves veterans and PTSD or in any other issues that they have?
Well, it depends. I mean, we offer a 15% off for all veterans. We appreciate their service. So we offer 15% off for all veterans that come in, and I think I read the letter as well. I think that was a veteran that was dealing with an inoperable tumor for breast cancer, and we started working on a THCA product. I worked in a laboratory for many years with a Princeton PhD developing products, and THCA has been found to reduce tumor size. It's basically what THC delta 9 is before it becomes psychoactive, but it's unstable. After the plant decarboxylates, basically after age and heat, it becomes psychoactive. But the plant in its natural form is non-psychoactive. So we would take the raw plant, flash freeze it, and then grind it, turn it into a freezer pop, add a little lemongrass for flavor, and then give it to these veterans that had tumors that were inoperable, and it actually helped to reduce the tumor size to become operable. And she's alive and kicking, and so are a few other veterans that I especially made the product for.
Thank you. All right, let's open it up to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Same rules, of course, as always, 3 minutes, and, keep it to the item, and you'll get a warning at 1 minute, and then your mic will cut off at 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Good evening, honorable members of this city council. My name, once again, is Alexander Haberbush, and I address you as legal representative of several concerned homeowners and business operators from Eastside Costa Mesa to once again express our deepest concerns over the conditional use permit under reference number PA-22-22. Despite multiple attempts to contact members of this council, including several emails and phone calls to the mayor's office, our communications were met with silence. This is something that I find deeply regrettable, as we were not able to communicate then many of our concerns. However, I would like to respond to several points that were raised by the applicant for this permit. Specifically, a number of representations were made about various ways of mitigating concerns that this council had. Security guard in the parking lot was one of them. An intake form was another one. When this council asked about what proportion of the products were medical, I think that the answer was a little bit unclear, but the general suggestion was that the products offered are predominantly medical in character. Well, I'd like to suggest that this council could add additional conditions for approval to this conditional use permit, should they choose to do so. You could require that guard in the parking lot. You could require that intake form. You could require that all the products sold be medicinal in character if anyone seriously believes that this facility is going to sell predominantly medical marijuana. I personally don't find that terribly credible. Again, the answer regarding the number of facilities selling alcohol in the vicinity, I think, was somewhat misleading. The immediate vicinity we're looking at, if you look at the map again, there are literally 4 properties that are next door to one another that are going to be offering cannabis if this conditional use permit and then 1 pending conditional use permit should be approved. If this one's approved, there'll be 3 that are next door to each other. In that vicinity, there are no facilities selling alcohol. There are only 3 marijuana shops. Additionally, I think the answer included restaurants that serve as sort of an ancillary service to their primary service. They sell alcohol. That's not at all equivalent to a marijuana retailer. I believe the Planning Commission rightly rejected this conditional use permit based on well-founded concerns that align with California land use and zoning laws, as well as the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. Their decision reflects a commitment to upholding the city's planning standards and the welfare of its residents. It is imperative, therefore, that this City Council recognize the significance of this decision and the potential consequences of overturning it. As you deliberate on this matter, I urge you to consider the broader implications of your decision. Please respect the integrity of our community and preserve our city's character. Thank you for your attention to this pressing issue. I trust your judgment and dedication to serving the best interests of Costa Mesa and its residents.
Sir, can you turn on his mic, please? Turn on your mic again. I just want to make sure I get your name. What's your name?
Alexander Haberbush, and I know it's hard to spell. It's Haberbush.
Okay. And you say, have you emailed me and
I've
asked for a meeting?
Emailed and called, yes.
Okay, I haven't gotten those calls, and so I'm going to check my records, and I'm going to get back to you.
Thank you very much. I
Sure.
appreciate that.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. Again, Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, Mr. Harper, you will be missed. You have been a service to this community, and you have been a positive for the whole community, not just your constituents. So you will be missed, and I hope the council will take into consideration why your constituents elected you when they select a replacement for you. Thank you very much for your service. This is a perfect example of unintended consequences because of a rushed ordinance. I don't relish you guys in this process because the ordinance is set up in such a way that it's very difficult for you to find appropriate findings and what have you that make it work for the community appropriately. The truth of the matter is that we've been waiting for you, who have brought it up before, to review this ordinance and fix it so that, in fact, you don't have this quandary you're dealing with people that are all of a sudden parking the same exact business side by side, no matter whether or not it's medical or not medical or what have you. The truth is that I don't know any place in Costa Mesa that has 4 liquor stores side by side. I don't know any place that has 4 hamburger stands side by side. I don't know any place that has 4 markets side by side. It's an issue that, are we really serving the community? Are we really serving what the intent of our planning process is all about? What you're going to do with this is what you're going to do relative to how the ordinance exists right now. I understand that. But what you need to do is step on the gas on getting this fixed so you don't have these problems that you guys get to face routinely. How many times are we going to have Planning Commission does something, has to come back to you? This is the 3rd time or the 2nd time? I think this is the 3rd time. So the point is how many of that do you get every day on the building stuff you do? It's important to help this community that you find a solution that is a long-term solution so that we, in fact, accomplish the goals of the city as a whole and fix the ordinance so it stops being a problem that you have to deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Tracy Mitchum, and I'm one of the business operators at 1860 Newport Boulevard, where we have operated a jewelry store for over 17 years. I want to start off by saying we have no problem with cannabis businesses, and in fact, we will be sharing a hallway with one that will be opening at our location. As much as we welcome new businesses, we also realize there are issues to overcome. The main issue we had initially was that we didn't really know a whole lot about this new neighbor. The last 4 to 5 cannabis owners had done significant outreach and introduced themselves long before any hearings. They hosted community outreach events and were able to get all the information we needed to make informed decisions. We are at our shop Monday through Friday, every day, 9 to 5, and no one had reached out to us prior to the last meeting, and still, again, no one had come by the shop. I would expect that they would at least reach out to direct neighbors before any public hearing. I had had discussions with residential neighbors about the alleyway that will serve the traffic flow for all of our businesses. There has not been any real business at the location that's in question right now for years. So now, in addition to the current uses, there will be 2 retail cannabis shops, with this one doing delivery as well. The first shop is not even opened yet, so we don't know the impact that one shop will have on the alleyway. This is a very narrow alleyway that fits only one vehicle and traffic flows both directions, causing people to get stuck at times. The alleyway has numerous choke points and doesn't allow for people to back up or turn around in any manner. I think this needs to progress incrementally and allow for us to see the impact of one of these shops before we're throwing two into the alleyway at the same time. We just don't really want to create a bad situation for our residential neighbors and the businesses that are currently using that alley. So we had asked, has the city done any real analysis on the traffic impact in this alley? There has been really zero activity at the location for years. So this is definitely a major intensification of the traffic on a small alley. Had the city staff come out and surveyed the alley to determine if it's safe for the new traffic flow? Have they measured the alleyway in any manner to show the city council what we're dealing with? I would ask each city council member to come walk the alleyway and just see for yourself. We run a low traffic or a low vehicle traffic volume store for years and it works, but now we're getting concerned and would like to have some conversations to address this issue. Basically, we just think it'd be a good idea to have, some more information on the impact on the alleyway from two cannabis stores opening. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, yes. Aaron Roman. I'm personally not a fan of cannabis use, but I don't mind people's decisions. I think providing 15 to 20 shops in the city of Costa Mesa is plenty. However, if you guys are going to approve this, maybe you guys can not put 4 in a row, or maybe disapprove the one that is pending. Thank you. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janet Loftus. The text of Measure Q on the ballot read, limiting locations of cannabis establishments to protect neighborhoods, schools, and children. As we're looking at the possibility of 4 dispensaries in a row at Newport Boulevard and Broadway, right in the heart of our city, it's becoming apparent just how thoroughly we have been let down by our city's leaders. An approval for a cannabis dispensary at 1858 Newport Boulevard would result in 3 dispensaries in a row, with another huge store coming up for approval at 1848 Newport Boulevard, making it 4 in a row. These are located directly across from Triangle Square, where kids walk or ride their bikes from the neighborhood to the movie theater. This is horrible for our city, and this cluster of dispensaries will create a negative perception of the neighborhood, especially for families and individuals who may not be supportive of the cannabis industry. This will deter potential residents, investors, and businesses from wanting to move into or invest in the area. The presence of multiple dispensaries in close proximity could also have a negative effect on property values in the surrounding area. Concerns about increased crime, traffic, and the overall image of the neighborhood could lead to decreased demand for properties. The Planning Commission was absolutely correct in its denial of this application based on inconsistency with the general plan land use policy, stating that we should provide for the development of a mix and balance of commercial goods and services. The concentration of this type of business is most certainly unbalanced. This type of concentration would define Costa Mesa as Cannabis Row, as this area is a highly visible gateway to both our city and to Newport Beach. Also, as a look at the bigger picture, from the total of 54 cannabis dispensaries that have either been approved or that are coming down the pipeline, at least 16 of these are on Newport Boulevard. That's a lot, especially for a street that already has its fair share of problems. You should be lifting up Newport Boulevard. Instead, you're throwing it to the wolves. When cannabis storefronts were approved in Costa Mesa, we assumed that our leadership would set up a responsible framework for future development. Recently, I've gone back and watched the video of the meetings from 2021 where the regulations were formulated to see how things went so terribly wrong. At the time, the Planning Commission had recommended a required separation distance between dispensaries, but the City Council ignored the recommendation. It seems that the argument was that the requirement of a conditional use permit would make up for a lack of protections provided in the regulations. By giving discretion to the Planning Commission to prevent situations such as this, where overconcentration would negatively affect the community. So if that was indeed the intent, then I would ask that you not undermine their ruling and allow the denial of this permit to stand. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Young. I'm the CEO of a company called APOT Media, and I serve over 1,000 dispensaries in over 25 states. And I've known Mr. Adams for over 10 years. And if you want to talk about the quality of someone's character, that's the guy you want. I work with almost every dispensary in Costa Mesa. I'm agnostic. I like some, I don't like some. You know, my technology is based on menus and point of sale and educational content. And when I hear some of the comments you guys make about, oh, how much is medical versus how much is adult use? The state decided that we are adult use. There's no, I'll give you another background of myself. I'm a founder of a 20-year-old FDA-approved manufacturing DA Schedule 1, DEA Schedule 2 through 5 manufacturing facility. We have studied cannabinoids for over 20 years. A cannabinoid is a cannabinoid. They all do different things. So to say one is medical and one is adult use or recreational or whatever is, and to try and put say, oh, how many of his products are gonna be medical? That's kind of ridiculous. And Mr. Harper, on the way down, I was listening on the Zoom. I'm sorry to hear that you've had some health issues. My father was hated cannabis his entire life. Came down with prostate cancer, metastasized to his lymph nodes, to his bones. Cannabis gave him 6 more years of his life. This is a plant, like, okay, right now it's a psychic reading place. Are you guys worried about what their foliage is, what their bike racks are? If this wasn't cannabis, you guys wouldn't even be worried about this. And you have a guy who has been in cannabis, legal cannabis, for 10 years, doing everything right. As long as I've known him, he's done everything right. To not approve him is a disservice to your community.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. John Upton. I'm a local resident for 25 years. I live a stone's throw away from this intersection. Not once have I ever been contacted by any dispensary person, ever. But with that being said, I like to point out that heroin and marijuana are both Schedule I drugs classified by the federal government. Highly addictive, you know, and I have, my daughter lives next door to me with 4 of my grandkids, from 16 to a 1-year-old. This is our neighborhood. The traffic on Orange, it's now not Newport Boulevard. They've diverted that going down Orange, Fullerton, Broadway. It's a cluster. There's a lot of traffic. I don't know what the reasoning is, but I know that having 4 marijuana businesses on that corner is ridiculous. And to compare a marijuana store with a nail salon, a jewelry store, I mean, that's laughable. It's not even close to the same thing. So I want to just read one little thing from the denial, the findings of the denial. I was here last time. It sounds like this has been cherry-picked to bring back for review for some strange reason, but we won't get into that. So it says the proposed use would conflict with the necessary mix and balance of commercial goods and services in consideration of the needs of the business community, as stipulated by the General Plan Policy LU 1-1. Additionally, based on the proposed concentration of similar uses, the proposed use would not encourage a mix of land uses that maintain the city's long-term fiscal health, and thereby would fiscally, materially would be detrimental to the adjacent commercial district. So, I mean, I love this town, and like Councilmember Reynolds said, you know, Newport Boulevard, that, as a kid coming to the beach, that's the center point of this town. And now it's going to be all weed shops. It's like, why can't we move them to other locations throughout the city? Everything is concentrated. It's not just those 4. They're all over. Harbor, Nectar, High Seas, they're everywhere, which I don't have a problem with, but can we move them around? So when I take my granddaughter out in her stroller and walk her down the street, and I look down towards that intersection of Broadway and Newport Boulevard, and I see the riffraff hanging around out there, I don't want to walk her down there. It's ridiculous. Move it to other locations. Before it became legal, it was always in commercial and industrial areas. But you guys want it right. This is the focal point. When you get to our town, that's what you see. Weed store, weed store, weed store, weed store. Come on, man. Be considerate and at least consider moving them to another location. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Hi, everybody. I would like to start off by saying having 4, having 6, having 5, either hair salons, restaurants, or clothes, like stores, it wouldn't be the same as having 4 or 5 dispensaries right next to each other. I don't want to have to walk by it and explain to my kids what that really is without them figuring it out later in their life. But I guess I just want to leave you guys with a couple questions. Why do we need so many dispensaries so close to each other, right next door to each other? There's too close to our neighborhoods. We also got to think about what the kids are gonna think about all this. They're gonna find out eventually what it is. Just please help us keep it to a minimum. Thank you guys. Thanks for your time.
Hello, City Council. The residents of the east side are aware of how bad the cut-through traffic is in our neighborhood. And the parking lot presented in the presentation has only 10 parking spaces. And I have a question. Is it both for consumers and employees? If not, so the Orange Avenue and anything close to Newport Boulevard does not need an extra traffic. And that valley is too small to allow that many cars until 10 p.m. at night. There are people who live right behind the stores. How can it be safe to walk and ride a bike when extra cars will be in these small and tight spaces? These stores are better located in other areas, as it was mentioned so many times, that will not have these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi there, I'm Stephen Smith. I just wanted to kind of re-register my opinion before that. I think, adding another kind of store, especially with such a high concentration of them, is obviously sort of not a great thing. One thing I would just, I guess, before I'm done here, I just wanted to kind of, call out is Councilwoman Marr, during kind of your discussion you had earlier, you mentioned that there are sort of a lot of people who support this kind of thing who aren't here right now, and that sort of struck me as kind of a strange point to make, because if they supported it, like, what, why wouldn't they come here? There's clearly sort of a strong, contingent of people in Costa Mesa who are kind of vociferously opposed to this kind of thing, and that they've taken their time out to come here, should stand out to you. So, thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Can I respond since I was mentioned by name? Yeah, my comment wasn't specific to this issue. It was just the fact that there's often a lot of comments at council that a lot of people come here and talk about their one particular issue. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I know this has been mentioned a lot already, but it's going to be way too over-concentrated. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. There's already multiple stores there. We really don't need another one, to be honest. The current stores provide plenty enough product to provide for all the customers that are around there. I've seen it myself. The city has approved over 20 already. And me personally, I'm not opposed to marijuana at all, but I already have plenty of choices to get where I need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I urge you to consider the effect of recreational drug use. It's already impacting our city since it's been legalized in California. I reside within walking distance from proposed dispensary, and I can tell you that I see our community littered with drug users who turn homeless, line the streets, and I'm sure you've drove by probably at night and see how many of them just linger around. Our children feel unsafe walking the neighborhood for just some fresh air. So please stop approving additional openings. We need the city to be ours and to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear elected officials of Costa Mesa, I use cannabis and enjoy the benefits of its medical side. I do not find myself to be ashamed of this. I shop at several local stores in the town and in Santa Ana. The shops are professional and well-maintained. There's no doubt that they will provide great service for our community. On the other hand, how many do we really need? I like shopping at Macy's, but I don't need 30 Macy's in the same city. I think there should be restrictions and limitations, especially between shops. 4 in a row seems obnoxious and overconcentrated. I do not live on the street, but if I did, I would not be happy, and I'd feel that this council has let me down by allowing this, especially after the planning commission already denied it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Dawn, love you. Gonna miss you. Well, believe it or not, we are going to be known as the City of Cannabis instead of the City of Costa Mesa. If we continue to allow this march forward with a lot of cannabis stores, like everybody has said, the saturation is going to be incredible. Measure Q was fine, but I'm sure that the residents didn't think we would be flooding our streets with cannabis stores up and down Newport Boulevard and Harbor Boulevard. I also believe it's silly to say that there's too many hair salons and too many food establishments. People do need to get to eat, and they do need to get their hair done, some people. And we don't need more and more of these cannabis retail stores in our community. And Manuel Chavez, you said another reason Costa Mesa, you said that it was because of the storefronts or something, that's the reason why the Planning Commission said no. But there was people here that said that they didn't want it to be saturated in four of them together. So, and people weren't happy. It is too small of an area. We have another one now, I heard, now 2 Mr. Nice Guys. We have a Catalyst, we have a Nectar, we have a 420 Central, we have Changes Dispensary, Off the Charts Dispensary, Secret Garden Dispensary, Nectar, Budman, which is delivery only, and we have Stizzy, which I don't know, but anyway, that's also in Costa Mesa. That is a lot of these. And I just pray that you guys will please listen to the people here. This is not what Measure Q is about, you guys. There's way too many. I love what the last girl just said. She doesn't want to have 20, she doesn't need 30 Macy's. We don't need 30. And also Orange County Register wrote that that you guys want to put in 50 cannabis stores in Costa Mesa. Well, then why did they write that? So I hope you guys will listen to us. We are trying to tell you, and also our Newport Boulevard, there's homeless people up and down, laying down, they're sitting on benches on the street. They're going to be visiting these places, maybe not theirs if it's medical, but it obviously sounds like it's not just medical. You can get whatever you want. And one last thing I'll tell you, my friend is a nurse practitioner, and she said that they took a person in at Pomona ER. They ended up buying a cannabis cookie, and they didn't tell him that it's 8 doses. He ate the whole cookie. So they did save him, but he was really, really sick. So anyway, we just don't need this many, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't.
Dear members of the City Council. Sorry. Dear members of the City Council, I am a resident and voter of this community. I know that many of you are up for re-election and have not canvassed the community when it comes to this issue. I would like to see you set a community outreach night or any other public forum to discuss the issues related to the cannabis. We are already called the Rehab Riviera, so let's not become a cannabis Riviera. Are we going to seriously allow 70 shops here in our town? We are never thinking these things through until it's too late. Please, let's not make same mistakes again. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I am here in support of Evolve Herbal's application approval. Every cannabis dispensary is not created equal. Mark Adams has spent decades studying the plant to create lower THC products that benefit the medical consumer, having helped many patients throughout the decades he has been in service. I would know. Mark actually helped me in my time of need by helping me with my decades-long battle with an autoimmune disorder, and I have since been in remission for 10 years. His focus has always been on an older demographic, not the standard recreational one. And for those reasons, there is 100% a need in Costa Mesa for Evolve and Mark's business model. He's not only a cut above the rest, but also an example of what cannabis can do to help. Unless you've been in a situation that requires desperate medical intervention or when the medical system fails you, it's people like Mark who provide what patients need, not haphazardly, but through meticulous testing and analysis of data, and amazing customer service and care. Regulated cannabis in California is the highest regulated industry in the world. There are so many state and local safeguards in place to protect youth and consumers through security, age restrictions, testing, packaging, child-resistant packaging, advertising, and intense regulation. Sorry, I lost it. Oh, the truth is that it would take, a real, true business-minded operator to navigate this landscape, and it's extremely difficult to navigate that with the structures that the state and cities have provided. But I wanted to come here and tell you that Mark is that guy and that operator. He knows not only how to run a business, but especially how to integrate seamlessly into a community to create a positive impact, because that is his priority. The city of Costa Mesa needs people like Mark and Evolve Herbal as a shining example of how things should and have to be. The cream always rises to the top, and that is Mark and Evolve Herbal. Please approve Mark's application and Evolve Herbal's application tonight, and thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Tim Adams, no relation. I'm an electrician. I have worked on tons of dispensaries. Evolve has done that. They have evolved. They're the top of the line professionals in this industry. I'm an electrician. I've wired tons of dispensaries, grow houses, and I've seen some Jimmy Jack places running, and these guys are the best. They're concerned about safety, security. Oversaturation, that's the American way. McDonald's, there's taco shops, go down by the DMV, there's restaurants everywhere. You got tons of salons side by side. Newport Boulevard has always been busy with traffic. I work around that area a lot. As an electrician, I buy from the lighting store. I don't see traffic a big problem at all there. The cannabis stores that I've been at, it filters through. Traffic is not. I've never seen these elements that people talk about all the time. I know, of course there's homeless, of course there's crime. But trust me, these guys they have evolved. They are the best with security, the cleanliness, and the professionalism. I think it'd be a crime to deny these people. These other dispensaries there that exist, they're never that busy, really. If you really, I challenge any of you people to go by some of these dispensaries and see the traffic and the flow. There's a lot of misinformation, and I've heard it here tonight. And if you're worried about your children, you better start educating your children and don't hide the truth. It's there. Cannabis is here. Face it. Just work with it. And again, it'd be a crime to deny this dispensary from opening. Thank you.
How you guys doing? Location, right? I mean, everyone's been talking about it. There's 4 already there. I mean, is the demand that high that we need that much supply? If it really is, then they should be looking more into delivery. I mean, a lot of clients are disabled. That location is pretty busy, right? So how about those disabled people and make it easier for them to get their product, because obviously marijuana is not the problem, that everyone's talking about right here, right now. It's a location. So as long as everyone gets what they want, right? That's pretty much it. Thank you. Don, take it easy, man.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Eric Mather. I'm a biotechnology professional here in Orange County. I work in a drug discovery company. It's kind of ironic because actually what we try to do is take the psychedelic or high out of these cannabinoids and other medicines that actually have tremendous value for PTSD, neurology, addiction, and other types of indications. The point I want to make here is it's not quantity, it's quality. You can have a rack of stores, but unless you have the medical aspects and understand the basis of cannabinoid, flavonoid, and terpenoid chemistry, it doesn't make a difference. And so you probably have too many shops here, I'm sure you do. But I think Mark Adams and Evolve have actually medically based cannabis, which is very different. It's not just another cannabis store. And I'll tell you, there's quite a bit of information from NIH and Department of Energy showing medical benefits for spinal neuropathy, for epilepsy, for post-chemotherapy treatment. And there's a number of other applications that really it's been kind of a tip of the spear, bad boy scientist, but it's really many herbal chemistries, from ashwagandha to Ayurvedics. This is just one of the botanicals that happens to take all of the discussion. So I think it's important to continue the science, and as council members, look for the dispensaries that actually have a real medical basis behind them and really hold them to the fire there. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, and also thank you so much to all the council members for being here on the rainiest day of 2024. Luckily for you, or maybe unluckily for you, I'm not made of sugar and I'm not the Wicked Witch of the West, but I'm here to share about Mr. Adams and his hopeful approval of his conditional use permit. My background is, I should say this, my name is Keiko Beatty, and my background is Ayurvedic, Chinese, and holistic medicine. I have a specialty in homeopathics and acupuncture. And I actually own a resort that focuses on education of natural plant-based medicine. My specialty, though, is senior education. And I understand that senior education is very important, and I've also devised another program of the education of adult children of seniors, because I think as much education and information you can get to the public, you would dispel the mystery and other types of connotations of people who utilize medical cannabis. I heard somebody use the terminology of riffraff. I've been called a lot of things, but riffraff is not one of them. I was born and raised here in Orange County, and I'm in my 7th decade now. And it's all, I feel that a lot of education has brought me to where I am now, where I can share with you about medical cannabis. I'm also a wonderful, I feel I'm a good member of the community. For 25 years, I was Orange County precinct inspector for the Register of Voters, also PTA president, Little League board, etc. And in the cannabis industry here in Orange County, I'm on the board for NORML, which is National Organization to Reform Marijuana Laws. We assisted in writing the initiative that approved, already?
No.
Legal cannabis. One more minute.
minute.
Okay. Well, I got to hurry things up. Legal cannabis for the Santa Ana. And we know that since the taxes derived from cannabis sales has given the city of Santa Ana 6 more police officers, splash pads, soccer fields, iPads, and for the libraries. So I really feel the big difference when we talk about 20 Macy's all in a row. That's not the point. The point is that Mr. Adams really is planning on doing education, and he's asked me to do education at his dispensary for seniors specifically. And I've done education to the city of Yorba Linda, Laguna Woods, and many other municipalities in the area, and definitely out of the area. I do want to say that moving forward, that cannabis is just a...
Thank you. Ma'am.
Good evening, again, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Lees. I think those signs are excellent. A lot of the people, hold up your signs, that some people are not used to speaking, and so I think the sign sends a very clear message. I want to take you back to when the Measure Q was on the ballot, and I think you need to think about what you wrote to the citizens, the voters of Costa Mesa. Shall an ordinance, and somebody else read this and then I Googled it, shall an ordinance authorizing, regulating, taxing, retail sales, deliveries of cannabis, limiting locations of cannabis establishments to protect neighborhoods. What does that mean to you? Protect neighborhoods. I go to the chiropractor on Broadway. I've seen just what's happened there. There's a lot of trash from Triangle Square that is there, you know, after the weekends. But I don't think that, I think the Planning Commission made the right decision to protect this East Side neighborhood. It's a family neighborhood, and people walk. I agree that it's common sense that you don't compare cannabis shops next to each other with beauty salons or jewelry stores. It's a different establishment, but you did say to protect neighborhoods, schools, children. I question whether the alley is even safe for a fire engine to get down there. A couple more points. There were a whole bunch of trees were used to write the same letter, but these phone numbers are 310 and 562. They're not local numbers, if you notice. I also looked up the other Evolve businesses. One's in Lomita, I think one's in Harbor City, and one's in New Jersey. And none of them really are focusing on this whole senior adult market. And so I think it's kind of a useful gimmick to raise, you know, maybe they're going to do that, but they're all alike. And truth be told, I actually went to a cannabis store today because one of the lotions that I use for my arthritis on my hands and my feet is very helpful. So it's, you know, it doesn't make me high, but it takes away the pain from getting old. So please remember what you wrote in the initiative. Protect our Costa Mesa family neighborhoods. And uphold the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ida Wolf, and boy, I just couldn't sit here any longer. I had to get up and talk. You know, I buried my husband over 40 years ago, and he had cancer. And he had a big doctor. He was getting government funding. He was taking every drug there was. And Dr. Rifkin wanted me to promote cannabis. He wanted me to do that. And I told him no. I said, there's not a drug that gets you well. You know, and he would say how good he was doing. I said, I sit up 24 hours with him. No, he isn't doing good. He breathes. So I say the degrees are killing us. And I would ask these doctors where these people are, because you cannot live on drugs. There's not a good drug. Now, when I see the cannabis stores, I always say, come on in, said the spider to the fly. And they are destroying our kids. When your kids get on them, you cannot get them off because you just can't. They got the medical field taken up for them. They're having a party. And before you know it, you don't even know your kids. And they have destroyed your children. And I see that down in Newport all the time. And then I heard the other day, which I was really happy, is that the cruise ships, you can't get on with any of it. If you got gummy bears, they took one off and made them pay $4,000 to get home. You cannot take any of that on cruise ships. And I asked the city council, you keep putting these in here, where are we going to get fresh air? I drive in my car, and my gosh, it's blowing in my car everywhere, and I'm allergic to it. I start vomiting. And no, I fight that because I am not going to answer for killing people's kids and turning them into vegetables. And I think we should clean up the whole thing because there's no such thing as a good drug. Thank you. And I say the degrees are killing us.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm not here to judge anybody on what they do or give any additional information. The point is that staff looked at this thing and they approved it, but the matter is that there's only 10 parking spots on this thing. So how many employees are we having and where are they parking? Every business needs to be self-sufficient, and I think the problem here is not the gentleman's business. I think it's a location. And to start off with, having that concentration right there, as everybody mentioned, that's the face of Costa Mesa. That's the first thing that people see as soon as they come off that 55 freeway, which brings us back to the fact that we never finished it, right? Costa Mesa was 55, SR 55 was supposed to be depressed all the way down to Industrial Street, but the wiser previous council decided not to complete that. So here we are having this whole problem again. So on top of it, having 3 of them, you can't compare them to pizza parlors. They're not hair salons. It's the same reason you don't have 3 gun shops next to each other either. There's certain businesses and certain industries that the proliferation of them will cause severe harm to the environment. Unfortunately, cannabis is one of them. It's an addictive drug, just like alcohol. Some people can drink a beer and be satisfied. Some people crack open a bottle and they have to find a genie at the bottom and they can't stop. So you can't protect everybody from everything. However, as the council, you should, to some degree, protect the citizens from over-proliferation of cannabis stores. And they shouldn't be right next to each other. At the last meeting, you guys canceled, there was supposed to be a 3rd cannabis store at the corner of Harbor and Adams, and you denied it. And now they're next to each other. Over there, they were going to be across the street, and you said, no, it's too close. And now we're going to allow 3 or 4 of them. The problem with the measure is that you allowed the corridor of Harbor Boulevard and Newport Boulevard to be the main corridors for cannabis. They're also the main corridors to everybody traveling in and out of Costa Mesa, coming out of Newport Beach. Adam is the main thoroughfare for everybody hitting Huntington Beach. Those are all general law cities. They will never allow cannabis in those cities. We're the only one. So everybody from Irvine, Newport, and Huntington is going to come and shop in Costa Mesa. And that's the corridors that you guys are attracting. And yes, we started with 1 or 2 sober living. Now look how many we still have after how many years in litigation? Thank you.
Hello, City Council, council members. I'm last, apparently. I'll be brief. I've heard a lot of arguments tonight, pros and cons, and I think some of the people are missing the point of why people are here. There are too many of these types of stores. So why doesn't Evolve, this is my take, is why doesn't Evolve Herbal be located near a hospital? If it's medical, which I have no problems against that at all, but put it where, near the Hogue or near some of those medical facilities, not in our downtown area. And I have sentiments for the people. I'm not against his business at all, just think it's in the wrong location. Thank you.
Zoom, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Mark, please.
Mark, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Fuksovich. I want to clarify first and foremost that I'm not a cannabis user, but I want to make a few points in support of the applicant. There's the comment of duplicative businesses. In Costa Mesa, we have over 20 liquor stores in Costa Mesa. It's hard to get a comprehensive list, but I think it's actually closer to 30. And that is a business that is similar to a cannabis retailer. There are 2 within 1,000 feet of each other in this area, Bevmo and the liquor store behind Mother's Market that I'm forgetting the name of. There are 2 grocery stores within 1,000 feet of each other. There's 2 pizza places right on top of each other. There's 2 lighting stores. There's 5 gyms, including 2 24-hour fitnesses. There are 4 jewelry stores that, one could argue maybe attracts high value crime. There are over 5 salons. But let's take the example. People are saying that you can't make those sort of comparisons, but there are 2 vape shops within 1,000 feet of each other in this area, and that is something that the Surgeon General is saying is affecting teenagers. There are, like I said, there are 2 liquor stores, and there are, I think, over 7 bars in this area. Why are we applying a different standard, or why are people suggesting that there should be a different standard on these highly regulated cannabis stores compared to these other stores that have much less regulations? And in a city where we have a very high rate of DUIs because of the people who do drink quite a bit of alcohol, I think we're applying an unfair standard to these new cannabis stores, frankly, because of fear. And I'm not going to tell people to not have the feelings that they have, but I want to look at the facts at hand. There's, when I heard about this cannabis store, I was overjoyed that there's going to be something better than an abandoned tarot card shop on Newport Boulevard, attracting business and attracting residents from Irvine and Huntington and Newport Beach to spend their money in Costa Mesa, for us to get the tax revenue for that, and for them to ideally spend money at other businesses as well, not just the cannabis stores. And I'd encourage everyone to think about, would you rather have the city arbitrarily decide that there can only be 1 cannabis store in this area, or say that there can be 4, they can compete against each other, and let the best 1 win, or the best 2 win, depending on whatever the market can allow? That's the type of place I want Costa Mesa to be, to let the cannabis stores that do exist, let them compete against each other and let the best 1 win. I think it's a bad business decision to put these retailers next to each other, but it's a bad business decision, not a bad decision for our community. And let the applicants fight that out in the market, in the free market that we have in front of us. So that would be kind of what I encourage, is thinking about, are we a city that is fair to applicants and small businesses? Are we a city of small businesses and competition? Or are we a city that lets the, really doesn't listen to the facts and lets kind of the emotions go wild?
Sorry, go ahead.
Next
please.
speaker is Dan Lee.
Dan Lee, you have the floor. Dan Lee? Dan Lee?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Council. I'm a business owner of Costa Mesa. I'm really concerned about our reckless cannabis ordinance. I'd like to remind us that this is not about the applicant, but instead this is about the property location and over-concentration of pot shops. This will set a tone for all future applications. If this is approved, that means that all future applications will be approved. More importantly, this is specifically the reason why we're in discussion of our ordinance being updated. I would just like to remind the council members tonight that we are in discussion of amending the ordinance, and this does not certainly fit what we're expecting to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Cynthia McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening again. I've heard some speakers talk about how Measure Q was passed by a supermajority, but nowhere in Measure Q did it tell us that the City Council wouldn't put a cap on cannabis dispensaries, and that we would get this incredible oversaturation. When I read Measure Q, I fully anticipated that the City Council would do one of the most important functions of government, which is to regulate. Had I known that you would allow this proliferation, I would not have voted for it. In terms of comparing this to liquor establishments, you'd have to compare this to takeaway sales businesses. And nowhere in Costa Mesa are there 4 liquor stores in this close proximity. When visitors enter our city off the 55, is this what we want them to see? Welcome to Costa Mesa. Drive in and pick up a nail and, quote, spark up, as the mayor put it. I hope not. You'll have to change our motto from City of the Arts to the City of the Stoners. At the City Council's direction, the Planning Commission spent many, many hours crafting changes to the ordinances. Why are we spending many hours on these appeals when you could be spending a few hours on fixing the mistake this council made? When are we going to see that on the agenda? The Planning Commission was correct. The oversaturation of dispensaries in this area conflicts with the balance of retail and service establishments, and it is detrimental impact on the general welfare of the community should be enough. Please uphold their decision. Thank you.
Next, next speaker is phone number ending in 714.
714, ending in 714.
Ending in 714.
Got it. Ending in 714 floor. You have the floor. That I'm a poet.
Yes, I think the residents of Costa Mesa can now see why Newport and Irvine and other surrounding cities didn't, let their cities sell marijuana in the same way, just because of this too many shops. It sort of reminds me of the time when we had the ordinance with the sober living, and now we're litigating, and spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars litigating that poor ordinance. We already have lawsuits based on this cannabis ordinance, and it's really incredible. One of the other speakers asked, how did we get this case cherry-picked? Well, I believe Mayor Stevens asked this to be pulled up. And when a council member has it pulled up, there's no cost to a de novo hearing. But if the applicant had pulled it up, there would have been a cost paid to the city. So I guess when you pull a case up like this, does this mean you felt like the Planning Commission did an injustice? And if you're voting on this injustice and the case you pulled up, are you going to conflict out and not vote on this case of what's going on? This has nothing to do with the character of the applicant. This is just too many places in too small an area. And I'm encouraging you, as is every other resident of Costa Mesa, get this ordinance back on the agenda. There's some reason that's stopping this. I hope there's no conflict in other areas that's stopping us from getting this ordinance wrapped around so it's at least workable for the residents.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. I first wanted to start off with a comment that a previous speaker made. Not a problem with the business, but the wrong location. Now, I think it's important that the citizens understand the history of the ordinance that got us here. So let me go ahead and give us a little history lesson. It's not like too many pot shops was an unintended consequence of this ordinance. The residents warned them about this during a second reading of this ordinance. If you try to find the second reading as an agenda item, you can't. It was hidden in the consent calendar. That is sketchy, and you do this when you're trying to hide an action from the public. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. Our pot shop ordinance is not a routine item. It's an agenda item. The city did not properly give the public notice of this agenda item. So what does this mean about the legality of the vote? Not to worry. Our city attorney probably gave the A-OK. Now, I'd also like to suggest that Costa Mesa considers a new name. Let's call it Costa Mota. Mota is a slang term for weed. So I think Costa Mota is a much more fitting term for our city. Now, there's also something else that bothers me about this ordinance, is it was drafted by lawyers. And for lawyers, competency is currency. And our mayor pro tem and our mayor cannot afford to have written an ordinance that is so fundamentally flawed. Please put the residents first instead of your pride. Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment, and this time we can bring back the applicant to give a rebuttal. And remember, don't repeat the stuff that you talked about, but address the things that you've heard from the public, and you can respond to that.
Well, I'd like to ask the council members if there was anything that was brought up during public comment that they may have questions.
Yeah, we probably could ask the questions, but I think the most appropriate thing is for you to address the things that you heard, and we'll give you the floor to do that.
Okay. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the alleyway and our neighbor at the jewelry shop. The alleyway has been there for, I guess, about 50 years, and it's had a retail use there for about 50 years. So the traffic's not going to be any different in that alleyway than it ever has been. So that concern just seems like just doesn't make any sense to me when I look at the traffic flow, as you heard from staff. So no matter what the use, the traffic seems to be consistent with the general plan and what's happening. Second thing I'd like to mention is that we are a takeaway store. We don't allow consumption on site. And if there's 3 in a row, there's 3 in a row. People like going to a shopping center where they can go to buy 3 different types of jeans and 3 different types of T-shirts, where they can go and have a variety of choice. I'd like to also address the idea of over-concentration throughout the city. I believe that's correct. I think it's true. I think that, I'm just going to tell you my personal opinion because I don't know how to lie. Yeah, I think that there was too many. And I don't think anybody saw that happening. And I think that it's going to be a natural process to allow those to dwindle down. I know that every 2 years we have to come back up for reapplication. And I also believe that the fair market will address that issue. People don't realize that for every dollar that's brought in for cannabis, that of that dollar, about 60 cents goes to the state, the city, and to the government. We have a special IRS tax code called 280E, which means that we are not allowed to deduct any normal expenses, which means that we are the highest taxed industry in the country. And I think that it's going to be a natural selection type of thing. I don't think that there needs to be this many stores, but I think that the true operators and the people that are providing the best service to their patients and customers, that will be the true test, and that'll be the end of that.
Okay, since you invited it and public hearing is still open, do any of the council members have any questions? No?
I do.
Okay, yes, sir, council member.
I have another ridiculous question. It's not the first time somebody said that about me. It's okay.
Sorry.
I'm totally okay with that. It was a good reference for you. How many stores should we have in Costa Mesa, in your opinion? You've run these before. How much foot traffic does it take? You know, what is it going to take? Where is it going to end up?
You know, it's not a question of, it's hard to address that question. It really is. It's difficult to say. I mean, 25, 30 stores should be plenty.
It would be plenty, yeah, I know, but how many really are going to be sustainable?
For the marketplace?
For the marketplace,
Well,
for
that depends
100,000 residents.
Right.
Accessed by other cities.
Right. So that also depends on the surrounding areas. You know, we've had, cities that have, very small cities that had 25 stores, but all the surrounding cities didn't have access to cannabis. So all the surrounding community would travel to that area for the cannabis. So that depends on what the cities around us are doing and what the future holds with that.
Okay, I thought you might know since you're landing a business here and maybe at a, yes, that's okay. I'm done. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Thanks,
By
no
the way,
problem.
I don't think your question was ridiculous.
I appreciate that. It's okay, though. It really is. I'm just joking.
Thank you.
All right, close public comment.
Thank you.
All right, I'm prepared to make a motion. We could have some discussion if I get a second. So I make a motion to reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve with 2 additional conditions. I want to include the aesthetic points that were made by staff, that were raised by Councilmember Reynolds, and anything else in that area that Councilmember Reynolds wants to add, I would be open to adding that into the motion. I'd also like to change the hours of operation to end at 9 and not 10. So if I get a second, I could talk about it.
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Reynolds. Yeah, so first of all, truly, everybody who spoke that they don't like cannabis in the city, I hear you. I mean, I'm not a promoter of cannabis in particular. It's an adult thing. Adults make the decision about what to consume. Sometimes they make good decisions. Sometimes they make bad decisions. So that has to do with food, alcohol, cannabis, and various things. But it is a legal product, and so I think we need to treat it as such. As to traffic, which is always something you think about when you think about land use decisions, we had our traffic expert, Mr. Rosales, come up to say they would have to have 4 times more traffic to even warrant a traffic study. So that addressed the traffic issue to me. As it relates to the neighborhood, I do believe in my heart that this place will improve the neighborhood. Right now, what you have, and you've had for many years, is an abandoned tarot card place. I believe that Mr. Adams, what he's going to do with that property is going to improve the outside of the property, especially when you consider some of the additions that were proposed by Councilmember Reynolds. As to safety, there's going to be, in my opinion, we deal with a lot of issues with impacts, dealing with homelessness and unsafe areas. I do believe that the 3 ways to address that are security, which we have here, lighting, which we have here, and extra activity. So we're trading, as I said, an abandoned place that's been gated off for some place that's going to have good commercial activity. I do believe that Mr. Adams and Evolve is a good operator. I do feel like you're sincere. I did meet with you and talk with you on the phone and did my homework in that regard, and I do find you to be a sincere business operator. It's been raised by the gentleman, the attorney, crime. It just doesn't bear out. We know the statistics. The chief has shown it. There's no extra crime as associated with this product and in our other stores. We just haven't seen it, and I don't think it exists. We talked about that. How many do we need? People say, how many do we need? I honestly don't know the answer to that, but I do think that what I do know is I don't think the government should decide that. We live in a market that's a capitalist market, and every business owner should have the opportunity, I think, to form their own niche and compete in the market, in the free market. I believe in the free market, and I do in this product too. In terms of overconcentration, yeah, there's overconcentration in a lot of products throughout the city of Costa Mesa. We have overconcentration of ramen businesses. We have overconcentration of all kinds of bars. Right in this area, we have an overconcentration of bars. If it relates to liquor places that sell liquor, we basically have substantially more liquor stores in every single precinct in a commercial area than is the guidelines of the ABC. We do it in Costa Mesa, even in this area. I mean, goodness, we have the Goat Hill Tavern, we have Time Nightclub, we have all of those other places. And then ultimately, we have to look at the code. Ultimately, we're bound by the code as it exists right now. I did bring this up and I said I'd like to have a fair de novo hearing under the municipal code. We're bound by that. And I am moved a bit by the attorney's comment that he doesn't want needless litigation. Neither do I. So those are the basis for my motion. Councilmember Reynolds, do you want to speak to the second?
I agreed with the first half of what you said. Then we started to diverge. So I think we've got some overlapping reasons. Really, the primary reason for me seconding the motion and supporting this application is the existing conditions of the building. I shared in my conversation with the applicant, and this is true today. If this was a thriving coffee shop, I would want it to stay that way. This building has been vacant for a long time, kind of suspicious for a long time. I was looking at Google Street View shots. They've been updated since the last time I looked, but in the previous Google Street View shot, there was, a type of loitering that none of us want to see and trash that none of us want to see on Newport Boulevard, and that has been the condition of this building. This application brings the opportunity for a significant investment in the building. I appreciate the addition of the language staff suggested to improve the street frontage aesthetics and design of the building. I think there's really good opportunity to sort of enliven Newport Boulevard in a positive aesthetic way and in a way that invites more activity on the street, which enhances safety. I agree with the mayor that many of the conditions that we require will improve safety on this street. The restaurant a few doors down is one of my favorite in Costa Mesa. I'm there often, so I do see kind of activity that's allowed to happen there because we do have empty storefronts. And I encourage all of the neighbors to read through the 26 operating conditions on top of a couple hundred other building conditions. Those operating conditions include physical on-site security cameras, odor control, preventing loitering within 50 feet of the business. So for those reasons, I do think that this will be an improvement on Newport Boulevard. And, I fully expect that over time, there will be over-concentration in a way that causes some of these businesses to go out of business. So I'm open to businesses coming in, improving properties, and I do think there will be some corrections down the line. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I saw him first, but it doesn't matter to me.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone that came today and spoke and shared their perspectives, their concerns, and their support for the business today. I will be voting in support of this retail shop, and I want to explain a little bit my reasoning and also mention something to come back from council. I think for me, it comes down to three things, really. The first one is a bit simple for me. It's we have to follow our code. One quote I've always been heard my entire life is that we're a country of rules and laws. And I think it's important for us to follow the rules that the city itself has imposed on itself. I also think that the site has not been really well maintained before. It wasn't really a productive use for our society, for our city. It was a tarot card shop that wasn't really being, bringing things to the community. And we have an opportunity now to invest in this property. Should this venture not succeed, we will have a new building for folks to invest in. And that was kind of one of the things that made me inclined to vote and put Measure Q on the ballot for cannabis. There was a lot of industry, a lot of buildings, mainly on the main thoroughfares like Harbor and Boulevard, that were not well maintained, that were not being invested in. This gives us an opportunity to really look at those sites. It gives us a chance to recreate those sites and hopefully make them better for our community. And look, there's going to be some growing pains with this ordinance. I don't believe that all these shops that are opening will survive. And over time, those that can't survive will not, and we'll have better buildings to bring in better businesses down the line. I also want to talk a little bit about the fact that as a young person who's 28 years old and who's featured this part of town frequently with my friends and my partner, that there's a lot more damage being done, in my opinion, from alcohol in this area than there would be from cannabis. We've heard the chief say multiple times that call service go down when we have a cannabis store. I think part of it has to do with the fact that we have security guards patrolling the area. I have seen in areas that have cannabis installed that we've seen a decrease in homelessness because of people patrolling the area. And quite frankly, I just cannot understand the reason why a downtown center that has a multitude of bars, a multitude of hair salons, a multitude of pizza shops, a multitude of many things, why this will be any different. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting this business. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Hold on one second. Next I saw Councilmember Marr.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Of course.
I'd like to uphold the Planning Commission decision on the basis of Land Use Policy 1.1 and 3.1.
I'll second that.
Thank you. At the end of the day, this is a discretionary approval. Yes, we have an ordinance. Yes, we have a code, but there's a reason that we are walking, thinking, competent human beings up here such that we can make discretionary decisions. And this is one where I do not find the applicant to essentially meet our land use policy. I think there's other ways in which we can beautify the neighborhood. I think there's we have like hardly any dispensaries actually open, so the safety and public safety data doesn't quite make sense to me yet. But ultimately, this comes down to the type of city that we want and the type of city we want to plan for. And I find it not compatible with our current land use policy. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as second, do you wish to be heard?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me say I respect my colleagues' positions wherever you land on this. I think they offer some very compelling arguments, and this has been a kind of troubling issue for us, as you have heard. We're still kind of grappling with what the amendments to the ordinance look like. And so this is a bit of an awkward situation to be in. Nevertheless, I recognize this is a very emotional issue. And so my approach has been a much more sober one. And I think I echo Councilmember Marr's comment that at its heart, this is a land use issue. And I think it's unequivocal that 3 adult businesses located side by side creates a concentration. We don't have a standard for concentration. It's not part of our special regulations for cannabis. But as Councilmember Marr also pointed out, this is a discretionary approval. It's a conditional use permit. And I believe it was Ms. Loftus who actually pointed that out. That is the safeguard for us here. And having spent 4 years on the Planning Commission, I recognize that conditional use permits, as I had staff confirm, run with the land. And to me, that's a very distinct point here, in that even if a cannabis business fails, that land use entitlement sticks until it is affirmatively removed by the city, or the future applicant wants it removed. So I see a concentration existing here. I would agree with the comment that it's not about the applicant, it's about location. I enjoyed my conversations with Mr. Adams. I find him to be very genuine and conscientious. I have no doubt about your issues as an operator, and I think what you've proposed is a good project, just not in the right location. And that leads me to the fact that the concentration does, in fact, change the character of the neighborhood. Not just the adjacent residential neighborhood, but the business neighborhood. Councilmember Reynolds pointed out, this is our historic downtown. I don't know that we have a grand vision for it, but I don't expect people to have the idea of 3 cannabis businesses, not 4. I don't want anybody to consider that we're including a pending application. It's just what's before us. But the 3 right next to each other is really a change of character. And to my mind, it's not what my constituents on the east side think of for our historic downtown. I'd like to also note that this is not a standard commercial business. We have special regulations for a number of different businesses, whether they're sexually oriented businesses. We have self-storage businesses also have special regulations, home occupations. There's a wide range of those. But the CUP process still is part of our code, and we still have to make the findings. And there are 3 findings. One is a nuisance standard. This is substantially compatible with developments in the same area, not materially detrimental to other properties. There's a general welfare standard, and there's also a general plan designation consistency. And I'll agree that the last one is that finding can be made here, but the other 2 do not. And I think Councilmember Marr referenced in the general plan policies, LU 3.1, and I'm sorry, was it 1.1? I would also point my colleagues to land use policy 3.1 and 3.10. Both of those speak to incompatibility of land uses that encroach on neighborhoods. So that is my comment for the evening, and I'm happy to discuss it further.
Okay, great. Councilmember Harper.
You're all right. Everybody here that spoke from their perspective, you're right in your perspective and what happened. And I I didn't help. I voted no on cannabis, but I didn't help them with the ordinance, and maybe I could have. But we designed an ordinance that's put you in this position. I think you're most likely a great operator, and I like the perspective. No one here disagrees that, I don't think anybody disagrees that this product has medicinal uses and benefits. We're not arguing that at all. We're faced, and from the residents' perspective, they got a card to vote for cannabis, and there it is, and it had all these benefits of 911 emergency response, fire and police services, emergency homeless and housing services, small business support. There were no negatives. So the community voted for it, thought it'd be great. They relied on us as a council to get a regulation right, to make sure people like you, Mr. Adams, got into a process that was fair, honest, and decent. And I think you've run into a wall here where our process didn't give you enough signals about what the city needs to look like. It's not fair to you at all. And so I'm really torn on this issue. I'll be honest with you. For a guy that's from step one said no to down to okay, we approved the ordinance, we put you in the process, the city took you along. The question is, should we let the market sort itself out? That's a miserable way to govern a city. I think you're probably going to be one of the best operators in Costa Mesa, from what I've heard. I hope I don't know how many the mix of product is, but if your references they sound credible. So I don't know if I answered anything, but that's what I wanted to say, because I think it's owed to you and it's owed to the people that don't want more cannabis stores, because neither do I. But I also want to treat people fairly, so I'm not sure I'm going to vote on this. So thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to call for the question? This is now the question on the substitute motion by Council Member Marr. Call for the question. Sure. Go ahead.
So the motion currently on the floor is to uphold the Planning Commission decision on the basis that this applicant is not compatible with the current land use.
Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Chavez, and Mayor Stevens voting no.
Okay. All right, so let's take a break. And then we'll do the rest of the calendar. We're back on the record, and we're going to do new business. Start with new business item number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title?
City of Costa Mesa Financing Authority, and Costa Mesa Housing Authority financial statements and housing successor annual report for the period ending June 30th, 2023. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Ms. Molina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's my pleasure tonight to present to you the fiscal year 22-23 year-end financial results. But before I present tonight, I do want to say some thank you to staff. As with most of our financial work in the Department of Finance, it takes a village. I wanted to thank Andrea Pham, our finance manager, for taking the lead in closing the books, along with her staff, Ash, our accounting supervisor, Marie Norman, our accountant, our treasury division, with helping pull all of the invoices and deposits, our AP staff for invoices, and all of our partners in all the departments that helped answer questions to the auditors, as well as providing the necessary documentation. I also want to thank Jennifer Farr, who is here with us tonight to provide the city's audited financials. Her team was the one who actually came in to the city to audit our numbers. With that, I'll get started. We'll go through the 22-23 financial performance and reports, our general fund balance, reserves, and our housing authority financial report. So as you know, our fiscal year is from July 1st through June 30th. The general fund for the last fiscal year was adopted at $180.3 million, and our all funds number stood at $202.9 million. The city's financial reports must adhere to GAAP accounting principles and GASB pronouncements that regulates our accounting financial statements. Also, staff presented these year-end results to FIPAC on February 14th. And I want to take a few moments to thank the FIPAC members for the review and discussion of our results. At this moment, I'll turn it over to Andrea Pham, our finance manager.
The city uses fund accounting pursuant to GAAP and GASB to ensure and demonstrate compliance with finance-related legal requirements. A fund is a grouping of related accounts used to maintain control over resources that have been segregated for specific activities or objectives. The city has 6 different governmental fund types. They are the general fund, special revenue, capital projects, debt service, internal service, and custodial funds. The general fund is the main operating fund. It's used to account for general revenues not specifically levied or collected for special purposes, and accounts for activities of the general government, except those required to be accounted for in another fund. The primary source of revenue for the general fund is tax revenues, which include sales tax, property tax, and TOT. Special revenue funds track expenditures and revenues from specific sources which are restricted and can only be used for certain purposes, such as grants received by the city. Capital project funds are used to track large capital projects. The debt service fund is used to pay long-term debt obligations such as bonded debt, and the city has one outstanding bond, the 2017 lease revenue bonds. The internal service fund is used to track goods and services shifted between departments. The primary source of revenue in that fund is from city departments used to pay for those goods and services. And finally, custodial funds, which is used to account for funds held by the city in a fiduciary capacity. The fiscal year 2022-23 ACFR received an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion possible. The city does submit the ACFR to GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, thank you, for review each year. I'm happy to report the fiscal year 2021-22 ACFR met the requirements to be awarded GFOA's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, which makes it the 25th year the city has received this award. The annual financial audit was conducted by Davis Farr, an independent accounting firm. And they reviewed the city's internal controls and audited the city's financial statements. And with that, I will turn it over to Jennifer Farr from Davis Farr.
All right, thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm happy to be here to present the results of the annual financial statement audit to you. We have completed the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023, and included on this slide is the scope of our audit engagement. The largest part of the audit is the audit of the financial statements that's included in the annual comprehensive financial report. We also audit and issue separate financial statements for the Financing Authority, the Public Financing Authority, and the Housing Authority. And then we perform additional compliance audits on your AQMD funds, your GAN limit calculation, and on the single audit of federal grant awards. In addition, there's 2 letters addressed to City Council. One of them is a letter of the audit results, and the other is an internal control letter. So as previously mentioned, our independent auditor's report does provide a clean, unmodified audit opinion, which is the highest level of opinion that you can receive. That we were able to issue the report on December 21st of 2023, which is before our internally deadline of December 31st of 2023. So that's good that we got it issued on time. Included in the audit opinion this year is the emphasis of matter that I've highlighted, and that's to let the reader know that there was a new accounting standard. That new accounting standard related to accounting for subscription-based information technology arrangements. And so essentially that is subscriptions that are the use of software and other type of information technology. So as a result of implementing that new standard, there's now a $193,000 right of use asset and associated liability related to those agreements. Sorry, this thing's a little touchy. I want to make sure I didn't skip a slide. So in our communication to those in governance, this is where if there was anything disastrous that happened during the audit or anything notable, everything is consolidated in this letter to you. So overall, I would say this is a very good letter. There's really nothing scary in here. The first part of the letter talks about our audit risk during the audit. Each year, during the planning stage, we identify areas of the audit that we believe have a higher susceptibility to error or a risk of having a material misstatement. And so based on the new accounting standards for the subscription-based IT arrangements, we identified that as a higher audit risk area. And the second audit risk area we identified was the compliance with the federal grant programs, just due to the complexities of those grant programs that you're participating in. Included in the letter, we also document our evaluation of independence threats. We are required to be independent with the city, and we believe that we've met those independent requirements. We talk about significant estimates in the financial statements, so those would include estimates about claims payable and your pension liabilities as an example. And then we also communicate to you any material misstatements detected during the audit. This year, we only had 3 auditor-detected material misstatements, which is exceptional. If you recall me meeting with you in past years, there have been a significant number of auditing adjustments that we had to make to correct the financial statements. So I would say Possibly, in the time that I've been your auditor, this is probably the cleanest audit that I've ever performed in terms of finding errors in the accounting records. The finance staff made huge improvements in the accuracy of the accounting records during the year and worked very hard to have the books closed and ready for audit and the documents provided to us in a timely manner so we could perform the audit efficiently and effectively. So I did want to thank staff for their efforts and great job on making improvements there. During our audit, we do evaluate internal controls over all of the key accounting cycles, such as cash receipting and cash disbursements and payroll. As a result of our evaluation of internal controls and testing of internal controls, I'm happy to report that we did not have any internal control recommendations that are segregation of duties type recommendations or other areas that we believe could increase the city's risk for fraud or misappropriation of assets. We did have one internal control recommendation this year just related to those very few audit adjustments that we did detect. Almost all of our clients have some sort of error in their accounting records when the audit starts, but in a perfect world, you'd have zero. But I've yet to see that for a city, especially of your size. And lastly, just wanted to remind you that the audit is performed in accordance with government auditing standards. And that means that in addition to our normal audit procedures, we have to design, test of controls on items that we believe are laws and regulations that are material or direct to your financial statements. So that means we don't test every single law that's applicable to the city, but only the ones that we believe could have a material impact on your financial statements. So as a result of our compliance testing, we did not identify any issues of non-compliance with the tests that we designed, and I include some of those tests here on this slide. In addition, the general fund expenditures were within the city council approved budget, so again, there's no non-compliance in that area as well. So with that, I think we'll hold for my part for questions till the end, and I'll turn it back over to staff to finish up.
Thank you, Jennifer. In order to continue, wanted to provide you with the results of the 22-23 all governmental funds. We started the 22-23 actuals with $117.5 million. We ended the fund balance at $139.9 million, change in fund balance of 22.4 across all of our governmental funds. For our general fund, we ended the fiscal year with $1.3 million positive net change in fund balance. As you can see here in 21-22, we ended the fiscal year with $4.3 million. Our transfers include $13.5 million to our capital fund, which is ensuring compliance with the 5% CAN, plus some city council approved year-end surplus allocations I will speak to in a few moments. $6 million to internal service funds, our IT needs ordinance of the 1.5%, our debt service payments, our funds towards our homeless program costs, and the housing element and visioning plan. For our general fund revenues, our sales tax came in at all-time high at $79.9 million. Our TOT has exceeded pre-pandemic levels, coming in at $9.8 million. Our property tax also higher than prior fiscal years at $53.4 million. We achieved yet another banner year at the City of Costa Mesa of $177.6 million in revenues, which is the highest amount we have ever received. Also, just to kind of note, during the year, our general fund revenues, city staff continues to monitor continually not only the progress of specific revenues, we also monitor the economy, the state of the area, and other multiple factors that we utilize to ensure that the revenues stay within the budget or exceed the adopted budget. For our fund balance, so our 2021 audited was at 53.5. In 22-23, we ended at $59 million with a change of $1.3 million. Our most notable fiscal achievements. As you can see, our revenues have exceeded our amended budget by $1.4 million. We fully funded the CAN. We exceeded the City Council reserve policy of $55 million by $4 million. We fully funded our IT replacement fund. We purchased major police and fire apparatus, such as 4 new ambulances, the new police armored vehicle, and we eliminated the structural deficit in equipment replacement fund. As you may recall, we started speaking last year about the allocations of any year-end surpluses. We went to FIPAC 3 times. In October, the FIPAC committee members provided the City Council with priorities and how to appropriate between $4 to $6 million in general fund surpluses. In November, the City Council approved in priority order an allocation of funds. In the 22-23 fiscal year, we were able to fund all of these projects with the year-end fund balances. In priority order, the Lions Park Cafe, we transferred $1.1 million. Fire Station Training Tower, $1.5 million. $300,000 towards our bus shelters. Our $1 million increase in our workers' comp SIR, which you saw in our fund balance reserves. The housing element and visioning plan of $900,000. A new fire engine apparatus equipment of $300,000 and $1.2 million towards our golf course and tennis center. I do want to take a moment to thank FIPAC. They did deliberate over 3 meetings on this to provide you with their best recommendations. I will turn it over to Andrea for Housing Authority year-end results.
Okay, so the Housing Authority is a component unit of the City of Costa Mesa and is considered a separate legal entity. It was formed in 2012 as a result of the dissolution of the city's redevelopment agency. The primary purpose of the Housing Authority is to promote affordable housing for families of low and moderate income within the city, and it accounts for the city's homeless outreach and bridge shelter programs and operations, and also the rental assistance program. This is a list of other programs that the Housing Authority supports. One item of note, the City of Newport Beach is our partner for the homeless bridge shelter operations, and there was an expansion of the shelter that was approved for fiscal year 23-24. This is a summary of the financial results for the Housing Authority. The fund balance of the authority at July 1 was $3.6 million. It had $9 million of revenues and transfers in, which included a $1.2 million contribution from the City of Newport Beach, $2.5 million of revenues, which includes loan repayments and grants. There was a $1.6 million transfer from the general fund for the homeless program, $2.4 million transferred in for the housing element and visioning plan, and $1.3 million was transferred into the Housing Authority Fund for rental assistance program costs.
So our next steps, in March, we will come back with you to present the 23-24 mid-year update. In April and May, we will present the 24-25 proposed budget and capital improvement projects presentation with a City Council adoption consideration in June of 2024. With that, I'll leave it to questions.
Thank you. Excellent report. Any questions? Okay, then let's open it up for the public. Public? Nobody's coming to the podiums. What about on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Anybody want to make a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
Okay, which is basically to receive and file.
Correct.
Okay, Motion by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Reynolds. Do you wish to be heard on the motion?
Not necessarily.
Okay, second?
I'll just add a congrats to staff on the note from the auditor on the cleanest audit ever. So thank you for that work. I know it's a lot. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great job. I mean, I asked a lot of questions in FIPAC, but you did a really nice job. And thank you to our auditors. Didn't you used to be in Costa Mesa? You had your office in Costa Mesa? No? Okay, all right. I want you to move back. Okay, let's call for the question.
Mayor, please.
Oh, I tried to push it.
Motion carries 7-0.
Good job. Let's, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we hear new business item 3 next, which should be fairly brief. And we have, I think, one person from the community who's specifically interested in this.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Harlan, and it's already been seconded by Chavez, but thank you very much. Let's just vote on it, no discussion.
Wait, hold on.
It's to move 3 up to the next
Right,
item. Seconded by Chavez, no discussion.
Can we just do voice vote?
Sure.
All in favor? Any,
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
thank you.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Number of folks who seem concerned or upset, and I'm not sure what's going on. I don't-
Oh, we're just moving the third item to next, third new business item. We're going to read it. It's, you can go ahead and read the title.
So just for clarification, we're still going to be talking about Jamboree housing. We're just moving forward the item on noise first.
Yeah, we're just reordering it. So we're going to go to number 3.
Thank you.
Read
This
the
is
item.
the 12 gym noise study presentation by Mr. Gamboa, Community Improvement Division Manager.
Thanks. Mr. Gamboa, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor. Before Fidel gives his presentation, I wanted to just briefly introduce the process tonight for the presentation.
Okay.
Staff will provide, real quickly here, staff will provide our presentation for the noise investigation that we've conducted, and then we'll pass it over to a noise consultant who also prepared and completed an independent noise evaluation over a 5-day period.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay, Council.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Just be one moment.
Oh. No, we're not allowed to simplify the process, council member. The council member, it has to be complicated. Let's just give him a little while to get this. If you guys have problems,
We got it.
We'll move another one right up here, okay?
Good evening, Council. My name is Fidel Gamboa. I'm the Community Improvement Manager. I oversee the functions of code enforcement in the city. And tonight we're going to be presenting a noise study report based on one of our code cases that we investigated regarding some concerns of operations at the what is called the 12 Gym located at 140 East 17th Street. The concern came to us in the form of approximately 120 complaints over the course of 2 years that there was excessive noise. The complaint came from a resident who lived across the street at the Palms Mobile Home Park. That's approximately 220 feet away from the back of the gym. And mainly emanating from the rear pedestrian door of the back of the building. Over the course of our investigation, not only did code enforcement conduct an investigation, but there was police personnel that responded to 105 dispatch calls for service. Approximately 40 unannounced exterior site visits of the 12 gym were conducted by code staff to observe or to utilize a handheld sound meter. We're essentially trying to capture any kind of noise violation from this location. In addition, we contacted the complainant and asked to conduct a noise measure from inside of her residence to verify her concerns that they were hearing the noise inside the residence. We also visited the 12 gym and spoke with the ownership there and talked about good neighbor practices, making sure that they're doing everything they could to prevent any noise coming from the location. And we also went to the mobile home park and conducted site visits and reached out to residents there to see if they had any concerns aside from the individual that was filing these complaints with the city. When we went out to this location, we reviewed the ordinance that governs noise, and there's two particular sections that we look at, one being the qualitative noise criteria. And really what it is, it's a reasonable person standard. So the police use this quite a bit. They go out and take a look and determine if there's an issue. And the noise ordinance says that it is unlawful for any person to willfully make or continue or cause to be made any loud, unnecessary, unusual noise which disturbs the peace or quiet of the neighborhood. And the noise disturbances cannot result in discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitiveness residing in the area, regardless of whether or not the noise level exceeds the specific standards. Now, an example of this, the way the ordinance, the noise section guides us is we may look at loudness. For example, if you have someone working on their car in their garage and they may be changing the oil, and basically it's just regular routine change of oil versus someone working on a car that's kind of a race car and they're revving the high velocity type of engine. We look at it and determine what is reasonable for a normal person to when they're in that area. And then the other part is we look at a quantitative noise criteria, which our code staff has a noise meter, and we go out to the location and we try to identify any noise that may be in violation of the maximums of the decibels that are listed in our noise ordinance. During this whole period of time, staff did not identify any on-site qualitative noise issues. We did not identify any on-site quantitative noise issues. There was no verifiable evidence from any other nearby residents. And we also looked at the land use entitlements for this gym, and all the conditions of approvals were in compliance. But to go further, because of the amount of calls that we received, staff contracted Mr. Gary Hardesty, who's from Sound Media Fusion. He's a professional in the sound engineering world and a noise expert with 45 plus years of experience. So at this point, we had asked Mr. Hardesty to conduct a noise study measuring the operations at the 12 gym and provide his findings in order to obtain a third-party expert opinion. At this point, I'd like to introduce Mr. Hardesty to give his presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I've been taking singing lessons for a year now. My voice is a little shot because I'm probably going to win a Grammy Award over the next year, I'm assuming. So anyway, a little bit about my background, more than 45 years of global experience in all areas related to acoustics, environmental noise, noise monitoring and mitigation, sound system design, electronic system design. That's been a passion of my entire life, actually. Sound system design for large events in the world, including Super Bowl, Olympic opening and closing ceremonies, Vatican, Asian Games, World Cup soccer, Academy Awards, Grammy Awards, including noise monitoring and mitigation, loudspeaker design, and electronic design. In addition, acoustic sound system design for projects such as the United States Army, IndyCar racing. For example, several years ago, the city of Phoenix wanted, some billionaires in the city of Phoenix, I should say, wanted to host an IndyCar race. And one corner was going to go right by the 9/11 call center. So they called me in to see if I could cancel that noise because the city didn't want the noise. I built a noise cancellation system and proved that, in fact, you could have an IndyCar race and have race cars going 180 miles an hour within 50 feet of the call center, and the call center could still operate. Hundreds of acoustic and sound system design projects involving venues around the world, including local venues in Costa Mesa. Example, 22 years of acoustic design, sound system design, noise mitigation, and noise monitoring for the Orange County Fairgrounds, including all work at Pacific Amphitheater since 2002, including the redesign of the Pack Amp berm, which improved noise mitigation and gave back the fair several acres of usable land. Past environmental noise monitoring and mitigation for the city of Costa Mesa and Newport Beach and other venues or other cities for various projects. Deep understanding of all areas related to environmental acoustics, noise mitigation, and noise monitoring, including detailed understanding of noise ordinances, understanding of research into noise, both disturbing and non-disturbing, related to local environmental noise. That's me. So as the slide shows, we were contracted by the city to perform a noise study of the 12 gym based on complaints from the Palms Mobile Home Park. The city received multiple noise complaints from residents at the trailer park. City code personnel performed noise measurements in the same area prior to my report and found compliance. We were hired to act as an acoustic expert and to provide a more detailed study along the same lines of the city's noise measurements. The next slide, please, thank you. The type of noise meter we use, which is one of them here, is called an integrating meter. This meter costs about $8,000. It can simultaneously record the actual audio taking place, as well as record and calculate the decibel reading, taking hundreds of samples every second. We were monitoring on site in December of 2023, Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., Saturday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., and the monitoring dates were December 3 through 9 of 2023, over a 7-day period. Over the 7-day period of our monitoring, we recorded more than 4 million noise samples. In addition, we simultaneously recorded and calculated a total of 6 different measurements, so fairly thorough. The type of measurement we specifically used relative to the noise ordinance and relative to the type of environmental noise encountered is called an LAEQT, and I won't bore you with all that tonight, but basically it means that the decibel is a logarithmic function. In order to average those numbers, you have to have a logarithmic function attacked onto it. And that's a totally common international standard. Next slide. So there's the location. Note at the bottom of the picture, there's a door right at that dot, which faces the trailer park. Next slide. So those 3 yellow dots show where we were basically monitoring from, but in addition, we were getting out, walking around the area, driving around the area as well, because we wanted to get a picture of what was happening in the entire area, not just at the mobile home park. Next slide. The noise ordinance, which was touched on briefly, is a little bit complex, i.e. you're allowed to be 55 dBA 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., 50 dBA from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., but then there's 5 do not exceed conditions. For example, condition 2 says the noise cannot exceed 5 dB in addition to 55 or 50 dB. So in other words, 50 to 60 for a cumulative period of more than 15 minutes in an hour. And this is because noise is not static. Noise changes based on airplanes going over, lawn, whatever happened to be going. So if it was more stringent than that, you wouldn't be able to measure it properly. So this allows for some variation against the noise ordinance in specific increments of time, which we analyzed. Next slide. The proper way to measure these conditions, as discussed previously, is to use the LAEQT measurement standard. For example, noise ordinance condition 3 on an earlier slide, the reading should be an LAEQ5 measurement, meaning we're measuring the equivalent average noise over a 5-minute period and so forth for all 5 conditions. Hopefully that makes sense. We recorded our data in various time slots. I won't go through all that. You see that in the slides. But basically, we were recording every half hour or so based on the operating hours of the gym. So I felt that it was a fairly comprehensive noise study in terms of that. Next slide. So my subjective findings, the environmental noise is typical for a housing area near businesses and overall quiet for a housing area this close to busy streets and businesses. In my report, I detail noise heard above normal ambient each monitoring day. For example, December 3rd, 7:15, trash pickup, 10:52 a.m., noticed music coming from the direction of the gym, but it could have been a car audio system, et cetera, et cetera. So each day we measured the sound and also made notes as to what we were hearing and what kind of disturbance we felt it might have been. Next slide. Each of the monitoring days, we felt the noise we heard was typical for a mixed commercial residential area, as detailed in my report. Typical street noise exists in the area, which adds to the noise field. On a few occasions, as noted in my report, we did hear some music from the gym, which was buried in the overall ambient noise and was non-disturbing and brief. At no time was such a noise measurable, and at no time was the noise above the overall ambient area noise. Next slide. So in conclusion, my report contains the detailed findings regarding the objective measured data. We won't go into the complex detail here. Their area is noise compliant. Occasional spikes in noise were noted. These occasional spikes, airplanes, an occasional loud car, garbage trucks, some gym noise, etc., would cause a momentary increase in the average reading at that time, but this is due to a short duration noise spike rather than a long-term louder noise event, and exactly as expected. The data in the report is the detailed data as it pertains to the noise ordinance. In other words, for each time period, we presented the 30-minute, 15-minute, 5-minute, and 1-minute noise data, and no violations were noted. I'm done.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions of either staff or Mr. Hardesty? Councilmember Gameros?
Yep, I got a couple questions. So one of the measurements or guidelines was 55 decibels.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, give us something that we can identify with as a control that 55 decibels would be equivalent to?
Well, let's turn this on and see what it is in the room right now. 55 dB is pretty quiet. So in the room right now, if I stop talking, it's 54 dB.
Okay. So one of the complaints that we've been hearing is that there's a percussive type of noise pollution that's taking place. It's not a car driving by. It's not a chirping bird. It's a boom, boom type of sonic wave or whatever. Would the device that you use be incapable for some reason of missing that noise that an ear would pick up?
Well, no, not really. I mean, this is measuring based on what's called an A-weighted standard, which is the environmental standard. And that does, over distance, roll off some low-frequency noise, but you're still going to pick up that noise. We did, on a couple of occasions, hear a little bit of low-frequency noise from the gym, and that was because they had propped their back door open.
So is the device used, could it be considered like a microphone?
It is a microphone, yes, sir.
Okay, what type? Is it a dynamic, a condenser, a ribbon, cardioid?
Condenser.
It's a condenser microphone. Can you explain to us what a condenser microphone is, please?
It's a capacitor.
Okay.
You want me to go into a lot of detail there?
Well, I'm just trying to make sure we establish for everybody what it is that you did and how this stuff works, and, you know, that we don't.
Sure. So, for example, this meter not only records the noise, but it actually records the audio. So when I look at the software, if there's a noise spike I see in the software based on the reading, I can listen to the noise taking place at that time.
Okay, how do you calibrate that device?
The factory makes a calibration device for the meter.
Okay, and how often do you calibrate that device?
Every time we use it.
And what do you use as a measurement for calibration?
The standard for whatever the calibration device is.
Something that's quiet or something that it emits a certain decibel that?
It's emitting 100 dB into the meter at a specific frequency.
Okay, and then if that reads 100 dB, then you know you're good.
Yep, and this meter is very smart in terms of if you plug a different microphone into the meter, that calibration is actually buried inside the microphone.
And what's the plus or minus tolerance on that meter?
This meter here is plus or minus 1.5 dB.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Harper.
Wow, the science discussion. I'm overwhelmed. Mine really simple. Well, first, how's your hearing? Do you guys hear well?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
When's the last time you had your hearing checked?
When have I heard?
Yeah,
Probably about 6 months ago.
6 months ago. Okay, so you've got great hearing. Did you go and sit in this lady's living room and go, this is noisy or it's not noisy? Forget the science for a moment.
I did not.
Did not.
No, but my staff went inside her home
Yeah,
during the period of time that she had stated that it was noisy.
yeah. Was she
And
there?
She was there.
And together, you with the staff said,
The staff was there with the complainant, and they determined collectively that they didn't hear anything.
they didn't, so the person complaining said they didn't hear anything.
That's my understanding from
And the
staff's
staff
reporting.
said, we didn't hear anything, but it was the time when it was making noise.
That's correct. That's my understanding.
So she's complaining about something that didn't make noise?
Well,
It was during the operations of the gym.
The operation of the gym. But were they playing music in the gym?
It's my understanding that during the class, they were playing music.
How did they know?
they followed the schedule of the classes.
They looked at the classes, sitting in her living room going, I know there's a class on, but I don't hear any music.
That's correct.
Was the back door closed to the gym?
At that time, the back door was closed, is my
It was
understanding.
closed?
Yes.
So forget all this stuff. The solution here is like close the back door of the gym and the noise goes away. Is that a true or false statement?
So I don't think that's true. For the one reason is I've been out to the gym on occasions myself.
Yeah.
Where the door's been open and the door's been closed and could not hear anything. from
So
the
if they
street.
open the door and they don't play music, you're not going to hear anything.
But then when I moved up to the parking lot closer, I could hear the music.
You close it. I just don't, I mean, if you say you're there and the door's closed and you don't hear anything and she's there with you, I mean, we're calling this person crazy because you're not hearing anything and she agrees, but she's complaining. I'm just trying to solve a simple problem, and this has gotten very complex, and this is a big, thick report and a big PowerPoint.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So when we were there, and as noted in my notes in the report, there were 2 or 3 times where we heard a little bit of music from the gym,
Yeah.
and that was only when the door was propped open.
Only when it's open.
Yeah, when
Is
the
there a
door was
reason
shut,
gym
we didn't
can't-
hear
Is there a
anything.
reason the gym can't close their door? Always. All the
Yeah,
time?
we've asked them as a good neighbor to keep the door closed on numerous occasions. They do open it, I believe, for ventilation, but no, we have asked them to do that.
They have multiple doors in that gym, correct?
And some areas they have only, they're broken up into different areas of the gym.
Yeah.
So one door might serve one area where another door might serve another area.
Okay. Is there a solution to solve this problem for this person? That's all we want. That's all this council wants. Is there a solution? There's no violation. There's no violation. I get that. I get that part. I'm frankly trying to make a resident happy that's been down here a lot. And that's all we're trying to do. I think that's all this council's trying to do. So any ideas for a solution? Yes, you do.
So make sure that they maintain the sound system with the low frequency element of the system turned down, and make sure the door's shut.
But there's no way we can force them to do that. The gym.
Well, not currently because there's no noise violations.
I see.
So that's, and our code is generous from a noise perspective because it's both quantitative and qualitative.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because most ordinances aren't qualitative, where it provides that type of option from a reasonable noise perspective. And worth mentioning also is we also investigated some areas within the park and spoke to other park residents, and they didn't, and many of them didn't find it, the ones that we spoke to, didn't find any noise issues either.
They haven't had their hearing checked. I did that recently, so I could hear. Okay.
And
Is
to
there,
that point, sorry to interrupt, to that point, we had a neighbor who lived in the trailer park walk by us one day and asked what we were doing, and she said, "Yeah, I don't know why people are complaining. It doesn't bother me at all." So,
right.
Councilmember?
Sorry.
Can we move to public comment?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Public comment.
So I am Wendy Smo. I am the complainant, and I'd like to go over this report real quick. So on the second day, which would be a Monday, he spoke with the owner of the gym. Do you recall what you spoke with the owner of the gym about? Was it about the noise sample that you were taking? And I thought this noise sample was supposed to be incognito. You know, if you ask a criminal, are you going to steal something? You know, do you think they're going to steal it after you ask them if they're going to steal it? You know, 100%. I've sent you guys hundreds and hundreds of sound samples of where we're just like this at 5:30 in the morning, just up and down. An airplane is just nice and easy. It might go up high, but it's just nice and easy little curve. But bass is just boom, 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 boom. I've told you guys repeatedly that we have a concrete wall right behind us. So as soon as that bass comes out of that gym, it goes straight down that concrete wall, straight into my little environment that I like to call my house where I live, okay? And to bring up the lady that went and talked to you, maybe she's the same lady that just took a shovel and just scraped it across the ground for 30 minutes to destroy my sound sample because they had nothing better to do with their lives. That's pretty petty. So, I wanted to bring that up. I also want to bring up the original CUP from 1992 for this gym, where they changed the whole zone just to bring the gym in. So you guys keep on talking, it's not breaking the zone, it's not breaking the law, because you changed the zone for it. You changed the whole zone just to bring this gym in that has skylights in the ceiling. It used to have a garage door facing us that they've just plastered tin on that literally has visible holes in it that you can see. You know, I've seen you guys pictures of them having all 5 doors open and you can literally see through the gym. How much sound do you think they're going to keep in whenever you can literally see through the gym? I also want to bring up on the 1992 CUP, there's no restrictions. It talks about valet parking. No valet parking goes on there anymore, but it also says no aerobic workouts because that's what creates all the bass. And then in 2017, you guys are like, oh, let's just let them have as much bass as they want. I guarantee you that this gym bullies our neighborhood every single day. I mean, it's not like here in the last couple months, it's not as bad. Like this sound sample was supposed to happen in like October, November, long time ago, months ago. I just don't understand. If you guys lived across from this gym, you'd go crazy. It's just boom, 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 boom for hours sometimes. And there's nobody stopping them from shutting a door. There's nobody stopping them from anything. And this low frequency sound that he's talking about is incredibly bad for your mental health. It messes with your frontal lobe.
Okay, and does anybody else want to comment? Oh, no, not you yet. We haven't closed public comment. So I don't see anybody else coming for public comment. Do we have anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk? No. Okay, Councilmember Gameros, you wish to be heard?
Yeah. This is directed at you. Did you notify the occupants of the gym that you were going to be conducting a sound test before you did it?
We did not, but the owner did find us one day and come by and talk to us.
He found you?
Uh-huh.
How did he find you?
We were in a corner of the parking lot somewhat near the gym, kind of in an area we felt was very secluded, and he saw us in there.
Is there a chance he could have modified his behavior to lower the sound so that he could meet the requirements?
I would think if he was going to do that, he would have kept the door shut.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So there's a pretty compelling argument on this, and I want to make sure that we're thorough in what we do as we conclude this. And I just want to make sure that what you did, as convincing as you are, I also hear someone else who's extremely convincing that's saying everything quite the contrary to what you did. So I just want to make sure that what you did was ethical, within the parameters, that there's no way they could have quieted down while this was going on. Is it louder in the summer than it is in the winter? Like, I'm just trying to.
I can't answer a lot of that because we did it for that one time period.
Okay, that's all I have.
I just have one question. Did you listen to the samples that the resident sent?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And what were your findings after listening to the residents?
I felt that was just random environmental noise.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Marr has a motion. Let's listen to the motion.
I'd like to receive and file.
Okay, I'll second that. All right, do you wish to be heard on the motion?
Respectfully, ma'am, we've spent a lot of time and money investigating this. We've hired the expert. I don't think there's much more that we can or will do at this point. Thank you.
Ma'am, there's not a dialogue here, okay? So that's do you have anything further to say? Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything on the second. You have something to say, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Marr. The city has taken extraordinary efforts to address Ms. Samao's questions. I have been out there dozens of times at all hours of the day trying to confirm what she has said. I've listened to the audio tapes that she sent us, and we conducted the study after staff conducted their own study to be absolutely certain, and I see the findings seem to speak for themselves.
Okay, anybody else wish to be heard? All right, let's call for the question on to receive and file.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Gamaris voting no.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to, thank you. We're clapping tonight. We're clapping. Thank you very much for your work. Okay, next is new business item number 2.
No.
This is Urban Master Plan screening request for a mixed-use development at the City Senior Center to construct and operate a 60-unit affordable senior housing project located at 695 West 19th Street. Presentation by Ms. Nguyen, Principal Planner.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Nancy Nguyen, Principal Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. The item before you tonight is an urban master plan screening for a proposed mixed-use project with senior housing located at 695 West 19th Street. The subject property is located within the 19 West Urban Plan and is also the current site of the Costa Mesa Senior Center. The applicant of the proposed project is Jamboree Housing Corporation. So just a quick background on the proposed project. Some of the council members, as you may recall, in July 2020, the City Council approved an exclusive negotiating agreement, or ENA, with Jamboree Housing. And this ENA was in order to allow Jamboree Housing to conduct a feasibility study on what could be developed on a portion of the senior center's parking lot. So the conceptual project that was presented at that time to the City Council was a new detached 2 to 3 story residential building with 60 affordable senior housing units. And at that time, Jamboree Housing did propose to maintain the existing senior center parking, as well as provide additional parking for the residential use. So since the time of that ENA approval in July 2020, Jamboree Housing and staff have continued to meet regularly to discuss the proposed project as well as refine the project description. So the proposed project presented to you tonight, or today, well, it is tonight, is a mixed-use urban master plan project that includes the existing Costa Mesa Senior Center, as well as the proposed senior housing building. And because the project, because the subject property is located within the 19 West Urban Plan, an initial City Council screening is required before Jamboree Housing can submit a formal planning application. So just some quick changes to the original project concept that was presented in 2020. That includes the building height is increased to 4-story, which is allowed, by the way, in the 19 West Urban Plan, as well as not providing additional parking for the new residential use. So the project location and the total number of units remain the same. So staff has reviewed the proposed project for consistency with the 19 West Urban Plan. And we have determined that it does meet the urban plan's objectives. In addition to that, the proposed project would achieve one of the recently adopted housing element policies, which is to provide affordable senior housing. So here's the proposed site plan for the project. The proposed mixed-use project would be developed on the existing 2.66 acre city-owned property. The senior center building would remain as is, so no changes are proposed to that. A portion of the surface parking lot, however, would be developed with a new 4-story, approximately 88,000 square foot, affordable senior housing building. So parking spaces, as you can see here, would be provided at the existing surface parking lot. All 145 existing spaces would be maintained, and a portion of the spaces would be provided below the new senior housing building, but all 145 spaces would be shared between the two uses. So the project, as I mentioned, includes a total of 60 units, 59 of which would be age restricted for seniors, and also would be income restricted to low income. And then the other 1 unit would be for an on-site manager that would not be income restricted. Each of these units would be 1 bedroom with 1 bathroom and include a living room, kitchen, and a private deck. The unit sizes range from 566 square feet to 614. So the new residential building would include many amenities, including a central courtyard with multi-use lawns for active and passive activities, a pet spa, community garden, community room, and fitness area, among other amenities. In terms of the proposed architectural style of the project, the building would be Spanish colonial, which as you can see here, features red clay tile roof, round arches at entryways, light-colored stucco, and Spanish tile designs as building accents. The front of the building would face along West 19th Street, which creates visual interest along the public sidewalk and street. So as I mentioned earlier, the project does comply with many of the 19 West urban plan requirements, including the minimum lot size, the front and rear setbacks, maximum building height, and floor area ratio. However, as you can see on this slide in the table, there are 3 specific standards that the project does not comply with, which is the development lot open space, the side setback along West 19th Street, and the parking structure design. If you recall, other urban plan projects have come before you. Applicants that utilize the urban plan for a proposed project can request deviations from these requirements or standards. However, because Jamboree Housing is requesting, because Jamboree Housing is eligible for state density bonus law, the urban plan deviations are actually being requested as concessions, again, through the density bonus law. So some potential project issues that I'd like to point out is the lack of additional parking for the new proposed senior housing use, as well as the circulation changes to the existing property. As I mentioned, because this project is eligible to utilize state density bonus law, it can also take advantage of the density bonus law's parking standards, which are typically less than the cities. And in this case, because it's a 100% affordable senior housing project, they're not required to provide any parking, again, pursuant to the density bonus law. So Jamboree Housing will need to consider this as will need to consider a parking management plan as part of their operations, and of course, city staff would require this as part of the project's conditions of approval. And then, as it relates to our concerns with circulation, there are 2 new driveways proposed. So the existing one that's kind of along the eastern corner of West 19th Street is going to be shifted over towards the western side. You can see by the green arrows are showing the 2 new driveways. And then there will be a secondary one along Plummer, however you would prefer to pronounce that street name. But our main concern is the one that's shifted from the eastern to the west side along West 19th Street. As you can see in red, there is an existing landscape medium that can make it a little bit tight, if you will, to maneuver in and out of the site. However, staff does propose that continue to work with Jamboree Housing on this issue once the applicant submits their formal planning application. So speaking of which, should the City Council allow the project to move forward, the applicant would then submit their formal planning application. And concurrently with the review of their plans, staff would work with the applicant on a long-term lease and affordable housing agreements. Once the project is deemed ready to be presented to Planning Commission, then we present a Planning Commission for a recommendation to City Council and ultimately to City Council for a final review of the plans and the lease and affordable housing agreements. So staff recommends that the City Council provide feedback on the proposed mixed-use senior housing urban master plan project to be developed by Jamboree Housing. And this concludes my staff's presentation. Jamboree Housing has also prepared a short presentation for the City Council, and we're both available to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Before anybody makes any more presentations, I've got a question for you. It's a personal question. Is today your birthday?
Yes, it is. Well, yes, for like the next 13 minutes.
All right, happy birthday. We're clapping. We're clapping.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending your birthday. Thank you for spending your birthday with us. For the public, she was at 4 o'clock. She was in helping us with our closed session without getting into the substance. But thank you. You've worked so hard on your birthday. So have a great first day of your next year tomorrow.
Thank you. I
Come on up.
appreciate it.
Come on up, Jamboree.
So 13 more minutes until midnight? Okay, that's good stuff. Well, we're happy to be here. We've enjoyed sitting through the meeting. We're actually just so excited that we have finally reached the point of being able to come before you again with this project. You can tell by the photo that we included at the request of Mayor Stevens that we've been working on this project for quite some time. My hair has changed colors and length. Gained probably about 20 or 30 pounds since that photo, but you know, it all happens. But this really has been a project that was born out of the leadership of the City Council and really trying to be innovative in terms of trying to find a way to provide more housing opportunities for seniors within the Costa Mesa community. And we're really honored to be a partner with the city in achieving that goal. So tonight, I just want to talk a little bit about Jamboree, and then Tish is going to add a little bit of context to Nancy's report, and then we're here to answer any questions that you have. So Nancy, next slide. I think most of you are familiar with Jamboree Housing. We are kind of a born and raised in Orange County nonprofit. We were created by the city of Irvine in 1990. At the time, the city had identified affordable housing as a really major barrier to their continued economic development, founded Jamboree as a way to begin to address that need. We worked exclusively in the city of Irvine for about a decade before we began to branch out and to do other projects in Orange County. And since the early 2000s, we've become a statewide nonprofit and developed over 10,000 units in 100 communities throughout the state. We're as far south as the littoral border in San Ysidro and as far north as Chico and Santa Clara County in the Bay Area. And our mission is really simple. We're here to deliver high quality housing and services that transform lives and strengthen communities. And we've been doing that for over 30 years with data-driven and tested results that we bring a very positive influence to the communities that we build in. Next slide. I'll turn it over to Tish.
By the way, that photo was taken February 22nd, 2019, so almost exactly 5 years ago.
There you go.
Go ahead, Tish. You have the floor.
Okay, hi. My name is Tish Kelly. I'm the Senior Vice President of Development over at Jamboree. It's good to be here tonight. I feel like Nancy already stole my thunder with her presentation, but what we're showing you here is just a site plan of what we're proposing on the site. And so as Nancy had mentioned, she had delineated the building area, which you'll see has the dog run identified and leasing services and parking. That parking, so this will be a building that is one level of podium with 3 stories of type 5 construction, residential on top. In the base of it on the ground, we've integrated the parking to be in the podium level of the building, as well as the existing parking outside. And so the total number of parking spaces is 145, which, as Nancy had mentioned, is what exists there now. And we knew that that was really important to retain that number of stalls. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so on the ground floor in the podium, I should have pointed it out, but there was the leasing office, so that's where the management staff, we've got on-site management, on-site property management, as well as on-site supportive services. So on the ground level would be the leasing offices with the property management. So if folks come to the building and they need to go into a leasing office, it's right there on the ground floor. The building itself is completely secure. It's fob accessible, once somebody accesses the building and uses their fob to go up to the podium level, you'll see here on this floor plan is the first level of residential, and we've got our supportive services office. We've got our community space with the community kitchen, a community room, some flex space. We'll build that out as we develop the plans for the project. A fitness center, barbecue area, a club room, laundry, outdoor space, a pet spa, and community garden. Next slide, thanks. Okay, and so I think you said Spanish colonial, Spanish Renaissance. I don't know. That's not my area forte. But we tried to match the sort of the fabric of like Greater Costa Mesa with the Spanish influence, and the tiled roofs, the light colored stucco, and you can see that the units they have balconies, they have they're landscaped, and we. This elevation, as it's noted, is facing 19th Street. So, next slide. Thanks. So project funding. So we're here tonight, obviously, to get moving and move forward with the entitlement phase and continue to work with the city to build out the design and get approval. We finance these projects. Our timeline, this is the first step in order for us to put the next foot in front of the other one. It's important, if not required, that we have our entitlements before we start applying for the first dollars and the financing that goes into the project. And so where we get our financing, we're looking at this as a 9% tax credit project, low-income housing tax credit project. We'll utilize state, local, county funds that are available for this specific type of housing. We'll go to the county, and we're assuming that 29 of the units will have project-based vouchers issued by the county. And within that, we'll start piecing the funding together. There will be other gap funding as we move forward. If you have any questions about any of the finance or the finance programs, I can share what what we're looking at.
With that, we're good.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Council questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I shared with you at your public workshop a few weeks ago how excited I was about this. I think it was very well received by the community as well. I guess my first question is, what's the actual entitlement request? What's coming back to council?
So the urban master plan, Jamboree Housing will have to submit a formal planning application. It'll be for an urban master plan, and then it would go to planning commission because this is related. It'll be tied to with the lease agreement and as well as an affordable housing agreement that only council can approve and execute. The whole thing with the urban master plan project will go to city council, I believe, likely as city council being the final review authority.
Okay,
so planning commission in this case will be recommending.
Right, but is it a site plan review? I'm just trying to get a handle on what actually needs to be processed and how quickly that can happen.
Because it is an urban master plan, it's really just the proposed senior center housing building that would need to be further reviewed by staff. And something I may have not mentioned in my staff presentation, but is included in the agenda report, is there is a proposed subdivision map that will create two separate parcels, and that's something that we'd still have to work a little further with Jamboree Housing just to understand the procedures and mechanism of that.
So what would be the estimated time frame to get that back to Planning Commission and Council? And the reason I ask is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kelsey and Tish, there's some potential local funding that you could tap into in the short term, and don't want to miss out on that.
Yes, we're anticipating kind of a variety of funding sources, most of them coming from partners in the healthcare space that we're anticipating to be available. At this time, we don't know if entitlements will be required to pursue that funding, but it's obviously always helpful in demonstrating project readiness for those funding sources.
Right, and as you mentioned, you can't apply for other funding sources until you have that entitlement. So that seems to be the threshold issue.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask staff again. So I'm not going to hold you to a specific timeline, but just want to get a sense for my colleagues here, how long it will take to actually process it and get it to Planning Commission.
It really depends on how far the applicant can get with their final application plans. But once the final application plans come in, I would say probably 3 months.
Okay. And then lastly, and then I'll turn it over to whomever, obviously parking has been kind of this ongoing issue. How much of the construction cost is associated with providing that at-grade parking?
For the at-grade portion, are you talking about just for clarification,
Well, you're doing structured parking, so you're going to have
right, so in the podium or the surface parking?
in the podium.
In the podium, I would have to assume that there's probably about 5 million that's going into the podium.
Okay. And what's the total estimated project cost?
45 million.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have right now.
Okay, I'm going to move to go past midnight.
Second.
Okay, call for the question by voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Anybody against? Okay, so Harper is against, and Gumeros, you're against? Okay, passes 5-2. Let's move on. Thanks. Go ahead. Where were we? Anybody? Oh, Manuel.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, question for staff, just for the public's knowledge. Why do we require a council screening for this amazing project?
Yes, because the proposed project is located within the 19 West Urban Plan, and the applicant is requesting to utilize the flexible development standards that are allowed through the urban plan. And as part of the urban plan project that was adopted, gosh, I want to say in the early 2000s, that screening process is built in. Furthermore, in our zoning code, anytime you have a proposed master plan, preliminary screening is also required.
Okay, so essentially we're doing this because there's going to be a change to the general code, even though we allowed that through the screening, through the overlay of the urban master plan.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So basically we're here praising this project because we have to get it reviewed, even though it fits the vision of the urban master plan, or the 19th Street urban plan, whatever you call it.
Correct. The screening is just required as part of the process. Every project that proposes within any urban plan area, it's the initial step.
Okay.
Of the urban master plan process, if that makes sense.
It does. I just think in the future, if we can have a more streamlined process, we should. I mean, this project is one I think I've heard no complaints about. It's a really beautiful project. I think it fits well within the environment it's in. I just question why we take so much process and time to, move housing forward. It's my understanding that, this has been in the works for 4 years. I know a lot of it has to do with the funding of it because it's entirely affordable. But to me, it just seems like an unnecessary step for the applicant to go through as we pursue a good housing project. With that, I'll just say a few quick statements. I will say my only gripe with the project is that it's not in my district. It's just across the street from my district. I take great pleasure from representing the tower on 19th Street and all the seniors in that community. I think this would be an excellent addition to our downtown Costa Mesa. And I think a lot of the things that this project does really enhance our community. I love the fact that there's no setback and that it's as close as it can possibly be to the street, because that incentivizes walkability. This is a very walkable neighborhood. I always point out that Costa Mesa, at least the older parts of Costa Mesa, south, east side, and west side, are the most walkable because it wasn't sprawl. It was kind of just an organic development that formed. When it comes to the parking, I don't think there'll be an issue. I never heard a single complaint ever from the tower that there isn't enough parking, and I doubt we'll have that here as well.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, we haven't taken public comment yet.
I understand. I don't know. I mean, I normally, council member, this is when we ask the questions.
I'll defer my comments later then. Thank you.
Okay, good. So, do you have questions, Councilmember Reynolds?
I do. Ready? Okay. This will be, my questions were spread out across a bunch of stickies, so I may not go in order. My comments sort of touch on maybe three main themes. One, really interested, I know you guys have spent a lot of time with this project. I have questions about like how we might be able to squeeze out a few more units. And I'd love to hear, I'm sure you had scenarios where there were more units. I'd love to hear maybe options for that you didn't choose because of, rules we may have or other restrictions. Also, I'm interested in, I think you do a really good job in this plan as is of building connections among neighbors, but really thinking about building connections between people in the building and outside of the building, and especially that crossover with the senior center. And then my other kind of area of questions are really on considerations. This might be more for staff, but considerations on, improving the streetscape on West 19th, certainly not making it worse. We know that's a highly walkable area. We have a lot of older adults walking in that area as well. And then I'll set up for you to think about, but I have one question that I shared with you, Kelsey, a few weeks ago. You guys, as Jamboree, have an incredible record. You, in terms of senior housing, lots of buildings, lots of experience. I'm really interested, given that experience, knowing what services are most valuable for seniors, what is the most effective layout, like, is this the perfect project, or how might it have been better if you didn't have certain rules? I'd love to know some of the trade-offs, maybe that we might be able to tinker with. So that was to sort of set it up. So first question on more units, and I had some specific ideas I wanted to ask about, but I'd love to hear your ideas first.
Staff, it's okay if we answer? Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. So generally speaking, and I invite Tish to elbow me if I'm saying anything incorrectly, but generally speaking, there's three ways to increase the amount of units that you can offer in a development. You can decrease the unit size, offer more studios. You can increase the height of the building, adding another layer of residential, or you can decrease the parking. So the balancing act that I think we worked with staff on extensively and some of the council members on extensively from a visioning standpoint was how to hit that balance. It was communicated to us from the beginning that maintaining the 145 parking spaces was incredibly critical. We did have earlier versions of the plan where we offered about half of what was in the proposed footprint of the building. So instead of 60 parking spaces within that podium footprint, it was a little bit closer to 30 or 35. That allowed us to offer about 5 to 7 more units, and that was achieved by moving some of the components that you saw on the courtyard level of the podium down to the first floor because we had a little bit more flexible space there. I think also when Nancy mentioned that previous versions were 2 or 3 stories, that was also because with the reduced parking, we were able to do a little bit lower of a profile building. But in order to replace all of that parking, the podium style becomes important. And then we felt, even though the towers is obviously across the street and there is a case for a higher level of density, given the proximity to the single family neighborhood behind us, we felt that 4 stories made sense from that livability and impact standpoint. And 60 units is a very competitive mix for us in terms of our funding sources. It's good for the low-income housing tax credit. It's good for the state supernova. It's not such a small amount of units that it doesn't make sense, but there's definitely those trade-offs that we had to kind of decide on. Did I miss anything? Yeah, okay.
So I noticed I think it's the third and fourth floors on the back side aren't fully built out. Is that held back by sort of the parking scaling? Or is there another reason not to build that out?
Oh, on the back side, she's talking about this. Is this just for the entrance? Like why we wouldn't put a unit right here? Or we do on the third and fourth floor?
Yeah, the third and fourth. They're like sort of scaled back, so you don't have as many units on the third or fourth floor as you do on the second floor.
Yeah, so that's typically just like an aesthetic to tier it back so that there's visual access through the building, and then it's also that the building is just not as boxy. It's not a big block.
Okay. And you would recommend keeping it that way as opposed to adding more units, adding more housing?
You want me to answer?
No, you go for it.
Okay. I think that our mission is to deliver more units, right? We definitely believe in maximizing the site, but because of the sensitivities that Kelsey mentioned, we really did have to look at this as a balancing act. There also becomes like a threshold, like a moment of like diminishing returns on the units, given the hard costs for the units that we're developing. And so we would definitely take a look at it, and if it still made sense to add more units and we haven't hit that threshold, we would welcome more units.
Okay. And you also mentioned smaller units. I think I recall from the community meeting that these are pretty large units. So why not more smaller units?
I think the population is a really big driving factor. Seniors tend to have mobility issues, so there's oftentimes the need for, some sort of mobility assistance, whether that's canes, walkers, wheelchairs, so the larger units make it a little bit more livable for folks. And then we also just find that generally speaking, seniors are less likely to desire a studio layout. When we think of studios, we tend to think more of workforce or younger people. Not saying that it can't be utilized by all populations, but sometimes if there's other options in the community, they'll choose to go for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom versus a studio unit. And that's just based off of the experience we have building about 2,000 of these senior units throughout California.
Okay. Okay, and then you mentioned, space for parking, and I've been thinking about this as we're a project over at least a 55-year timeline, right? Buildings last for a long time, and so mobility over a 55-year timeline is probably going to change quite a bit. There's a lot of predictions about, reduced car use for a whole bunch of reasons. Do you guys have experience with shared vehicle programs that would reduce the need for individuals to have their own cars?
Yeah, we also do lots of mobility connections, trying to plug into the public transit system. The shared car program tends to work a little bit better on our family sites than it does our senior sites, and that's just mostly because on our senior sites, we tend to have less cars. Folks tend to drive them a lot less as they age, so we just don't see quite the same parking need as well. But I do want to mention, because Nancy brought it up in her presentation, that we have committed to staff, and I'm sure it will be enshrined in whatever affordable housing agreement comes back to council, our commitment to be an active partner in whatever type of parking management plan the future holds. We don't have a crystal ball. 10 years from now, there could be no cars or everyone could have 3 cars. And so we want to make sure that we can create a plan that's flexible enough to move with the building as the neighborhood changes over the 55 years it'll be there.
Okay. Maybe I'll go to that broader big picture question about what would be the perfect building? What constraints other than, you mentioned parking requirements and some of the tiering aesthetic goals that limited units, but what if you had sort of free reign, how would you make this the perfect project for lower income seniors in our community?
It would be a taller building with more units and less parking. We think that the building could operate well like that. but we understand that that's not the universal thought in this scenario, and so so it's really just a jigsaw puzzle. But I do want to be very clear that jamborees, often the buildings that we develop are the most beautiful buildings on the block. And they're like that because they're not big boxes. They're like that because they're tiered and they have, materials that we're using that are higher quality, and that they just like, they're supposed to be beautiful. They're supposed to be pride and ownership and a dignified place to live. So that the units are a little bit larger is intentional. That the building isn't a big, tower that's just a box is intentional. If we can make the project pencil like that and have it be as beautiful as we can design it, then that's really what we believe we should do.
And I would just add that I think in the vein of less parking, allowing for more units, I also think it allows for a larger conversation about what community space we would be able to offer. One of the things that Jamboree is known for is in addition to our beautiful housing, it's really trying to come in and fill gaps in terms of space and programming. So in other cities, we've been able to build upwards of 10,000, 15,000 square feet of community space that's public facing. Due to the constraints here, we are still offering a very substantial amount of community space that we think will serve the residents of the building extremely well. But given the proximity to the senior center, it could also be an opportunity to provide additional capacity there for the city as well, if that was an option. But again, our focus is to create the most balanced project that reflects what you guys have outlined in your urban plan and in your housing element. And we're happy to, manage it however you all see fit.
Okay, I think sort of two last questions related to the space. So you mentioned community space. My understanding from the report as is in previous presentation is that the community space is really internal for the residents and not that public-facing community space. Is that right? Even the ground floor?
It's yes and no. I think there's exceptions to that. Obviously, given that this will be developed on city-owned land and will be right next to the senior center, I imagine there'll be times where we open up our space to do co-programming, but it is designed specifically with the current residents that will live there in mind.
Okay. And then last, I'm looking at the sort of like an aerial shot of the plan of the ground floor that is almost entirely parking. The side setback on the east side, I think it's a 10-foot setback where that dog run is. And my first reaction to that is that, it seems like a very narrow space that could collect litter, may not be the most comfortable between like a parking lot wall and then another wall. If we were to say, zero setback there because it's a drive aisle on the other side, is there had you guys looked at another design to put that dog run somewhere else? I do love the idea of a dog run, but it just seemed like an odd space for it.
I'm trying to orient myself on the plan right now.
The upper right corner, that dog run along the side, like if we shifted
here?
the building to the edge of the lot.
Here. Is she talking about moving this that way?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean.
Something to explore.
Yeah, we could definitely.
Yeah. Okay. A question for staff. Why wouldn't we be able to maintain the existing ingress egress on 19th Street under the building? We have parking under the building, but my understanding from the staff report is that we would close off the existing drive aisle instead of just having people turn directly into that parking under the building.
Yeah, yes, you're correct. The project is proposing to shift the driveway from the east side to the west side at from the eastern corner to kind of the more western middle portion of the property, if you will, and that's simply just a design of the building.
Okay, but it's just the proposal would be to block that driveway and put a wall there, even though it's going straight into parking. Like, is there a circulation reason that that driveway couldn't be maintained so we don't have to build another one?
Oh, staff could absolutely continue to work with Jamboree on that driveway and see if there's an opportunity to maintain it and incorporate that into their design.
Okay. The design choice, just really quickly there, was based on the feedback from the urban plan about wanting to activate that first floor of the frontage. So rather than have that facade be cut by a drive aisle, being able to have kind of that cohesive frontage on 19th was the decision that was made. But I covered the mic to make sure that I could ask Tish my question. We could absolutely talk about moving it if that's a priority for the council.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Let's hear from the public.
Let's go sit.
Well, so maybe we can all wake up just a little bit. I would say good evening, but that's long gone. So it's kind of hello to our mayor and hello to our council members. My name is Shirley McDaniels, and I have lived in Costa Mesa for 65 years and a little more. I'm here tonight for comments on the 60 units building proposed to be built on our parking lot at the senior center. The parking lot is for the senior center. Sometimes our lot is full when we have different kinds of doings, meetings, parties. Our lot can be full. When Jamboree did their presentation, they said we would have the same number of parking spaces as we have now. I would guess they meant we could use the underground parking of the building, not safe for people with walkers, canes, wheelchairs, etc. I can't imagine where we would be parking during construction with cement trucks and workers' trucks and all the materials laying around. Where would we be parking? And also, any kind of idea of closing the senior center temporarily during construction is absolutely out of the question, because those people work for a living. Our employees, that's their bread and butter, so to speak. The building of this size would compound our density, as 19th Street is. I'm sorry, but it's way past my bedtime. 19th Street is a very busy street. We have now 6 signals on 19th Street within a quarter of a mile. And we just have a new one at Wallace Avenue, which is okay. But we have one at Placentia, Wallace, Pomona, the front of McDonald's, the front of In-N-Out Burger, and the front of Bank of America. We have 6 signals right in that condensed area of 19th Street. You might feel a little claustrophobic on 19th Street if we have a 4-story building sticking up there. And I'm kind of have a concern about that the project would tax our west side infrastructure. And also, our solar charging station is on our lot, and that cannot be moved, dismantled, or discarded. And so that...
Your time is up, ma'am.
Fine.
Yes, who else wants to go? Yeah, you want to go?
My name is Alan Mayetta, and I lived in Orange County for about almost 50 years, different cities. And I attend the senior center about 4 times a week. I'm saying that even though a street study may not be required, they need to have a parking study, because I go there and I've taken pictures and they use up a lot of the parking. If this project was that great, why wouldn't it be done in Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, or Irvine, where they have just as many parking spaces? They would not allow that. This is really, if I were to walk out of the senior center, what would happen? Giant 4-story building. It obstructs the natural view. I'd be really disappointed because they say, oh, you could use the parking across Smart and Final. Not for seniors. This project is find another place. This is just too impacting the parking and the needs of the senior center. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Ida Wolf, and I've been going to the senior center for years. And we've got nice parking there. And when you people come over to do your things, you use the senior center. And our parking lot is full, always. So I don't see it. I talked to the towers, and the towers has 270 units. And with 270 units, they have 192 parking places. And it's hard to find a visitor parking in there. I've been over there and had a hard time to park to see people. So where are the visitor parking places? And then when they build it, we're not going to have any sun in the sunroom. That is going to be like a cave. Our building is going to be totally ruined. And and their cars, you're not going to take a car away from a senior. That's the last thing they give up. They're not going to quit driving. And so anyway, the parking spaces, they're going to have private parking spaces for the development, and we're going to have to look for a place to park. Not right. So we will, let's see, where am I? Got more stuff going here. I don't believe they'll even use the dog run. I think that's going to be a mess. Old people can't even bend over to pick it up. And I think they'll have it all over our parking place. That is a problem. And it's all a problem. I see no pluses on it. And so anyway, we are asking for the Jamboree builders to no longer proceed with any plans for the senior center parking lot and for the city council to throw it out.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak on Zoom? Yes, we have Zoom people.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good morning. Well, an affordable housing project, you know that I am going to support this. It's something that our seniors need, affordability, and I think this is in many ways a really great project. But the concerns about whether the senior center will be able to stay open and function during construction. I mean, the senior center is a lifeline for many of our seniors, and you need to take that into consideration, how that is going to work. The parking lot does get full on events. The last event I attended, I had to park at the far corner. I've had park on Plummer Street before. I've parked in Mouse Graphics and Stater Brothers, but I'm able to walk and make that, distance. So my concern is more about the residents of the project, because they're not going to want to be in their apartments all day, and they may want to go places like the nearby library and park. But Plummer Street, Anaheim Street, Pomona Street, and 19th Street, not real friendly to somebody who rides a scooter. There's a lot of impediments that would have to be, fixed, and I would hope that the city would make those streets a lot more ADA compliant. And then, as noted in the pedestrian master plan, there are 19 crosswalk improvements needed on 19th Street alone. So 19th and Pomona, the crosswalk is barely visible right now, and cars overshoot the lines, and I've seen people nearly hit there. The only other thing that concerns me is that this project is not exclusive to eligible Costa Mesa residents. Other residents of Orange County cities are going to be eligible too. In Santa Ana, there's an affordable housing project that's currently taking rental applications, and the owner is giving preference to Santa Ana residents. Why can't this project in Costa Mesa do that too? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on Zoom?
Next speaker is 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yeah, just some political advice here. You don't want to upset seniors during an election year. I don't like the fact that we're having a hearing regarding the senior center after midnight. The first speaker mentioned that she was tired. I wonder how many people were not able to make it this late at night to speak on this. I think that's a pretty big concern. Parking. You know, have you ever been to that parking lot when it's election day? It's packed. It's insanely packed. Councilmember Manny Chavez mentioned that we need to streamline the process. We're dealing with issues because the medical marijuana or the dispensary ordinance was expedited and we made mistakes. Let's not make mistakes here. Parking stats are wrong. There's 145 parking spots for the senior center, not the senior center and the apartment complex. The apartment complex is going to eat up their parking spots, from employees to healthcare workers to residents. And, you know, we do need senior housing, but this is not the place. We have the Fairview Developmental Center. That would be a great place for this. And no one's speaking about how we can't afford the electricity. We're going to have all electric stoves, all electric heaters, and there's already a stress on the grid. You guys have already messed up 19th Street. Councilmember Chavez earlier mentioned an accident caused by what you did to 19th Street on Pomona and West 19th. Stop ruining this street. You're seriously like asking these developers to make more housing. You know, thankfully they're like, no, it's too much. But you guys are you're destroying the city with everything you're doing. The marijuana dispensary ordinance. How many people were like, you just keep doing these things. You got to stop. Take a break. You guys need to slow down because this is not a good project.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Just because you're a commissioner, come on up. What do you want?
Good morning. I didn't stay here to speak on this specifically, but I thought since I'm here, I'll share some thoughts. I think generally it's a fantastic looking project. I think it's going to make West 19th Street look the way we all kind of imagine it should be. Like it's growing into itself. It's becoming a better version of 19th, the architectural style. It looks great. I think the applicant, it looks like they're doing a really good job in trying to activate the street, despite the fact that the entire ground floor is really parking. I like the idea that the driveway is moving westward so that the facade could remain unbroken. The screening for the parking lot looks very thoughtful. My general thought is, I think what I think I heard from the dais is less parking so that we could have a better project, a better, home for these people, more open, more breathing room in the community spaces, more units. Let's see. I agree with the dog run, thinking of how we could scoot the project off that eastern boundary. Regarding parking and traffic, especially on Planning Commission, I understand, we all get it. We all drive. We understand traffic and not being able to find a spot is frustrating. But if we let that knee-jerk reaction control us, man, any sort of economic activity, any sort of growth in our community is just going to come to a halt. And it's really not a sustainable approach of these sorts of projects. So I think this is a fantastic thing, and I think we're going in the right direction.
Appreciate it. Okay, so then we can close public comment, and let's see. I guess I'll make a motion to receive and file, but I do want to speak on it. You second that? Okay. So receive and file, but I do want to comment on it. I think it's a really excellent project in terms of the amount of housing and senior and affordable housing that it provides. Creates the opportunity for a real vibrant senior community in the area. There are some things that do need to be addressed. I think it's a reasonable point to say what's going to happen during construction. Now, I'm not going to ask you to address it here at this late hour, but what's going to happen during construction and how can we adjust for the parking needs at the center during that period of time? That's a reasonable point. It's also a reasonable point to say, well, we got 145 parking spots that we are maintaining. However, we are creating additional parking needs by virtue of having 60 units there. I think it's worth it, but it's something we need to consider a workaround for that, and have staff and the developer think about that. It could be, shared cars. It could be, we have the thing that we're talking about, the circuit that might be coming back to the council soon, some type of a trolley, some type of shuttles, different creative ideas for accommodating both of these concerns. I think parking is important, no doubt, but I think we do need to prioritize affordable housing over parking without, blowing it off and without saying that we need to get people into that senior center in a way that's similar to what they've had before. That's all I have to say. Any other comments? Yeah. Okay. Oh, who made the second? You made the second, so go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I think there's an opportunity to be creative on the parking, both when the facility is in operation, but then also during construction. I think that might look like shared with Smart and Final. That might look like shuttle buses from ample parking at the fairgrounds, right? I think there's a bunch of creative solutions, and so when this does come back, we need to hammer that out and have a little bit more granularity in terms of what that would look like, because I know that's causing a lot of fear for people, the unknown. The other thing that I was actually surprised nobody mentioned was potential improvements to Plumer. God, now I'm thrown off, but I think there's an opportunity to improve the sidewalk, probably all the way along what faces the senior center. So it's something maybe we bring back in the budget process and we can run in parallel from a city perspective. But we need to make sure we're considering it. I appreciate the attention to detail in terms of facing 19th Street. So I do think a setback is important. Again, is there an opportunity for a sidewalk improvement, even if it's encroaching on the property? I think there's more to do that we could make that more comfortable such that folks can cross from the towers, walk along 19th, cross to Pomona and go to Neat Coffee. I mean, there is an opportunity to generally improve the streets around. I'm excited this project is finally getting to this point. It's been a long time in the works, and I think this is much needed in the community. I don't have concerns around height, so as far as I'm concerned, if you wanted to go up another floor, that'd be fine with me, because I think it's opposite the towers. In some way, there's actually some balancing that might happen, but that's probably another conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go with Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, they won't let you talk. I'm sorry, sir.
We've closed the public comment. That was a portion. We closed the public comment. So the time to talk was before. Well, I know, but right now it would be helpful if we just listen to the council members. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, I've often complained about meetings.
Ma'am, we're done. If you want to speak, it's no longer available. Otherwise, you can leave. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, hang on one second.
No, go ahead.
Hang on one second.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
I've often complained about meetings going late. And I don't consider it good governance. I think it's disrespectful to our citizens who show up and sit here for, you've been here over 6 hours now. I get tired and grouchy. And and we should be more respectful. It's a problem with, I think it's functionally with our meetings. It's been a long time that way. So we should end this meeting around 10:30 and reset people or plan better. And I apologize for that. I can't control it, but I'll apologize for it. You know, the Jamboree folks, fantastic looking project. I loved everything about it. Everything's very positive. But please, in your process, and I think you're good folks, try and make these folks happy. Try and don't build something for more seniors and make the other seniors in the next door neighborhood unhappy. You know, they've got views, they've got sunlight, they've got space, they value their parking. Make them happy, and I think you come back and I'm sure you'll commit to maybe go visit, have a community hearing with them or something, and try and make everybody feel better. And I hope you're listening. And I apologize for being here late and you're tired of listening to all of us, but try and make that better, and I think everybody will support it. That's all.
Right. Yes, let's just go down the line. Councilmember Reynolds, Chavez, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'm just going to sort of read a list of feedback similar in theme to my questions. So interested in more units. We've talked about housing enough. You know the reason for more units. I'd be willing to go taller, build out that third and fourth floor. Maybe there's an opportunity to move some of the services onto the ground floor to add space for units on the existing floors. Look at smaller footprints. A 2-bedroom unit where maybe 2 females can share might be smaller than 2 one-bedroom units. And looking at ways to offset the need for vehicles and parking. Explore all the strategies for more units. I'd love to see more units there. I love all the shared amenities. I think it'd be even better if there were opportunities to share with the public as well. I know you sort of shared that sentiment. Again, looking at ways to increase the ground floor community space, especially along 19th. I love that part of the bottom floor on 19th is intended to be, not just parking, so there's some activity there. I'd love to see that shared, and I'd love to see that stretch along the entirety of 19th, on the building part of 19th. I think we should look at setting that east side setback to 0 so we can move the building over and make a little more space. Maybe that's more green space that's usable and a little bit more out in the open and feels safer. And then agree with Councilmember Marr's comments on the street front. And I don't know if this is the project or something we're looking at as the city, but wider sidewalks. Really thinking about pedestrian improvements with special consideration for the population of older adults that use this street. I am opposed to adding a drive aisle on Plumer. We already have one there. That's a really nice residential street. That's a bikeway that I see others use when we're trying to get to Lions Park, for example. I would not want to invite more traffic onto that street. So I'd really like to see a design that does not increase the in and out drive aisle along Plumer. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you for everyone in the audience for staying this late. I guess now is my time to voice my thoughts and opinions on this project. I'll just be really honest. As like a young person that doesn't own a house that I rent, it's always disheartening seeing folks prioritize parking over units. We're doing a lot of things in Costa Mesa differently than before, such as actually prioritizing bike lanes, prioritizing bus shelters to be built to kind of incentivize other modes and just driving. We have a new concept, the circuit, going into this area that'll take folks anywhere within a geographic area for a low dollar fee. And quite frankly, I agree with Councilman Reynolds. We should be ecstatic that we're building housing, but we should look at how we can build more housing. So anything you can do to make sure there's more housing, we appreciate. If not, we understand. I think it looks beautiful, and I think it's gonna be a great issue to the community. But I just want to reiterate that Costa Mesa is not what it used to be 20 years ago. It's not what it was 50 years ago, and it's not what it was before it was incorporated as a town of Harper. This city is evolving. We have a lot of people that are doubling up for apartments, trying to make ends meet. And the only thing we could do to solve that problem is having more supply. And this is a project that's 100% affordable. We're discussing an IHO policy, and we'll see what council falls in that policy. But this is a project that's going to be 100% affordable, below market rate. I don't know why we're trying to find faults with it. If anything, we should try to be creative and find solutions for it. So, do I think it'd be a shame losing a few parking spots? A little bit. But quite frankly, if we do other things that incentivize other mode of transportation, that shouldn't be an issue. And I think, quite frankly, there's a lot of seniors in Costa Mesa that want to live on entire 19th Street, and they can't because there's such a high demand. And this will alleviate part of that demand. This is a great project. This is a part of the city we're making narrower. We're assigning bike lanes. We're transferring on traffic. This is a great evolution to where we want the city to go. Because ultimately, my dream for this street is that it's still walkable, that folks who do what I do every day, which is walk to work, or walk to a coffee shop, or walk to visit their friends. Because that's the only way we're going to really reduce emissions. It's the only way we're going to make sure everyone's more content and happy. And it's the only way we're going to actually solve the crisis we have at hand, which is that there's not enough housing in this city. So I think it's a great project. I think it's heard a lot about our tweaks. But in my opinion, this is something everyone wants. And I think we shouldn't let the little nitpicks hide the fact that this is something we need in Costa Mesa. Thank you guys for investing in our city.
Thank you. Well, my 2 cents at 12:41 in the morning, it can be summarized as this. Let's not make perfect the enemy of the good. I think this project has been a long time in development. And in as much as there's the possibility to do an improved plan, as long as it doesn't derail schedule and budget, then let's stick to that. I hope everybody has an appreciation for the urgency of getting housing built. There's so many variables and factors. I will note that this is one of 2 projects in our pipeline this year. That's not a good sign. So I want to see if we can make every effort possible to facilitate this and expedite it. So Jamboree Housing, go to it, and I'll be very supportive.
Let's call for the question. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good. Let's move on to the new business item number 4. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Costa Mesa and the Costa Mesa Firefighters Association, and the adoption of accompanying salary resolution for CMFA. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Human Resources Manager.
Ms. Lee, it's not your birthday today, is it? Okay, good. Not yet. We'll get there. When is your birthday?
January.
What day in January? 26th. Okay, good. You have the floor.
Good evening or good morning now. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight we bring forth the Memorandum of Understanding for the Costa Mesa Firefighters Association.
Oh, hold on one second. How do I control her? Oh, it's on. Yeah, it's on now. Go ahead.
Okay. Fiscal year 2023-2024 budget includes 588 full-time employees, including 80 CMFA employees. The previous MOU and side letters covered years 2017 to 2024 and will expire on June 30th of 2024. In September 2023, CMFA requested to commence negotiations in advance of the contract's expiration date. Subsequently, Labor and Key Management negotiated in good faith and are proposing amendments to the MOU for your consideration and approval. The key provisions of the negotiated MOU include a 3-year term, July 2024 to June 2027, salary and wage increases, 5% increase effective July 2024, which is actually a net of 3.75% increase due to increased PERS pickup, which I'll discuss. 3.75% increase in July of 25, and a 3.75 increase in July of 26. As mentioned, the CMFA will pick up a 1.25% increase in employee retirement contributions effective July 2024. This will result in a total contribution of 14%, which is the increase from the current 12.75%. In addition, the recruitment and retention pay of 7.5% incentive for 20 years of sworn service effective July 24 5% incentive for 15 years of service effective July 25, 2.5% incentive for 10 years of service effective 2026, which includes a maximum of 10 years of sworn service from other agencies. In addition, there'll be additional 10% paramedic assignment pay for the fire engineer or fire captain assigned to the Emergency Medical Services Program Management. Education and certification pay changes include removal of the bachelor's degree or 120 units from the certification program, set up as a separate education at 2.5% of top step captain for those with a bachelor's degree, or $180 per month for those with 120 units. And also to include additional certifications as part of the certification program, but with no increase to the current maximum benefit. These negotiated provisions are in line with other local agency increases, which include a 1 to 6% annual salary increase across the board, 12 to 18% pickup employee contributions, up to 14% in certification pays, and up to 10% in longevity pay. The fiscal impact analyses were prepared, certified, and posted pursuant to the City Council policies, transparency, and labor negotiations. The annual fiscal impact for fiscal year 24-25 is approximately $1.5 million, an additional $941,000 in fiscal year 25-26, and an additional $784,000 for fiscal year 26-27, for a 3-year cumulative impact of $3.2 million. Recommendations today are to approve and adopt the Memorandum of Understanding between the City and CMFA, adopt the resolution revising pay ranges for CMFA, authorize the City Manager and the City's negotiation team to execute the MOU documents and appropriate into the respective departmental budgets. The proposed MOU and salary range adjustments support the City's strategic plan goals to recruit and retain high-quality staff and strengthen the public safety and improve the quality of life. And staff is available to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Any questions of Ms. Lee? Okay, let's open it up for public comment. Captain Kathy. Captain, thank you for dressing up and coming.
Thank you.
And keeping your top button. That's not easy.
I know. I just suck it in.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. Good evening. Sorry. Good morning, Mayor Stevens and honorable City Council members. My name is Steve Cathy. I'm proudly serving as the president of the Costa Mesa Firefighters Association, representing 78 sworn firefighters and paramedics with our great city. I've been with the department 22 years, and I'm here tonight on behalf of our rank and file members to thank you for reaching a tentative agreement and encouraging you to support the contract that has been presented to you. Those of us who have been around the city for decades now know that this has been a long road to this point. But the leadership that Mayor Stevens and the rest of the city council members have shown in standing up for firefighters and our public safety has been remarkable. I would like to express my gratitude to the city for your cooperation throughout the negotiation process. From our perspective, it has been a very professional experience that involved both sides coming to the negotiating table and discussing issues at hand. We were able to reach a mutual agreed upon solution that met the needs of both parties. I would like to thank the mayor and the entire city council. City Manager Lorianne Farrell Harrison and her negotiation team that was remarkable, including HR Director Costa Mesa, Fania Costa, Carol Molina, and Alma Reyes that's not here. I also like to thank Chief Stefano for working so diligently with us and our Mean Confer team and being an adversary for us. Costa Mesa firefighters believe that we have reached an agreement that is both fair for our city and fair for our firefighters on the front line. In fact, this tentative agreement was unanimously supported by our members, which speaks volumes. It is our hope that we move forward together to continue to provide the residents of Costa Mesa the very best fire suppression and emergency medical services that they deserve, and that we continue to prioritize public safety as number one. So tonight, on behalf of the dedicated members of the Costa Mesa Firefighters Association Local 1465, I want to thank you in advance for honoring the work of our firefighters and bringing stability to our members and their families by supporting this fair contract. Thank you so much. And on another note, Councilmember Harper, our thoughts and prayers go out to you and your family. Thank you so much.
Okay, anyone else? Anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. It's public comment. I'm trying to make a motion. I'm going to make the motion, if that's okay, to approve the contract. Voice motion.
Second.
Oh, second. Everybody seconded. Everybody seconds the motion. All right. I don't know. Let's say Lauren gets to, Gamaros gets to second the motion. Look at, yeah, I got it. Gamaros second. So, thank you. I mean, where are you, Steve? Thank you. You know, Chief. I mean, we've got such a department to be so proud of, and we've made so much progress in the last several years. I'm not going to go over that, but we all know what we're talking about. And to have this council united with the association and you know, being able to come to an agreement so efficiently and have it be unanimous by the association, and to have the staff, as you pointed out, the city manager, all the city staff, Carol Molina, Costa Mesa, working so cooperatively and working as a team together. I've been doing this now for, well, you know, look at, I mean, I'll just tell you, I had 2 firefighters who are now on the command staff that came to my office in 2011 and asked me to run for the city council. It took me a long time to get on the city council. They did that for a reason. We're here today. We've made so much progress. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been a straight line, but we're here today. We have labor peace like we've never had it before. So everybody here in this room and many people outside this room are responsible for that, and I'm very grateful for it. Very proud to make this motion. Council member, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I do. I just, you know, I always relate to how we're providing for our emergency first responders when we make the decisions that we make. And in a lot of cases, I'm involved with negotiations, and I always hear, you know, we've done a good job when both parties leave pissed off. But when both parties end up happy, I think we did a great job. I see nothing but smiles, so obviously we did a great job. So everybody should be proud of what they've accomplished moving forward. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Other council members wish to be heard? Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the meeting started with like 8 straight public commenters who told us how terrible of a job what we were doing. But this is like a good way to end, because I think at the end of the day, if we've got a great relationship with our associations, if we're prioritizing public safety, then frankly, we're doing what I came here to do. So thank you for your collaboration.
Let's oh yeah, I'm sorry. Let's go Reynolds and then Councilmember Reynolds and then Chavez.
Yeah, I've been torn between not speaking so we can all leave a few seconds earlier, but then wanting to honor you guys for staying here as long as you had as long as you have. Thank you for the work you do in our community. I think folks have said before, it's like until you need to make the call, you don't really appreciate how quickly you want that response to happen. And my family had to make the call last year. And I was so thankful to have such a professional crew show up and help our family work through an issue. So thank you for your service. I was really thrilled to hear both from our association and from our staff about how constructive and productive the negotiation was. I'm also really thankful for the association's really proactive outreach into finding community groups to work with. So I thank you for that. I'd love for you to spend more time on that than in negotiations. I'm really glad that we were able to wrap this up quickly. So happy to support.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I'll be brief. Thank you for all you do for the community. You know, I think this has been a really smooth negotiation, quite frankly, and I think it shows that we both come from the same point of view, which is how can we best serve the residents. And I always think the best way to do that is make sure that you guys feel supported. And one thing I'll share just briefly, there's a lot of things I can praise you guys for, but I love the effort you're putting in as a department to hire within Costa Mesa. Speaking with Councilman Maldonado about how can we bring in more people from the community into the cadet program, talking with you guys constantly about ways we can better interact with the community. I know in my heart of hearts that this department cares for the Costa Mesa. And I know that when those folks call in the worst time, they're gonna have a staff that's ready to serve them. So think of this as a thank you for all you do for the community, and thank you for the good work and partnership we have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, everybody said everything. So I am just very happy that it's nearly 1 o'clock. I'm rarely this happy at this time in the evening. But just to echo the comments, this has been a very good cooperative process. I really want to thank our executive staff for managing this and for the association for working so collaboratively. And I'm happy to support this.
Okay, with that, let's call for the question.
Is Councilmember Harper still here?
Oh, okay, he's not here?
All right, okay. Motion carries 6-0.
All right, excellent. Okay, do you guys want to, should we press forward and do the last one? Why not? Let's do the last one. Let's read the title, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
But I mean, really.
Adopt resolution approving fiscal year 2024-25 recognized obligation payment schedule for the Costa Mesa successor agency, and then approve dissolution of the successor agency to the Costa Mesa Redevelopment Agency.
Okay, you're on the clock. See if you can do it in a minute.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here before you tonight to get your approval to dissolve the city's successor agency. As you know, the CMRA, the Costa Mesa Redevelopment Agency, was formed in 1972. Since 1972 to 1983, with various loans from the city to Redevelopment Agency. This is the redevelopment project area that was approved in 1993. The CMRA loans due to general fund were consolidated in 1983 at $12.6 million. In 2011, the state dissolved the RDAs in all of the state. In 2011, after the dissolution, the successor agency was formed to initiate the dissolution into the city's redevelopment agency. Since the city dissolved, the RDA and successor agency started to pay down the amount that was due. The city finally received its final payment in May of 2023 of $1.7 million, therefore satisfying the loan obligations to the city. At this point in time, we're asking the City Council to formally dissolve the redevelopment agency and the successor agency.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody want to do the public comment? I don't see anybody. Anybody on Zoom?
No.
Close public comment. I'll make a motion to approve the staff, or Councilmember Chavez beat me to it. You can approve the staff recommendation.
Move that recommendation real quick. It's a shame this is going away. I know the state's still in a big budget deficit right now, $78 billion, but all I will say is I hope that one day the state can bring this back, because this was a good way for us to redevelop our community and do a lot of good things. But for now, that's all I'll say. Let's move staff recommendation.
Nothing from the second. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0.
We did it before 1 o'clock, and let's not forget that we're.
One quick thing. Sorry, Mayor, I'll be quick. City staff, given the comments we had today about the cannabis discussion, if we can bring back the ordinance as soon as possible, I mean, and I mean as soon as possible, within staff means, I want to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to adjourn the meeting for Dolores Pliego in her memory and in her honor. So we stand adjourned.